Chapter 1300 Help Yourself, Sell Information? That's not out of the realm of possibility, Sun Junyao uttered. She knew her situation. After killing Blood Dragon, she was now in a precarious situation as the moons would no longer tolerate her. The woman already envied her, and now was the perfect opportunity for them to enact their twisted vengeance. As for the man? They are even worse since they now have an excuse to catch and treat her as their plaything. Wang Wei had the destiny to eliminate these bastards, so whether he asked or not, Sun Junyao planned to work with him. She hadn't decided on the exact nature of the cooperation, but they could start with exchanging intelligence. So, what do you want in exchange? Wang Wei asked, feeling her hesitation. You might as well be straightforward. You know what I want, Sun Junyao replied, looking him in the eyes. However, Wang Wei instinctively replied, You can't have my body. The severe atmosphere was instantly broken, almost making Sun Junyao laugh out loud. However, she controlled her eyes and replied, Who wants your body? My mother told me that pretty boys must protect themselves when going out, Wang Wei said seriously. I didn't understand what she meant then, but now I do. I didn't think there were such aggressive women in the world. He sighed, feeling that he needed to protect himself or some woman would take advantage of him. Sun Junyao was shocked. The information said he was free and easygoing, capable of changing his personality like an actor in a play. She knew this, but it was different for her to experience it herself. You're quite the character, aren't you? She commented. I'll take that as a compliment, Wang Wei smiled. But seriously, you know what I want. Wang Wei was briefly silent. I can't help you. You can't or won't? Both. Why not be truthful and say you want? Sun Junyao said, her demeanor devoid of her previous weak and pure aura. Although you try to hide it, I can sense the perfect aura in your body. It's so pure, so you must have used it to make that perfect tear. With such deep knowledge of perfection, don't tell me you can't help. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Then there is your relationship with Senior Wu, Sun Junyao continued. With your relationship with her, there is no way you couldn't ask her for help. With the two of you working together, each with their own expertise, the chances of creating a method are very high. How do you know my relationship with her? I talked to the people who recently ascended, Sun Junyao replied. That shouldn't be enough to come to a conclusion, Wang Wei said. Then he remembered something. He had revealed he knew about her true face during the conversation. It seems you figured it out, Sun Junyao said. Only a few people know about my true face, and the only way for you to learn about it is from her. Wang Wei nodded before sipping his tea. Well? Sun Junyao asked. I think it's a fair deal. You help me and I help you. I think we can make a great team. Wang Wei was calm. He sighed before uttering, Haven't you realized you're on the wrong path? Pardon me? Your lack of face is not just a curse but a test and an opportunity, Wang Wei said. Have you ever thought that instead of relying on someone else, you could help yourself? Why do you need me to help you see your true face? Cultivation is about the elevation of the self, which can apply to your situation. Your true face is what you deem it to be. It can be the most beautiful face in the world, the most ugly, or a common face that most people will not glance at. It doesn't matter. What matters is that it's your face and you like it. Sun Junyau's body visibly paused as these words echoed in her mind. Suddenly she felt in a daze, lost in her memory. Senior Wu, is there really nothing you can do? I'm sorry, but this is beyond my ability. Sun Junyao was dejected, but her eyes remained firm and unwilling. Senior, you're someone with vast knowledge and experience. Can you guide me to a path? All I can say is this is a trial for you, and you can only walk your own path. So, what do you think? Sun Junyao asked. It's repulsive, isn't it? No. There is no need to consider my feelings. It's disgusting and I acknowledge that. You're wrong, Master, Xiao Tiandi said. In fact, I think it's better like that. Oh? Why is that? I always feel guilty when I look at you, knowing that the face I see is not yours but what I want you to look at. I want to see you for you are, and even if it looks like this, I'm fine with that. Sun Junyao looked at her young apprentice in shock. She did not expect such a reaction after showing him the truth. She suddenly smiled. From now on, she truly acknowledged this disciple. From now on, no matter what happens, whether he is an unparalleled genius or mediocre, she'll treat him as family. Sun Junyao woke up from her daze and instinctively touched her face. She stopped midway, not daring to finish. After hesitating for a few seconds, she slowly caressed every part of her face, from her forehead to her chin and even her nose and eyes. Such a sight looked weird from the outside, but Wang Wei did not utter a word. he calmly watched. Once Sun Junyao finished, she waved her hand to manifest a mirror, but it was upside down. She stared at the back of this golden mirror adorned with engravings of phoenixes for over a minute before turning it over. She saw it. The emptiness that has accompanied her all her life since the age of 7 when she first looked into a mirror. She still remembered screaming, scaring the maids and alerting her mother. After she told them what she saw, Sun Junyo's parents thought this was a child's ramblings. She insisted, but her father, a Tier 7 cultivator, saw nothing. After Sun Junyao threw a temper tantrum for the next month, his parents had no choice but to act. Grand visions accompanied Sun Junyo's birth, alerting many influential people who wanted to accept her as a disciple or who had other ulterior motives. Her parents had no choice but to contact one of these people to check on her, but they could not even see anything. Ultimately, Sun Junyao had to accept that no one but she could see her empty face, and from that day on she hated any reflective surfaces including clear water. As Sun Junyao looked into the mirror she saw it. A vague outline that could not be deciphered entirely. She was immediately excited and focused, but the outline remained illusory and vague no matter what she tried. She calmed down and exhaled before dispersing the mirror. She stood up, cupped her hands and bowed 90 degrees to Wang Wei. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for pointing the way." "No problem," Wang Wei nodded. She accepted the bow but did not take it as seriously as her. He was sure some people close to her must have said something similar. However, helping someone heal their Tao heart or state of mind sometimes requires the right person to say the correct thing at the appropriate time. Sun Junyao has put a lot of faith in the destined one to help her with her situation, so those words meant a lot coming from Wang Wei than someone else. Sun Junyao felt relaxed after sitting down. Although the flaw in her Tao heart was not completely dealt with, she now saw a way forward. She only needs to focus on finding herself. One day she'll have her face. As Wang Wei said, the fact might be the most common one in the world, but that does not matter since it is hers. Once she perfects her Tao heart, her future will be bright, Wang Wei thought. After Sun Junyao solves her problem, she'll be able to see her perfection as an advantage instead of a curse. With her information network, it won't take long to learn or deduce that the path of perfection involves transcendence, so she might start preparing for that. Should I find a way to exchange the perfection foundation with her? Wang Wei thought. He loves talent, and because of that, he was momentarily tempted not to sever the connection with her. After all, her chances of becoming half-step transcendent are genuinely high since she's a being with such a high affinity with perfection. The perfect foundation would further increase that possibility. Moreover, Wang Wei looked at the connection between them. After helping enlighten her, their karma connection was more profound, and he took a significant step in being able to cut off their fate connection. If he handed her the perfect foundation, Wang Wei knew he would meet the requirement. No, there is no need to use such a valuable thing to deepen karma, Wang Wei thought. He could take his time and was confident he could resist whatever temptations fate could throw at him. More importantly, he did not have such a deep connection or affection for Sun Junyao to give something as valuable as the perfect foundation method. Wait, what if she were? Wang Wei suddenly thought. She doesn't have a top lineage behind her, so it's possible to lure her into the Tao opening sect. Sun Junyao could be classified as a transcendent seed, meaning that any faction would fight tooth and nail for her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1301 Not Feasible, Unedited Chapter. The more Wang Wei thought about this idea, the more in love he fell with it. Just like he did with Dong Lifan, he can do the same with Sun Junyao. This was simply perfect. Her situation is not ideal, Wang Wei thought. In the upcoming era, everybody will be competing for the path of transcendence, and as someone without a potent faction to protect her, she'll become a delicious piece of cake to fight over. Additionally, there is also the issue of her network. Many sects will be thankful for her help, but many will also wish to eliminate her to ensure she did not learn any crucial secrets related to them. If you add her unparalleled beauty, her life will truly be full of ups and downs, meaning I can use that to lure her into the sect. Sun Junyo's life will not be easy when this era ends without a powerful backer. She still has enough time to build a faction, but even if she does, it won't change much. After all, the new era will be full of paragons and primal. Even Wang Wei is not confident he'll reach the later stages of the paragon realm, let alone Sun Junyao. If any of these top lineages are determined to eliminate Sun Junyao, she'll have to struggle for survival, unless she hides in the lawless zone. But even such a method is not 100% guaranteed. After all, the paragons of the upcoming era cannot compare to the waste that is these parasites. Even if their power is sealed to the Empyrean realm, a peak paragon is still a peak paragon. No matter how I look at it, she has no choice but to find a backer, and the Dao opening sect is perfect for her, Wang Wei thought excitedly before he remembered something. No, the sect is not her best choice, the origin seal continent is, he realized. She already has a pseudo-master-disciple relationship with the future wife, so her best choice would be to join her. Wang Wei had no doubt his future will be able to protect her. Wu Hong built the origin seal continent into one of the 13 overlords, showing her personal and political power. Additionally, she'll be even more potent in the new era once she healed her injury and reforged her foundation. And once she becomes half-step transcendent, the origin seal continent will keep its status as the top lineage of the eternal ascension world. My future wife might have already been preparing to introduce Sun Junyao into her lineage, Wang Wei analyzed, sighing deeply to himself. He realized his chances of succeeding were not as high as he anticipated. Should I still give it a try? Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Wei's mind in less than a nanosecond as he analyzed the pros and cons of trying to get Sun Junyao into the sect. No, it's not worth it, he concluded. He noticed many factors he overlooked due to his excitement. The most important of which is the complex political nature of the Dao opening sect. This was not the lower dimension where Wang Wei's prestige and power were even higher than all the ancestors combined. In there, Wang Wei can introduce someone like Dong Lifan, that was not raised by the sect and had no clear royalty, and everyone agreed, but he couldn't do the same in the upper dimension. Although Wang Wei hasn't returned to the sect, he has learned and deduced himself to the complex situation. For example, the Dao opening sect was not run only by the 3 clans of Wang, Yan, and Li, there were 9 other families below them. These families originated from former sectarian sect masters who became paragon and, with their long lifespans, established flourishing families. In fact, Wang Wei deduced that there are even more families in the sect, and the concept of the sectarian faction has almost been replaced. However, these other families do not have enough power to be considered the ruling class of the sect. With such a complex situation, there will be many resistances to Wang Wei introducing Sun Junyao to the sect, especially without a status like his wife. As his wife, people would welcome Sun Junyao with open arms and embrace her into the sect. But as a disciple or member, most people will reject. The Wang clan is still the most powerful with 2 primals, so Wang Wei could override these rejections, but that does not make any sense. Sun Junyao must feel some sense of belonging to the sect to eventually contribute after becoming a half-step transcendent. After all, even in the lower dimension, Dong Lifan's husband would be born as a member of the Wang clan. Ultimately, since Wang Wei cannot introduce Sun Junyao to the sect with a guaranteed status like a wife, there is no point in recruiting her. There is also the issue with Wu Hong, he thought. Although he had pure motives for recruiting Sun Junyao, what if she misunderstood him? If he did it behind her, it would appear like he was sneaking around. He told her the truth, but it could appear to be manipulative. She's not the kind to be suspicious and question my motive and loyalty, but I have to look at the bigger picture, Wang Wei analyzed. He had guessed some of the shenanigans his future self was doing, and he was sure one of the primary reasons many things would go smoothly for him was because he had Wu Hong also partaking in these acts. Things would be 1,000 times harder without her help. And since he knew this, his enemy also did. It's already too late to break off his relationship with Wu Hong, so these people must keep an eye on the past. My relationship with her is complex and not set in stone, meaning it's the perfect time for these people to separate us, Wang Wei thought. That also means the existence of Sun Junyao is another significant component in this situation. As another woman linked to me by fate, she can also play a role in determining the future. Wang Wei suddenly realized he needed to be more careful with how he dealt with Sun Junyao. Calm down, he told himself. He suddenly wanted to do whatever possible to remove the karmic link between them. However, he also understood acting rashly was the opposite of what must be done in this kind of situation. The best move I can make next is to tell Wu Hong everything that had happened here, including my speculation and fears about the future. Even better, I should use open and truthful communication at all times from now on when dealing with our relationship. Was Wang Wei overreacting? Possibly. However, this involved his future love life and maybe his path toward transcendence. The last thing he wanted was to mess this up. There is no problem with cooperating, Sun Junyao said, and Wang Wei focused on her. He was previously multitasking, planning, and analyzing all these things at unparalleled speed while still talking to her. During the entire process, his facial expressions, emotions, tone fluctuations, and everything else never changed. That's good to hear. But you should understand that I cannot provide you certain information, Sun Junyao added. There are some things I don't dare investigate even if I had the power. I understand, Wang Wei nodded. My purpose is primarily the parasites. I won't break the rules and touch these lineages unless it's absolutely imperative that I do so. That's good, Sun Junyao nodded. She successfully established such deep cooperation with these lineages and kept their relationship for so long because she knew how to control herself. Sun Junyao knew their taboos and never broke them. As for the price? Sun Junyao looked him in the eyes. You enlightened me, so I owe you karma. If you need help one day, you can ask and I'll do everything in my power to help. But business is business, friendship is friendship, Wang Wei said. I understand and have no problem. That's good, she nodded. We can use the same standard I offered Jimin, and I'll give you a 20% discount. She condensed a talisman that served as a way to contact her directly and contained a detailed system of how she classified the value of certain information and their price. From 1 star to 9 stars, but even the lowest 1-star information is expensive, even with the discount, Wang Wei complained. However, I understand why it's so expensive. Sun Junyao chose the elite path of selling information, meaning people who buy information from her already have a decent spy network and only buy things they cannot find themselves. Why do I find this setting suddenly became weird? Wang Wei thought as he looked at this information. He knew Sun Junyao had an extensive network, but now she was more than that. She had become a broker of information, selling news to the elite. She reminded him of an anime character from Earth named Joker in the underground. This woman is more complex than I gave her credit for, Wang Wei concluded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1302 Not Compatible. Aren't you worried about revealing your identity? Wang Wei asked. With such a detailed plan and classification of information, it's apparent that this was not the first time she had made such a deal. However, Wang Wei was sure she never revealed her identity when selling news to people like him. It's not as big of a deal as you think, Sun Junyao replied softly. A few individuals know her identity, including Empyrean Kong and Empyrean Jimin. Trust is crucial in her line of work, so when dealing with certain clients she had to reveal her identity to establish trust. It's also a way to give these people her weakness, and make them more willing to work with her. Of course, none of these people dared to offend even if they knew her weakness. Who dares to offend someone who can know what kind of underwear someone wore a few 100,000 years ago? There is also the soft power that Sun Junyao has. She can summon an army of cultivators to work for her with a few words and some fake tears. No one wants to offend someone with that kind of power. More importantly, more people should have figured it out by now. Sun Junyao has only dealt with elite, or people with excellent networks. So, she knew what she did to the blood dragon would have helped these people figure out her identity by now. I'm guessing some people were not surprised by what you did, Wang Wei sighed. That's not completely accurate, she corrected him. They were not surprised that I could do it, but definitely shocked that I dare do it. That makes sense, Wang Wei nodded. While we're on the subject, did you get any reward from Heavenly Dao for killing that horny dragon? Hee hee, young Master Wang, Sun Junyao chuckled as she put her hands before her mouth to hide her teeth. Such information is worth at least 5 stars. Do you still wish to know? Wang Wei's lips twitched. How come their calm, peaceful and natural conversation was suddenly corrupted by the unpleasant existence of money? He shook his head. Since he was not willing to pay, he chose to peek. Sun Junyao was surrounded by the power of perfection, which was excellent at anti-divination. However, Wang Wei used his own perfect aura to offset hers, allowing him to find some information. Paragon Slayer title? He said with slightly raised eyebrows. This was a rare title with harsh conditions, the first of which was that someone from the lower cultivation realm had to do it themselves. According to heaven and earth, paragons were noble existences, so anyone with lower cultivation lucky enough to kill one of them will receive a luck backlash instead of a reward. So, unless they have the protection from the fortune of a powerful lineage, the fate of anyone trying to acquire this title will be miserable, not considering the difficulty of even succeeding. The only way for someone to receive this title is to kill a paragon that has lost its favor from heaven and earth. The description of losing favor is broad and complex, but a perfect example is those parasites. That's rude, Sun Junyao said with a frown. She waved her hand and reinforced the anti-divination techniques around her. With her copy Dao, she had many of them, and now that she was on guard, it was not feasible for Wang Wei to use the same method with his perfect aura. Indeed. I apologize. It seems I've become too comfortable, Wang Wei replied calmly. Sun Junyao looked at him. She could not tell whether he was telling the truth or if he did it on purpose to alienate the good vibe they had between them. Or maybe he did it for a completely different reason. It was hard to read. This man's mind is too complicated, she thought. Dealing with such a person can be quite exhausting. She did not mind someone extremely intelligent, but there are also times when intelligence goes too far and ruins things, especially regarding emotional matters. Maybe it wasn't such a bad thing that he wants nothing to do with me. We're probably not compatible, Sun Junyao thought. It was already hard to accept he had to share him, but thinking how she would have to spend the rest of his life with someone with such a deep mind, she shuddered. Even if he truly opens his mind and heart to me one day, can I believe him? She knew the answer as soon as she asked. Sun Junyao sighed. She could never remove the suspicion that he was not truly sincere and was not scheming something. Senior Wu should understand what kind of person he is, so why did she choose him? Sun Junyao wondered. Maybe she's as complex as him, or she has faith that he truly opened up to her, or maybe she has confidence in herself and from her strength. Whether he's sincere or not, whether he's plotting something or not, she's confident she can get out of the situation relatively intact, emotionally and physically. As for me, I would probably lose myself in a relationship with him. Sun Junyao knew herself quite well. With the flaw in her mind, it's easier for her to be manipulated. She knew this, and that's why she never truly trusted anyone and never searched for a Tao companion. What's more, the fact she had to hear from someone else that she needed to help herself showed a tendency to rely on others. With such flaws in character, she knew she would lose her sense of self in a relationship with a person like a woman. Yes, it's indeed a good choice. Sun Junyao decided to cut off the last thoughts she had about him. Although this was their first meeting and she never had any high romantic aspirations, she did consider him after learning about Wang Wei. After all, he was handsome, talented, and had a great background. What woman would not be tempted? However, during today's events she felt their personality did not match, and their relationship might be ill-fated. Wang Wei muttered, looking at Sun Junyao. The benefits for the Paragon Slayer title include an increase in luck, an increase in the amount of time allowed to comprehend existence after entering the Paragon realm, and what Wang Wei valued the most, a aura ability that boosted strength when dealing with an opponent of higher cultivation realm. After knowing this, he deduced some basic information on the best way to acquire this title, but he realized it was useless. Apparently, heaven and earth judged him by different standards. It's a remarkable feat for anyone to slay a paragon, but for someone like him, it's expected. So, if he wanted the title, he would need to kill 3 paragons while in the Empyrean realm. As Wang Wei was lamenting that it was unfair, he noticed a strange change from Sun Junyao, so he looked at her. Our karmic connection has weakened. What happened? Sadly, he could not deduce anything from the myriad of emotions in her eyes because he knew little about it. Wang Wei only met Sun Junyao recently, and in the past 3 million years working together, they did not utter a single word. Through how she operates her true will and other actions, he had a basic understanding of her, but as they conversed he had to constantly update the character model he made for her. I feel an opportunity coming, Wang Wei thought. So let's take a look. He used his heart-reading technique, a mind-reading technique he created by combining Buddhist mantra and Yen Liling's ability. He took a quick peek into Sun Junyo's mind and found her thoughts from the past 10 seconds. He was so fast and sneaky that she did not notice anything. So, she gave up on me because we're not compatible? That works in my favor, but why do I feel something is weird? Sun Junyo's change was sudden, too fast, and, more importantly, due to a random action he did. She was right about Wang Wei's mind being too complicated, but she also exaggerated the situation. Wang Wei's previous rude behavior was not done with malice or any calculations. As he said, he became too comfortable with her too easily, and with his curious nature, he violated her privacy and calculated her information. Something really feels off by how she so naturally realized we are not compatible, Wang Wei thought. Is something the matter? Sun Junyao asked. At this point, Wang Wei was staring, making her slightly uncomfortable. Excuse me for a moment, Wang Wei said before closing his eyes, focusing his mind to analyze everything. His intuition told him something else was at play. Did my future self act and remove the obstacle that was Sun Junyao? Or maybe Honger is the one who acted? Wang Wei suddenly thought. No, that's not it. Whenever they act, there are always some signs of slight anomaly. But this time, it was so subtle and fluid that it reminded me of how fate operates. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1303 Intent and Tao Harmony. Maybe Sun Junyo's future self intervened, Wang Wei thought. This was not out of the realm of impossible. She was a transcendent seat, so at a minimum she has a high chance of reaching the same level as Maitreya in supreme unity. These two should have transcended the shackles of the river of time, meaning they can influence the past. It's only a matter of how much they can influence before facing a backlash. Her future self might have decided that I was not worth the headaches and chose to end this ill-fated companionship, Wang Wei analyzed. However, I'm not satisfied with this answer. Wang Wei was not underestimating Sun Junyao or looking down on her. His intuition told him he had not found the crux of the issue. Wang Wei raised his eyebrow. He deduced countless possibilities, but none gave him an answer, and he was satisfied. My problem is that I don't know much about Sun Junyao. In that case, let's use her from the alternate timeline as a reference. He focused on his alternate timeline's memory. Although the part in the upper dimension was vague, he had enough information to go on. So Wang Wei asked himself, what was his relationship with Sun Junyao like in that timeline? Why did she not find them incompatible but did in this timeline? Numerous images flashed in his mind. Although vague, they contained enough information for him to deduce and recreate a complete picture. His relationship with Sun Junyao started out of desperation. She had reached the peak of the Empyrean realm, but she did not dare become a paragon due to the flaw in her Tao heart. Additionally, despite Wu Hong's protection, Sun Junyao already sensed that many people were planning against her. So, when Wang Wei ascended, she clung to him as she thought he was the only way to save her problem and perfect her Tao heart. However, how could that version of Wang Wei care about any woman? All he cared about was revenge. However, Di Tian had taken a great deal of Wang Wei's luck and destiny after defeating him in the Heaven Will battle, so the latter's strength had reached a terrifying level by the time he ascended. Wang Wei, driven by revenge, no longer acted calmly, composed, or with his intelligence. He used the most stupid way of killing and plundering for resources to increase his strength quickly. If not for Sun Junyao's intelligence and Wu Hong's strength, the parasites or other people would have killed him long ago. He was also lucky that the foreign world started to invade not long after ascending, so these parasites had to head to the frontier to defend the world. During this time, Maitreya and Supreme Unity also started their battle. Wang Wei shook his head after seeing this. This version of me is genuinely useless. His current self would never crumble this easily, even if he experienced his family's annihilation. He knows how powerful and heaven-defying powerful cultivators are, so he would dedicate himself to reaching higher levels to revive them. As for revenge against Di Tian, there were so many other ways, mainly from the sect. That version despised, even hated, the upper dimension sect for allowing his sect's destruction. However, Wang Wei understood they could not do anything. The sect's ancestors were in limbo, meaning they could not even send a projection to help. Additionally, Maitreya and Supreme Unity still looked harmonious during that time, meaning everyone believed they were the enemies. In such a situation, it would be impossible for the ancestor to act. Wang Wei believed that even if they had some potent method to interfere with limbo, the other people would stop them. The destruction of the lower dimensions Tao opening sect would severely impact the luck of the upper dimensions. With how severe the competition between the 13 overlords was, they would not waste such an opportunity. The D clan is only a top paragon lineage without a primal, Wang Wei thought. All that bastard had to do was to use the upper sect's guilt of being unable to help to convince them to annihilate Di Tian at all cost. And even if he wanted to kill the latter himself, he could have used the resources from the sect to increase his strength quickly. They would have gladly cultivated him at all costs to make up for the fact they allowed their ancestral land to be destroyed. Wang Wei frowned. The more he analyzed his alternate self, the more stupid he realized that bastard was. He understood being overwhelmed by vengeance, but there is such a thing as calm fury. Why must he use the riskiest and stupidest method if he wanted to be alone and plunder resources? Couldn't he have plotted the entire world from the shadows to get the resources he wanted? The Supreme Outlaw trial was more beneficial to me than I thought, Wang Wei concluded. The trial forced him to master his emotions, understand his true self, control his weaknesses, and change his way of thinking and acting. So, the trial's purpose is not just to determine a person's worthiness to wield certain Daos, but also a method of molding these Tao lords and overlords into the monster they were, Wang Wei analyzed. Grand Daos' relationship with these monsters has always been like that. It feared their capabilities but also spent time and effort to mold them so that it could see what they could do. Let's focus, Wang Wei thought as he continued his deduction. After many years and relentless effort, Wang Wei finally allowed Sun Junyao to have a small part of his heart. So, did she get what she wanted? The memories were vague, but Wang Wei did not think so. By now, his other self was madly in love with Wu Hong, but he just dared not admit it due to his hatred and her high status. As for Sun Junyao, the final face she created definitely resembled Wu Hong. Maybe the other Wang Wei realized this and modified it somewhat. However, Wang Wei believed that Sun Junyao did not get her true face until his other self became a half-step transcendent. Yes, Wang Wei believes his other self would eventually reach that realm. As for the reason? There were many, but the primary reason is that the latter's personality and behavior would eventually become the same as his. He had some basis for this assumption. I chose a Tao that fits with my pursuit and goal in life. The ancient sages called this situation the harmony of intent and Tao, Wang Wei thought. The result is that my personality fits with my Tao. This is why Wang Wei loves secrecy and planning and is an expert in manipulation. It's also why his personality is so free and easy, and he can even be described as moody, given how easily he can change to fit a situation. This situation does not apply only to himself. Wu Hong has a natural domineering aura because her ambition was once to prove her worthiness to the world by suppressing everything. Now, her goal is probably to seal everything between heaven and earth, including all 3,800 Tao sources and even Grand Tao itself. Yin Hai, or the Sword Empress personality, is sharp, aggressive, and even arrogant because her path or pursuit is to /heaven. This heaven does not refer to the sky, space, the world, or even heavenly Tao. No, her target is whatever or whoever is the limit of power in this vast universe. That's who she wants to /. That alternate version of myself would eventually have a personality similar to mine, meaning that he would indeed become incompatible with her, but by then it would have been too late. Wang Wei sighed before suddenly pausing. His mind caught a sudden inspiration. He focused. The words, intention and Tao harmony, and a scene from his time in the lower dimension remained vividly in his mind. It was the scene where heaven and earth celebrated because he was too happy after receiving Wu Hong's letter. Harmony, heaven and earth, naturally affecting, changing, and influencing it. A light flashed in his mind. He understood what was happening. Assuming that he's correct and his future self reaches a realm comparable to Grand Tao, and his pursuit of absolute freedom has not changed, what happened to Sun Junyao was due to his influence. A being of his level is so powerful that he can naturally influence the entire chaos universe, past and present, to help him achieve his goal, just like heaven and earth celebrated Wang Wei's happiness back then. His emotions and desires have transcended everything mundane, time and space, and almost every concept in the universe. That version of Wang Wei is playing a chess game using the chaos universe, countless concepts, lives and time and space as the board, but he doesn't have to actively make a move. The chessboard itself will also actively help him win. Of course, the same goes for his opponents. The move of making Sun Junyao give up on Wang Wei so soon was probably a passive move of the chessboard. That's why it's so smooth and natural. Wang Wei wanted to take a cold breath. This level of existence. He was in awe while simultaneously excited. After figuring out everything, a weird aura emanated from his body. Epiphany? Sun Junyao thought, a little surprised. Wang Wei opened his eyes, not hiding his excitement. This deduction benefited him immensely. He had a deeper understanding of Fate Tao, its operation and its overwhelming potential. Additionally, Wang Wei peeped at the power of higher entities, which will be pretty helpful when it is his turn to reach that level. The most important part about this epiphany was that it did not matter whether his deduction was complete nonsense. As long as he believed it to be true, he could work in that direction to reach that level and eventually self-actualize this level of power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1304 End of first meeting. As he opened his eyes, Wang Wei saw the slight envy in Sun Junyau's eyes, and he understood. There were two types of epiphany in the 3 stages of the immortal realm. The kind that instantly increases a cultivator's understanding of the Grand Tao source by 1% and the kind that gives a significant boost/blessing in cultivation for an extended period. Wang Wei's epiphany was the latter, but even such a kind was rare and valuable beyond words. After establishing such a deep foundation in the mortal realm, the effects of my innate paragon soul are better than I anticipated, Wang Wei analyzed. However, he did not focus too much on that as his mind shifted to his previous deduction/epiphany. I don't have to wait until I'm at a higher level to reach such a state. I can lay the foundation now and maybe even acquire this ability early, Wang Wei thought, deducing how he could go about achieving such a task. Above the Taishuang indifferent state of mind, Taoism has a higher level called harmony with the Tao, which allowed them to fuse their mind with heavenly Tao, entering a state of absolute calmness, absolutely stillness and emptiness. In other words, a state without emotions, thoughts, troubles or concerns. In this state, the blessing for understanding the Grand Tao source is comparable to some of the best physiques that lean toward comprehension. Many inspirations flashed in Wang Wei's mind. Buddhism sees the world as a sea of suffering and strives to transcend it. Maybe I can combine these two to get what I want. First, enter a state of harmony with the Tao. Then, find a way to transcend heaven and earth. No, I don't need to transcend it. I don't think I can even do it at this level. I only need for my status, my existence, to be above heaven and earth even by a slight margin. Then, I can guide it to help me achieve my goals and ambitions. Wang Wei was excited but soon calmed down. This plan sounds easy, but this was far from the truth. There were many obstacles to overcome. The first of which is a deep understanding of Taoism and Buddhism and sufficient achievements in spiritual practices. Wang Wei has access to the knowledge to make achievements, but spiritual practices usually require dedication and their own unique Tao heart to reach high levels. Luckily, Wang Wei has an ever-changing Tao, so with a thought he can be a Buddha and, with another, a Supreme Tao Lord. The second obstacle is the harmony with the Tao state. Many Taoist priests failed to reach this level or did not even take this path because of the consequences of assimilation. The consequence of fusing with heavenly Tao is to turn into an emotionless machine, just like supreme unity. Taoism emphasizes reducing and regulating emotions, not completely removing them. As such, any priest who has such a state of mind will have to constantly be on guard to prevent themselves from being assimilated and turning into a monster. Of course, some people actively pursue assimilation. These people belong to a unique branch of Taoism called the Way of Indifference, the Way of Ruthlessness, or the Way of Heavenly Tao. This is harder than I thought, Wang Wei pondered. He had attained great success in 2 different spiritual practices and then fused them. By any standards, it will take a long time to succeed and it might not even work. Instead of wasting time, I might as well focus on becoming a half-step transcendent. Wait, why am I so arrogant to think I can make such a technique in the Paragon realm? My goal should be to lay the groundwork now, and once I'm on that level, I may succeed. Wang Wei believed his future self was way more powerful than the 2 sons, and it's not because they used an incomplete method. According to his deduction, becoming a transcendent is such an enormous leap from the Paragon realm that the half-step exists. However, there should be a difference between the half-steps. Maitreya and Supreme Unity would be something like Tier 12. 1, while Wang Wei's future self is like Tier 12. 7 to 12. 9 and Tier 13 is true transcendence. His technique should allow him to have some characteristics of 12. 7 people while in the realm of 12. 1. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He hoped he knew enough about the realm of half-step transcendence since he was not fond of this 12. 1 and so on system. Is something wrong? Sun Junyao asked again after noticing his weird reaction. No, Wang Wei replied. Where were we? Oh yes, negotiations. I have no problem with the price or your rules. Sun Junyao glanced at her before raising her eyebrow ever so slightly. That's good to hear. Is there anything else? One last thing. This is for you. This is purest power of fate, Wang Wei responded. What is this? A gift? She looked at him strangely. Oh, don't misunderstand, this belongs to you. I intercepted it from old man Tianji. Sun Junyao knew he was telling the truth as she sensed a direct connection to this power. After seeing this power, her mind deduced many things, and she understood a few puzzling matters, including why the reclusive old man Tianji was so willing to work with her. Well, thank you. No problem, Wang Wei replied. Well, it's time for me to leave. Now he's met Sun Junyao and knows how to break their connection. Wang Wei achieved everything he set out to do for this meeting. Things went even better than anticipated, with Sun Junyao completely giving up on their relationship. I should still be on guard since I doubt fate would accept this result without any resistance, but am satisfied for now, Wang Wei pondered. Fellow Taoist, why don't you stay a little longer? Am happy to continue hosting. Wang Wei could tell she was just being polite, so he declined. That's a shame, Sun Junyao nodded before looking at the chessboard. Especially for the unfinished game. We could preserve it for our next meeting, Wang Wei suggested. Oh. After the previous alienation, Sun Junyao thought he only wanted a strict business-like relationship, but he seemed open to a regular acquaintanceship. She pondered briefly before nodding. That's fine. You can keep the board, but please do not cheat. I would never, Wang Wei said, and with a wave of his hand, the time in that world froze and he put the chessboard away. Sun Junyao did not believe these words. She knew that if there were any benefits to winning and cheating was the only method to guarantee the win, he would cheat without reservation. Why do I feel my reputation in this woman's mind has been ruined? Wang Wei thought after reading Sun Zhenyo's facial expression. He was speechless as he realized his assumption was correct. He shook his head, bowed to her, and disappeared from the heavenly beauty palace. Wang Wei did not return to the Dao burial ground. He teleported to a random realm located in Blood Dragon's territory. As soon as he arrived, he sensed more than 7 battles in the void. As expected, it's in chaos. Wang Wei did not have the manpower to occupy such a vast territory, and even if he could, he wouldn't dare. His movement was still an underground one, so occupying any territory would be revealing himself to the world and his enemy. Other people or lineages did not dare take over these territories or adopt a wait-and-see tactic, leaving the parasites. However, these people did not dare leave the boundaries of their territories. Blood Dragon's death scared many of them, especially without the presence of their leaders. Their tactics also involved waiting and protecting their territory. Expansion could wait until their leaders came back or ordered them to do so. I spent so long worrying about reactions from these parasites that I overlooked the time difference between primordial chaos and inside the eternal ascension world. Although 3 million years have passed, a small amount of time might have passed outside. More time might have passed, but these people could not intervene or react because the war had significantly intensified. Moreover, I have a feeling that these people are used to taking their time when doing things. I haven't fully adapted to that yet, Wang Wei thought as he flew around this place. He was used to things happening relatively fast in the lower dimension, especially during his time as Heavenly Emperor. However, things may be slower in the upper dimension. It sounds like a bad thing, but it's the opposite. Taking more time to respond means taking more time to prepare for the response. Fast also means unpreparedness, being sloppy, and more room for error. Despite this, I have a feeling that Supreme Unity hasn't reacted because he's waiting for something. Wang Wei frowned. The question is what? He thought about many possibilities, but he did not like any of the results. Forget it. Let's just prepare for everything I can think of. Anyways, I have nothing but time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1305 Relief. Sun Junyao walked into a long corridor with a furrowed brow. A few palaces saw and quickly saluted, but she was too lost in her thought to notice. Soon she arrived at her destination. Master, Xiaotiandi quickly said. Are you all right? Sun Junyao finally woke up and smiled gently. What can happen to me? She walked to the slightly elevated podium and sat down, and her apprentice followed. The announcer, Sun Tong, appeared next to the two and served tea before sitting next to the palace lady. Xiaotiandi controlled himself so he would not immediately ask 1,000 questions by slowly sipping his teeth. Palace Lord, what happened? What took you so long? For the most part, Sun Junyao told him what happened but in too much detail. So, by some twist of fate he did you in a way, Sun Tong nodded, feeling relieved. She has said something similar to the Palace Lord for many years, but her words could never get through. However, she's happy that the latter finally awakens regardless of who helped her. What do you think of him? Sun Tong asked, and Xiaotiandi perked up to listen. He's a scary man with immense power, talent, and a deep mind, Sun Junyao replied seriously. I understand why Little D saw him as a rival. Xiaotiandi rolled his eyes. He hated that nickname, but no matter what he tried, his master refused to stop calling him that. However, I recommend you prepare yourself, Sun Junyao said directly to him. Master, you don't think I'm good enough to compete with him? Xiaotiandi asked, feeling he was looked down upon. Sun Junyao sighed. It's not a matter of whether you can compete. I know you have the talent. The issue is you're too late. He's way ahead of you, and if you want to catch up. Sun Junyao shook her. If it were the past, she might have said something about the finish line. After all, back then, everyone was stuck in the peak Paragon realm, so even Wang Wei reached that level. It was only a matter of time before Xiaotiandi caught up. However, there was now a path ahead, meaning there were many uncertainties. Xiaotiandi was quiet. One cruel truth about geniuses is that once you're surpassed, there is a chance you'll never catch up. After all, everybody is supremely talented and everybody works hard. I won't give up. That's the spirit, but don't become obsessed with competing with him or let his existence become your heart demon, Sun Junyao reminded. I want. Sun Junyao nodded approval. She sipped her tea before asking Sun Tong, what has happened during my absence? That's it. What do you mean? Come one Palace Lord, Sun Tong said with shining eyes. You said it yourself, he's handsome, talented, powerful, and has a great background. On top of everything else, you two were ordained by fate. You forgot to mention his wife, Sun Junyao said. Minor detail. How is that minor? You know what, I won't even entertain your thoughts, Sun Junyao said. He's indeed an excellent man, but we are not compatible. Ever since Wang Wei left, she's been thinking about her decision, and the more she thought about it, the more relieved she felt. She sensed that she had avoided a catastrophe by avoiding that man. Is that so? In that case it's for the best, Sun Tong nodded. She wanted the palace lord to find someone to spend her life with, but it also had to be the right person. She didn't mind if the person had other wives as long as they treated the lady with great sincerity. However, if she felt they were incompatible, there was no sense in pursuing such a companionship. Xiao Qiandi, quietly listening to this conversation and drinking his tea, felt a sense of relief after hearing these words and his body relaxed. He did not want his master to get with Wang Wei, and it was not because the latter was his peer or due to the immoral emotions he recently developed. He wanted nothing more for her to find happiness, and had gladly accepted as long as someone could give it to her. However, he had already figured out that his master was not compatible with Wang Wei. His master has a flaw in her mental state, which is something that someone like Wang Wei can easily take advantage of. However, this was not his main concern. His primary worry was that his master had trust issues. Sun Junyao lived her life amidst wolves who wanted nothing but her body and beauty. Living in such an environment already made her weary of the people around her, but the straw that broke the camel was when she discovered her parents had sold her to the highest bidder. After learning this truth, Sun Junyao became discouraged at the world and mistrusted anyone who came close to her. She ran away from home and never met with her parents again. When her mother died, she did not show off, participate in the funeral, or even send words of condolence. When her father came to see her, asking to help revive her mother, she coldly refused. Luckily, Sun Junyao had Sun Tong, the maid who raised her, accompanied and protected her. No matter what she did or said to drive Sun Tong away, she remained steadfast in her loyalty and desire to protect her young lady. It's that unwavering dedication that melted Sun Junyao's heart, allowing her to have faith and trust people again. Although Sun Junyao was much better than when she was young, Xiao Qiandi knew his master needed someone who could sacrifice and truly open their heart to her, even if it was just to reassure her. Someone like Wang Wei, who has many secrets and countless thoughts, schemes and plans, cannot be 100% with their partner. Master, I'm glad you're okay, but I have some inspiration, so I'll go cultivate. Oh, all right. Xiao Qiandi bowed before walking out of the room. What's wrong with him? Sun Junyao asked. A light flashed in Sun Tong's eyes. He's been a little stressed lately, so he might need to relax a little. Is that so? Keep a close eye on him. We don't want him to regress to his old self. I don't think that will happen, but I will. Sun Junyao nodded. Anything noteworthy to report? 2 things, Sun Tong reported. The Dao opening sect responded that they agree with our proposition, but the summoning ceremony is more complex than they anticipated, so it may take a while before they finish their preparation. It's good news that they're willing to help us in the first place, Sun Junyao smiled. True, Sun Tong agreed. Regarding the second thing, it's about the world's changes since 3 million years ago. Xiao Qiandi stood in his cultivation room, looking at the sky in a daze, for hours without moving a muscle beside his face. What am I doing? How could I suddenly fall in love with my master? Oh, who am I kidding? I probably always loved her. He smiled wryly. Regardless of when it happens, it doesn't change the fact it's wrong. Due to the long and exaggerated lifespan, cultivators do not have so many rules and restrictions about their partners. So, unless they are from a religion like Buddhism, which altogether forbade relationships, Taoism, which takes master-disciple relationships seriously, and the literature way, which is strict on etiquette, most people will not care about a master marrying their disciple. On the contrary, this kind of union is rather common sense, as masters and disciples spend much time together and know each other intimately. This known fact is one of the contributing reasons, besides his talent, the parasites schemed against Xiao Qiandi to turn him into a waste. Of course, there are some hidden rules for these kinds of relationships, mainly that they are more acceptable if the people involved are in the immortal realms. Suppose one of the individuals involved is still immortal. In that case, there is a concern about lifespan and the power dynamic balance in their relationship, so many people will condemn these types of relationships. In fact, in cases like Xiao Qiandi, the people involved usually wait until they are in the same cultivation realm before revealing the information to the public. Should I just bottle up my emotions? Might be better that way. Master won't think less of me and I won't tarnish her name and reputation, Xiao Qiandi thought, but his face contorted after feeling like this. Oh. If I continue like this, my state of mind might be affected. It's better to tell her the truth and face the consequences, good or bad, he analyzed. However, it's best I wait until she finds her true self and face. That way she can understand that my love is sincere. After deciding, Xiao Tiandi felt a heavy weight lifted from his shoulders. He did not know what the future held, but he knew his heart was at peace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1306. The current situation. Wang Wei suddenly craved food after not eating for so long, so he searched for a place to grab something. However, with the current chaos, most places were destroyed or closed. He searched for a few seconds before finding a small restaurant. "You're open?" The waiter suddenly fell to the ground. The last thing he expected was someone to appear in his room suddenly. Then, his face paled as he realized something. Cultivator. He immediately stood up and kneeled on the ground. "Sir, please spare my life." Wang Wei looked at this poor man and shook his head. The mortals in the upper dimension had a rough life. Although they can naturally live for over 1,000 years, their lives are as fragile as paper in this world ruled by gods, demons, and higher dimension life forms. "Get up," Wang Wei said, and a magical force picked up the waiter from the floor. "Is this your restaurant?" This is." The waiter was incapable of forming a normal sentence, so Wang Wei waved his hand to release a golden light that immediately made his mind and spirit calm and at peace. "Thank you, Lord," the waiter said. "And to answer your question, this is indeed my restaurant. No one wants to work in these dangerous times, so I had to do it myself." "Aren't you afraid?" Wang Wei asked. The waiter sighed deeply. "Of course I am. However, the money at home has run out and I need to feed my family." "I respect that." No matter how weak this man was, it was respectable that he put his life in trouble to feed his family. "What's your name?" "Lord, my name is Hui Mengwei." "What? It seems our name has the same character. In some way this is a kind of fate," Wang Wei smiled. "Serve me your best dish, and if I'm happy, your fate will change from now on." Hui Mengwei was shocked but was soon filled with excitement. No matter what this opportunity was, whether it was simply a monetary reward or a chance to walk the cultivation path, he knew his life would change for the better as long as he could please this lord. However, can I please this lord? Hui Mengwei knew how high these cultivators' standards were, and his little restaurant was small even in its heyday. This is not the time to hesitate. He rushed to the kitchen to prepare. Although he was the owner, Hui Mengwei was once a cook and learned from his father. After inheriting the restaurant, he was more hands-off, but he's the one who created most of the menu, so his cooking was decent, at least by mortal standards. Wang Wei found an empty seat and started his work. A screen materialized before him, showing Wang Qi's frowning face less than 10 seconds later. "What's wrong with you? Sect Master, you can't do this." "What are you on about?" Wang Wei asked. "I've said it before, my loyalty lies with the madam. I will not accept or acknowledge anyone else." Wang Wei looked at him in puzzlement before remembering something. "Bastard! Don't tarnish my name and reputation." "Aren't you doing that by yourself?" Wang Qi sneered. 3,000,000 years, he roared. "I don't think you've spent so much time with the madam." "Bastard, I told you not to slander me," Wang Wei yelled back. "I was helping her remove Blood Dragon's Tao imprint. Do you think I'm stupid? You spent so much time with such a beautiful woman that nothing happened between you two? Your words are either insulting my integrity or revealing what kind of person you are," Wang Wei sneered. "So, which is it?" Wang Qi was immediately embarrassed. "You really didn't do anything?" Wang Wei just looked at him with ferocious eyes. "Then why did it take so long? Do you think anyone can remove the Tao imprint of a paragon? The process would have taken you on epochs if not for my cleverness." Wang Qi paused as he remembered reading something similar in the records from the Fate Shadow Guard. He coughed in his fist before continuing, "I'm sorry about that. I just wanted to protect." "I've tolerated you enough," Wang Wei cut him off. "Once I return, I'll check your cultivation, and if I'm not satisfied, I'll punish you myself." Wang Qi smiled wryly. "I understand." He sighed. "It doesn't matter. As long as I can protect the madam's rights and future happiness, it doesn't matter if I suffer a little." "Sect Master, are you not returning immediately?" "I plan to eat something, check on you before returning," Wang Wei said, his eyes still fierce. "However, after seeing your reaction, I think I should see her and report to prevent others from slandering my name." Wang Qi coughed again. "Sect Master, that happened so long ago. Why are you still focused on that? You're a great man, so show your broad-mindedness and don't be so petty." Wang Wei was immediately baffled. It hasn't even been 10 seconds. Since when was this bastard so shameless? However, since you've changed your itinerary, I recommend you also add visiting Emperor Kong, Wang Qi said. You missed the previous meeting, and although I've explained, it might be best to explain directly. You have a point, Wang Wei nodded. I should probably bring a small gift. Wang Qi agreed with these words. Since they were in the wrong by canceling the first meeting, it's normal to show sincerity by apologizing with a gift. What happened during my absence? Wang Wei asked. Where to begin? Wang Qi said. The professionals came running to use less than 100,000 years in their conversation. After suffering a little, they all thought they were suffering from luck backlash from Blood Dragon's death. Some of the people who refused to sign the contract even contacted us. Of course, I made them sign a more restrictive contract. Wang Wei nodded. These alchemists should be happy I gave them more than 100,000 years as a vacation. The puppet demon's workshop is already in operation, Wang Qi continued. Everyone else is retreating and increasing their strength after acquiring so many resources. The fate-changing hall is a similar situation. Your plan worked. Most of the resources from these loose cultivators' hands had to be returned to us since they only had the raw materials. However, there are some issues that you need to decide. What is it? Some loose cultivator professionals have taken some of our business by offering lower prices. I've been debating whether I should stop them or not. Wang Wei pondered. No need for that. There is a mixed bag among loose cultivators, so the quality of their professionals is less than ours, not to mention their low numbers. However, you can create false scenarios and spread rumors about these professionals cheating others and delivering faulty products. Wang Qi's eyes lit. One of the advantages of using the hall's own professionals is that they must guarantee their products and their reputations. However, suppose someone chooses the unofficial path and hires one of those loose cultivators. In that case, there are no guarantees, meaning it's easy to take their operation down by ruining their already shaky reputation. These people are not stupid, so there is a chance they might deduce we are behind these sudden rumors, Wang Wei continued. To ensure no problem, choose one of the professionals with a terrible personality and blame it on him. As expected of you, Sect Master, Wang Qi praised. He destroyed these people's secret business with one move and removed all suspicions from themselves. No amount of bootlicking can save you, Wang Wei sneered. Anything else? Internally there is nothing else to report, Wang Qi explained. But a few noteworthy things happened outside. Firstly, the sect sent news that the trial would take longer than anticipated. If they take too long, I might not need it by the time they're ready, Wang Wei frowned. It probably won't take that long. At the very least, you can use it to deal with the Paragon Realm bottleneck, Wang Qi reassured. You may be right. Continue. The rebellion was not happy with us, probably envious of our wealth. However, they said nothing out loud but asked us to sell them information. Did you agree? Of course, after all, they are now our own. Oh. Red Mask has taken over most of the lower and middle-level officers. The rebellion is basically ours, except for a few groups. That's good to hear, Wang Wei's eyes shine. What's the situation with the upper echelons? We don't have enough people? Didn't Red Mask tell me she was confident she could take over the Blood Dragon's information network? And she did, but we only got 70% of them. That's excellent for such a short period, Wang Wei said. But 70% should be a lot of people. These parasites have an extensive network. Although not the best, they are probably one of the largest in the world. That's the problem, there are too many people, Wang Qi said. Red Mask has been scrambling to control these many people. Wang Wei understood the issue. Although she conquered these people, she cannot trust them yet. As such, she'll need the original members from the Fate Guards to supervise these new members, but Wang Wei's original foundation was way too small compared to the Blood Dragon, meaning Red Mask did not have enough people to supervise these people, let alone spare members to control the rebellion's upper echelons. He'll be in retreat once I've dealt with a few things here. He'll take this opportunity to create more Tier 10 and 11 creation life forms, Wang Wei replied. And if she's truly desperate, she can borrow some creations from Jia Ping and Dulgun. Is this all right? Wang Qi asked. The Fate Guard is one of the core assets of Wang Wei's political powers, so it may be a problem to have others involved. Like I said, it's a desperate move. Plus, Red Mask will know what to reveal or hide from these people, Wang Wei replied. He knew the risks, but this was one of the dangers of swallowing a behemoth like the Blood Dragon's network. So, it was worth it to take the risk to digest the behemoth since the reward would be worth it. As for the problems that will arise, they can be dealt with given sufficient time. I understand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1307 God of Cooking. What is the current situation of the other parasites? What's their reaction? Wang Wei asked. Things are becoming complicated, Wang Qi replied seriously. There are signs that the fights between the two sons might reach here. A battle between Buddhism and Taoism? Tell me what happened. Wang Wei frowned. It started with the disappearances of a few renowned Taoist priests and eminent monks, but about 15,000 years ago, these two had a direct confrontation over a small source stone mine. Do you think someone is manipulating these events? Red Mask had the same thought, but after investigation we found no mastermind. However, we found a few people secretly fanning the flame. Did we join in the fanning? I wanted to, but Red Mask said there were too many people already doing it, and there is no point in joining since we might be revealed, Wang Qi explained. That's fine, Wang Wei nodded. Since he handed everything over to us, he trusted her judgment. If Buddhism can retrain and balance Taoism, he'll have more room to maneuver, Wang Wei muttered. What about the others? They have entered the highest state of alert. They cleaned up a few core territories, eliminating all spies or anyone they deemed suspicious. We've lost a few people, Wang Wei explained. Luckily, our methods are far from ordinary. The Fate Shadow Guards will parasite someone's fate line and take on their identity, luck, destiny, and everything else. This method is hard to guard against or detect. Although they lost some members, they still retain a decent amount of them. From what we know, they've been doing a few things since that day. Firstly, they've been using their resources to build their military. It seems that everyone is preparing for something. Secondly, they've been on guard against each other while lowering their previous confrontation, at least in the open. From what the guards reported, Wang Qi knew there had been a decrease in confrontation between the borders of these parasites' territory. The third thing is they have been hunting down Sun Junyao, Wang Qi continued. They have offered a substantial price for any information on her whereabouts and even more for her capture. Only capture? Wang Wei asked. Yes. Even the two women? That's right. I want to believe they want her alive because she's valuable and due to the blood dragon's wealth in her hands, but I doubt that's the truth, Wang Wei sighed. Continue. The last thing is they are looking for us, Wang Wei added. To be precise, they are looking for Dragon Palace. That's understandable, Wang Wei nodded. The palace contained unimaginable wealth, so he reckoned many people were looking for it, even these top lineages. Is that all? That should be it. No, there is also the celestial race. Them? What do they want? They seem very satisfied with Blood Dragon's death and decided to increase their investment, Wang Qi replied with a bright smile. They've provided us with many resources to train Immortal Path talents. That's good to hear, Wang Wei nodded. I guess I don't have to enter the business of selling unique cheese. He can easily enter that line of work with his spirit flower ability. However, Wang Wei's original target was the rebellion and a means of amassing wealth. He resisted the urge to launch this plan because of his relationship with the Celestial clan. However, now that the rebellion was under his control, he was wealthy beyond words, and his relationship with the Celestial race dramatically improved. There was no need to ruin their friendship by stealing their business, and he could still use the cheese to train his people. Alright, I'll check with Red Mask. The screen changed and Red Mask appeared. She reported everything to Wang Wei, and he dealt with the issues she could not decide on. Afterward, Wang Wei checked on the fate-changing hall before he was completely free. I finally have a good foundation, Wang Wei thought. After digesting Blood Dragon's network, his Fate Shadow Guard will finally be able to compete on a global scale. Then, with the fate-changing hall, the rebellion, and the Lawless Zone's people, he can build a potent military force to compete with the parasites. The only thing missing is the Paragon tier powerhouse, and that can be solved after entering the Taboo realm, Wang Wei thought. It would be even better if Monk could also succeed. Wang Wei smiled brightly. He built such a foundation in such a short period, making him slightly proud. However, he only indulged in such emotion for a few seconds before calming down and returning to his former self. After all, his enemies were numerous, so his current power was still not enough. Wang Wei turned his eyes to look at Hui Mengwei. The latter stood with a tray on his hands, his legs and arms trembling. Wang Wei spent at least 3 hours talking and dealing with his affairs, but Hui Mengwei stood in this position without moving. A man of firm will, Wang Wei praised. Of course, he noticed the latter when the food was ready, but he did not say anything just to test him. Put the food on the table. Yes, my lord, Hui Mengwei nodded. I must apologize since the food is now cold. It's fine, Wang Wei said. With a thought, he returned the food to its state a few hours ago and tried it. By his standards, this food tasted like garbage. However, by his mortal standard, it was excellent, especially the noodles. This noodle is not bad, Wang Wei said. Thank you, my lord, Hui Mengwei swiftly said. This is a family recipe that has been refined for more than 10,000 years. That is indeed impressive, Wang Wei nodded. Mortals in the upper dimension can live up to 500 years, and if they take care of themselves and even practice some basic martial arts or health preservation techniques, they can live twice as long. Unfortunately, most die in a catastrophe created by cultivators before reaching such old age. So, the Hui family can survive for more than 10,000 years, which is a sign of their luck and prosperity. Previously, I only wanted to give up a small opportunity, Wang Wei said. But now I have changed my mind. Wang Wei's original plan was just to praise the food as long as it was decent. This might not appear much, but it was praise from an Empyrean and one that is loved by fate. Hui Mengwei's chi luck would soar with his words only, and his family would be blessed with more than 100,000 years of good fortune. As long as they used that fortune correctly, it would not be impossible for them to become a cultivation family. Wang Wei raised his hand to summon an Empyrean artifact. He activated his purpose manipulation technique to change the functions of the artifact. Should I give him a system? Maybe even memories from Earth? No, that will only cause trouble. In that case, let's rebuild these Earth cuisines in another way. He created a few worlds based on cooking inspired by Earth's cuisine and media, television, anime, and left them inside the artifact. Hui Mengwei can experience them and learn their techniques and dishes. He probably needs a pure cooking-based cultivation technique. Should I deduce one? No, it's best if I find and modify an existing one so he can attain the Dugu realm. However, after searching his mind, he did not have such a technique, even amongst the ones the sect gave him. Damn it. If only those parasites didn't close the Myriad Record Temple. Wang Wei was annoyed. He wanted to ask his future wife but felt it would be inappropriate to call her now just for this. In that case, let's give him a basic soul-nourishing technique and tell him he can have the technique after meeting certain requirements. This should buy me enough time to find it. Wang Wei created an artifact spirit to better facilitate this deception. Since my purpose is to plant Dao fruits, it's better to go all out. Let's put cultivating a family into this artifact. If the entire Hui clan can dedicate themselves to cooking Dao, it'll reap even more benefits. Wang Wei was not doing all this for nothing. His future wife despised him for not having better cooking skills, so how could he accept that? However, Wang Wei knows he'll probably be busy for a while, meaning he won't have time to be studying the art of cooking. So, he decided to have someone else do it to reap the benefit. Hui Mengwei was lucky. The last part is the heaven will. Should I leave him one or allow him to compete fairly for one? Wang Wei pondered. A good cook must also be powerful to hunt certain materials. However, I also don't need to compete in these emperor battlefields. I can create a world similar to my father's swordsmanship world and have him fight in it. However, this time the reward can be a heaven will. Wang Wei finished the artifact before looking at Hui Mengwei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1308 Cracked Line Unedited Chapter Wang Wei looked at the trembling Hui Mengwei and said, "Calm down. I wouldn't have waited so long if I wanted to do something to you." "Sir, I'm just too excited and can't control myself," Hui Mengwei swiftly answered. He knew a great opportunity was about to befall him, so he did not want his cowardness or anything for that matter to ruin it. "That's good," Wang Wei nodded, not caring whether he was telling the truth or not. "My wife once despised me because I cannot cook or because I don't have as fancy of a tongue as her. As a man who can hold both heaven and earth in his heart, how can I tolerate such a thing?" Hui Mengwei looked at him in shock. This is not where he thought this conversation would go. I didn't expect even these gods would also tremble under their wife's wrath, Hui Mengwei thought before his body was once again overwhelmed by fear. All he could think about was whether his small body could survive the confrontation between these gods. Even if he survived, he might be wiped out for knowing too much. After all, this god might not want others to know his wife suppresses him. Hui Mengwei wanted to cry but dared not. He thought this was a chance to change his life, but he got himself in between the martial dispute between gods and would be wiped out as a consequence. Wang Wei noticed his sudden emotional fluctuation and checked. He was speechless. This man had a vivid imagination. Well, it's not a bad thing if he can use it for cooking, Wang Wei thought before continuing. He pointed the artifact in his hand, and it fused with Hui Mengwei's forehead. Out of pride, I made a bet with her that one day, I would make her the best banquet in the world, Wang Wei continued. I must keep my promise but am also busy. The Tao of cooking is profound, and if I only study it half-heartedly, I don't know when I'll be able to fulfill the bet. Wang Wei had a half-smile on the corner of his mouth as he glanced at Hui Mengwei. This is where you come in. I've granted you an artifact that will train you to be the best cook in the world. I want you to build a clan based on the Tao of cooking, creating the best and most unique recipes in the world, and he'll come to get them. Do you understand? Lord, Hui Mengwei said, immediately kneeling on the ground. I will go through fire and thunder to complete your mission. Good. I hope you remember your words. Wang Wei nodded, deciding not to restrain Hui Mengwei or his family in any way. This can be considered a test for him. If his family can continue their mission and serve Wang Wei faithfully after acquiring a significant amount of power, then it will be fine. If they let the power get to their heads and deny their mission, Wang Wei will just eliminate them and choose someone else. He waved his hand, teleporting Hui Mengwei home. The latter was confused about what had happened until he realized where he was. Truly the method of immortals, Hui Mengwei commented in envy. However, he soon regained his bearing as he understood he might have such power in the future. Hui Mengwei did not immediately leave this room but took this opportunity to communicate with the artifact in his mind. The conversation lasted for over an hour, and Hui Mengwei had a strange expression once he opened his eyes. Wang Wei laughed after seeing this. Boy, how can you build a cooking clan with only one wife and 2 children? You should thank me. That's right. Hui Mengwei's first mission was to select more wives and concubines to increase the Hui clan's population. Wang Wei was correct when he said the latter should thank him since he left enough resources in the artifact to turn Hui Mengwei and his descendants into great talents. He even instructed the artifact spirit to embed law fragments associated with the Tao of cooking into Hui Mengwei's first 33 heirs, granting them acquired physiques. Wang Wei stopped observing, but he suddenly remembered something. Didn't I promise that silly little girl to find her master? I remember Blood Dragon took him away, but I don't think he was part of the personals we killed or captured. Wang Wei frowned. No need to think so much about it. Blood Dragon should have records of what he did with it. He'll find out when I read through all the information from his network. Before then, let's put her talent to use. He pointed to the void to create a master-student karmic relationship between the little girl and Hui Mengwei. She's about to prove the world, so her safety would be somewhat guaranteed, Wang Wei muttered. He granted the silly little girl a heaven will but did not let her immediately use it since he wanted to increase her chances of becoming an eternal. Luckily, he discovered that although Qin Jilan was silly due to being sheltered by her master, her cultivation talent was extraordinary. It wouldn't take much for her to become an eternal emperor. Wang Wei's eyes focused in the distance to the 7 people fighting without restraint. Suppress. His voice echoed between heaven and earth, shocking everyone in the realm. A terrifying pressure sent these people crashing into the ground from the sky. From now on, this is my territory and fighting is prohibited. This voice frightened mortals, and the other cultivators quickly admitted their fault. This was an excellent place for Hui Mengwei to lay a foundation, so Wang Wei eliminated the unstable factors for him. Wang Wei condensed some of his chaos flame and fused it with this territory as a deterrence. He then changed the secrets of heaven and earth. Anyone who tries to investigate the powerhouse that has taken over this place will only find the source to be this chaos flame that has gained sentience, and it has nothing to do with Wang Wei, the destined one. Boy, look how much effort I've taken to ensure your growth and prosperity. Don't make me waste my efforts, Wang Wei thought before disappearing from this place. Where should I go next? He thought. He should have gone directly to see his future wife and explained. But I feel doing this would make me look even more guilty, even though I didn't do anything. Wang Wei was entangled. He wanted to explain but didn't want to appear too desperate as if he had done something wrong. He sighed. No matter what world, dating is never easy. He waved his hand to send 2 talismans, one for his future wife to tell her of his arrival and the other to Emperor Kong. Ultimately, Wang Wei chose to see Emperor Kong first before meeting her. After all, he didn't do anything wrong. I should also show some sincerity, but it can't be too obvious. Wang Wei's eyes changed and he saw his karmic lines. All these lines never touched his body due to the karma unbound body, leaving only one attached to him like an unmovable leech. Wang Wei materialized a sword and used his father's Absolute Cut Sutra to cut off this karmic line. The effect was 10% better. Father's technique is truly unique, especially regarding attack potency, Wang Wei commented as he looked at the cracked karmic line. Unfortunately, He could not completely sever the causal link, but it was good enough that it cracked. She should understand my sincerity. Wang Wei's destination was the Holy Academy realm, where Emperor Kong established the main branch of the Emperor Enlightening Academy. This entire realm was countless times larger than the lower dimension and was a grand city. This should be the outer area? Wang Wei thought as he walked through this vast city. There were no mortals in this place, only cultivators. The concentration of energy in this area is excellent, considering it's the weakest part of this city. However, there seems to be something else in the air. Wang Wei sensed his environment as he walked. Eliminating resentment, restless thoughts, calming the soul, and an understanding boost for cultivators below Tier 10. This should be a righteous chi array. Emperor Kong's foundation is more profound than I anticipated. It's one thing to use this kind of array for a few selected areas for talented students, but something else to use it on such a large scale for everyone to use. From what Wang Wei knows, the outer area is for guests and people waiting for the academy to recruit members. Yet, such an environment is already top-notch, so he could wait to see the inner and central areas. While Wang Wei was observing everything, someone flew with incredible speed and landed before. He was surprised since there were flying restrictions even in this outer area, but he understood as soon as he saw who it was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1309 The Academy. Wang Wei looked at the young man before him dressed in a blue literary robe, giving a free and easy atmosphere as if he were an ambitious scholar who wanted to measure the world with his feet. He compared it with the sage-like elderly man in his memory. Headmaster Baihan? No, I should call you young Master Baihan, Wang Wei said calmly. Baihan looked at him, a complex feeling flashing in his mind. At one time, this person was his junior and someone he saw as a threat. But now the latter became his father's peer. Baihan exhaled softly to compose himself. He cupped his hands and bowed. Emperor Wang, it's an honor to see you. My father, the dean, sent me to welcome you. Wang Wei looked at him and sighed. Time is truly a fascinating subject if you look at it through the lens of the human experience. Young Dean Bai, I'm glad I'm no longer your heart demon. Baihan smiled wryly. I was young back then, so don't take what happens to heart. His father spent much effort to enlighten him, allowing him to realize Chi of Calamity influenced him in the lower dimension and that Wang Wei had become his heart demon. I'm not that narrow-minded, Wang Wei replied. Come one, lead the way. No problem. Baihan flew into the distance and Wang Wei followed. The outer area was vast, and even while flying countless times faster than light, it took them more than 30 minutes to reach their destination. Wang Wei realized Baihan wanted to give him a tour instead of directly sending him to their destination, so he enjoyed the sight. There were many people. More importantly, he saw 10,000 different races. Teaching myriad races without distinction? It seems your father is truly walking the path of a sage, Wang Wei commented. Most sects are racially based, including the Tao opening sect. Although they recruit other races, the human race is the main, while only a few highly talented foreign talents will be recruited. The Academy has always met to teach all sentient beings, but in the lower dimension we had to focus on the human race due to the political climate, Baihan said. However, here we have much room for development. There is also the fact you can't offend the demon race by excluding them, Wang Wei added. This academy was the only one opening because Emperor Kong made a deal with the parasites, but he only opened it for humans. The Blood Dragon and Five Feather would have slapped him into oblivion. There is that too, Baihan nodded. When is your academy's next recruitment? We recruit people every 50,000 yuan epoch, and the next time is still about 2,000 epochs away. That's not a long interval. Resources are strictly controlled and not infinite, so most factions will not recruit people easily. Some factions will only recruit people every million yuan epochs. Of course, they have recruitment halls that will search for talents in the meantime, but no mass recruitments will occur. We promise to train a few elites for the moons, so we must recruit more consistently than others, Baihan explained. Wang Wei nodded. They soon reached their destination. Wang Wei saw another part of the city in the distance, but he knew this was just a mirage. Then, like the academy in the lower dimension, Baihan activated a token, and they entered another world where the inner area was located. The first thing Wang Wei saw were countless towers. They were everywhere in this enormous city, and there were many of them, at least 10,000. He also noticed that each tower contained a unique aura or charm. What are those? Wang Wei asked. The different schools, Baihan explained. The academy's philosophy is to teach based on a person's talent or ability, so the dean divided the teaching into different schools. There is the School of Alchemy and School of Array that teaches profession. The School of Heart focuses on training the Tao heart. The School of Willpower teaches people with high willpower but low talent. The School of Enlightenment teaches people with high understanding but terrible physical qualities. The School of Combat for people with fighting talent, and so on. This method is excellent for teaching middle to lower talents, but it's not enough to teach top geniuses, Wang Wei commented. Any unparalleled emperor will have their expertise, but they must also excel at many other things, especially regarding Tao heart, willpower, soul, etc. They cannot have any flaws. That's what the central area is for, Bai Han explained. If someone shows talent in many categories, they will be observed and tested for a period before entering the academy's core for training. I see, Wang Wei nodded as he continued flying. He observed everything including the towers. Is that a devil cultivator? That's right, Bai Han nodded calmly. You guys even accept these people? Wait, why does he feel so weird? I can sense his resentment, but he has no negative karma. Him? He's from the school of Righteous Devil. Righteous Devil? I see. You feed the devil cultivators the flesh, blood, and souls of creation lives instead of regular people. That way their bodies are still full of resentment, but Heavenly Tao does not acknowledge the karma of killing these creation lives. Your father is indeed a genius. As much as we would like to claim the idea for such a thing, but it wasn't his, Bai Han explained. His father told him he had this idea after annihilating a weak Empyrean lineage. Their ancestor was a devil Empyrean, but he did not want his descendants to suffer the same hardship as him. Simultaneously, the man was proud of his supreme magic technique and used this method to help them. Your father wants to teach all sentient beings? Doesn't creation lives count? The existence of this school seems to contradict that. We will teach anyone who comes, but how to teach is something else, Bai Han explained. Truth be told, the school of Righteous Devil exists only to give hope to the desperate. The people with extremely low talent, willpower, and understanding do not meet the requirements of the other schools. However, even so, their school is the most infamous, has the most risks, and has the highest restrictions. Only people with terrible talent who wish to embark on the cultivation path no matter what will enter. Bai Han shook his head. The people of that school are easily influenced by the resentment around them, turning them into madmen or allowing their killing nature to take over and commit true sins. As such, the people in that school are closely monitored, and their teachers have strict requirements for training their state of mind and Tao heart. Leaving hope for the desperate? Indeed a sentiment for a broad-minded sage, Wang Wei praised. The Tao opening sect only cultivates elites, so there is no way for them to have such a branch in their midst. However, the nature of the academy is different, so it made sense that Emperor Kong would do this. Have there been any great emperors born in that school? There have been a few, and one legendary one that also became an Empyrean, Bai Han said with some pride. From the records, he knew many people disagreed with his father's decision to establish that school until a few unparalleled figures appeared, especially Empyrean Nine Death. Oh, a legend? That's right, Bai Han nodded. The other devils used their determination to break the limit of their talents, and then with the Academy's resources, slowly caught up to their peers and even proved the Tao. 5 of the 7 became Eternals, and the remaining 2 were Pseudo-Eternios. However, these people eventually changed their path. They can no longer be counted as devil cultivators. Some of them even completely denied their origin. Bai Han shook his head. The only exception is Empyrean Nine Death. He continued the demonic path. After purifying his soul and increasing his comprehension, he completed the Nine Death Nine Life Sutra, which absorbed flesh, blood, and soul to condense the supreme demon body, which has absolute control over the soul, resentments, negative emotions, negative karma, blood, death, and life. He never changed his path or denied his origin. Now, he's one of the best teachers in the academy and the second best fighter after my father. It sounds like he does deserve the title of a legend, Wang Wei praised. He could tell what talent someone must have to be allocated to the school of Righteous Devil. It's also because of these low talents that these people have incredible achievements once they succeed in life. Few would deny that, Bai Han nodded. Many people still want to close that school to this day, but with Empyrean Nine Death present, no one dares. That school might be the weakest among the academies and receive the least resources, but no one can shut it down because of its existence. It's already a miracle that Bai Han became an Empyrean in such a short period, so how did he train another? Wang Wei pondered. He was not surprised the academy had Empyreans, but he figured they were people Emperor Kong recruited. However, Bai Han said that the academy trained this man, and it sounded like he was not the only one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13:10 Heaven and Earth Wonders. Things weren't adding up. Unless Emperor Kong had found a few unparalleled geniuses compared to Wang Wei and had access to merit and numerous other resources that speed up cultivation, there is no way for him to have trained a few Empyreans for the academy, especially given how young it was. All the teachers with this cultivation level should have been people he recruited. Wang Wei remembered Emperor Kong's life from the sect's record. After ascending, he found a secret realm that allowed him to become an Empyrean in record time. Such an event brought him some fame, but for the most part, Emperor Kong was inconspicuous. After all, he was a loose cultivator with no background. Many factions invited him to join him, but he refused and disappeared from the world. It was not until about 300,000 yuan epochs ago that he appeared before the world and caused another sensation. All 7 moons and 2 suns supported him in reopening the academies and training talents for them. The reaction to the news varied. Most former academies hated him, while others thought he did an excellent job. After all, their role in this world is to teach, and in the current environment, Emperor Kong's existence has brought some hope to many sentient beings. The people from the lower dimension considered him a traitor for working with these people, while others gave him the benefit of the doubt. A few people realized he was not a simple man. It is possible to train an Empyrean in 300,000 yuan epoch, but only if a top paragon lineage poured their resources and cultivated someone without hesitation. Kong does not have this ability purely from a resources standpoint, Wang Wei analyzed. Another possibility is he cultivated these talents during his disappearance after becoming an Empyrean, but Bai Han's story showed these talents showed up during the academy's existence. Moreover, he should have been cultivating himself and planning for his reappearance. Where would he have time to train other talents? Where would he have the resources to spare to cultivate other Empyreans? The only explanation is time artifact, but is it that good? Heaven and earth are fair. The Emperor Path and Tao Path skipped countless steps by using the Heaven Will to gain access directly to the Grand Tao source, so there must be a way to balance them. Grand Tao makes it extremely challenging and time-consuming to understand the Tao laws and restricts the effectiveness of time formation. By my calculations, Emperor Kong's time artifact would be better than one created by a peak paragon of time Tao. When he used it, the effect was even better than the ones created by a primal paragon. Wang Wei was suddenly caught in an inspiration. Artifact that broke the limit. Effects reducing after use. A bright light flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. No way. This bastard wasn't lucky enough to find a wonder of heaven and earth. Wang Wei suddenly stopped, surprising Bai Han. Is something wrong? The artifact your father used to become an Empyrean at such record speed. It wasn't a wonder of heaven and earth by any chance, right? Bai Han looked at him, his facial expression changing faster than a chameleon. The former dean did not know what to say. By your reaction, I guess I'm right, Wang Wei replied. Damn it, why is this man so lucky? He was truly envious. Throughout the Chaos universe, artifacts are ranked based on what cultivation realm they have the most effect on. Supreme Innate and Supreme Chaos artifacts effects rank 11 and 12, and it's the same for Empyrean and Paragon artifacts. This rule also applies to Tao and Immortal artifacts. Their primary difference is how they are created and their innate characteristics. Innate artifacts are mostly created by heaven and earth, with a few refined by earth and heaven primarchs. Meanwhile, Emperor Tao artifacts are mostly created by Empyreans and Paragons, with a few born from the Grand Tao source itself. The former is less potent than the latter. However, they compensate for it by putting less strain on the user's mind and soul. Additionally, innate artifacts cannot corrode a person's Tao like Emperor Tao artifacts. Although Empyrean, Paragons, Earth, and Heavenly Primarch can create many fabulous things with their powers, their abilities paled in comparison to the wonders of heaven and earth. For anything to have the title of wonder, it must meet one requirement: break Grand Tao's inherent rules or limitations. An example would be Emperor Kong's artifact/secret realm. It broke the restrictions on how much time acceleration is allowed in the universe, allowing him to become an Empyrean in record time. Another example would be the Yin-Yang land that appeared during the Golden Age. According to historical records, many factions fought for that wonder, including the Overlords, and it even appeared that a worldwide war was about to happen. Luckily, someone found the ability of that wonder, which reduced the interest of many people. The Yin-Yang land broke the restriction on birth. Immortal tier cultivators of any path are too powerful and have an infinite lifespan on top of everything else. As such, Grand Dao placed restrictions on their fertility to prevent them from giving birth to too many Dao children and causing too much chaos between heaven and earth. However, no matter what cultivation someone is, as long as they enter the yin-yang land, they can give birth to offspring. Wang Wei sighed while controlling his greed. Wonders are attractive, but they also have limitations, and sadly, those limitations are on the number of uses. Most will disappear after only one time, while some will allow multiple users. However, once the usage passes the limit, the wonder will either disappear or the effect of breaking the limit will be gone. What's left is still on par with peak artifacts created by the most potent paragons and heavenly Primarch. However, it's not the same as the former wonder. A lot of things make sense now, Wang Wei thought. But I wonder how he kept that thing for himself? Although Emperor Kong's artifact had lost its status as a wonder of heaven and earth, it was still precious, meaning these greedy moons would have never left it to him. Do you want to continue? Bai Han asked calmly. He had figured out that he had panicked for no reason. Their academy never hid the Empyreans they cultivated, and there were many wise people in the world, so couldn't they have figured out their secrets? Yet, his father was able to keep that treasure. Although Bai Han did not know how he did it, the fact he never tried to hide it is proof of his father's confidence. As such, it did not matter whether he accidentally revealed the news to Wang Wei. The truth is, it was only a matter of time before he discovered this truth, just like everyone else. In fact, he was just catching up. The two continued this tour, but Bai Han was mainly quiet, fearing he would reveal too much. Although he woke up from the previous shock, this incident reminded him of the time Wang Wei played with him in the lower dimension, causing him to lose his position as headmaster. Although he knew he had lost so miserably because of the Chi of Calamity, Bai Han also understood that he would not fare any better even without it. He learned from Su Shi what Wang Wei had done in the lower dimension and understood how scary it is to confront such a monster. Bai Han flew slightly faster than before, so the two soon arrived at their destination, a beautiful white palace with a unique Dao rhyme associated with scholars of the literary way. With a glance, Wang Wei could tell this was not an actual palace but a physical manifestation of the world it contained. Once they were before the palace, a formation was activated to scan their bodies. Then, a spatial fluctuation enveloped them, transporting them inside. Wang Wei looked at the vast world before him, taking a glance at everything. "Welcome to the central area," Bai Han said. Wang Wei raised his hand to manipulate something in the air to condense a golden light. "Righteous Qi? No, it's not as simple as that. You used an array to transform the Dao Qi between heaven and earth into the purest form of righteous Qi, boosting its effect on cultivation by at least 200%. It's my father's work. He's very proud of it," Bai Han replied after several considerations. "He should, especially if this formation can be used with the same effect using third Grand Dao sources," Wang Wei nodded. Third Grande sources are used by paragons, meaning every single one contains the best quality of Dao Qi. If this formation could still provide a 200% boost or even a 10% boost, it would still be extremely impressive and valuable. "That I don't know about," Bai Han said, telling the truth. His father never told him anything about paragons or things of that level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13:11 Meeting Emperor Kong. Wang Wei understood. Most factions will not tell their disciples matters higher than their cultivation. He was unique in the sense that he was already involved in things about transcendence while still a little mortal. "What is your role in the academy?" Wang Wei asked while observing the surroundings. "Are you a teacher or a student? What about Su Shi and Lin Fan?" "I'm a first-class teacher," Bai Han said with pride. "As for them, they are high-level students." "First-class teacher? So, does that mean Empyreans are second-class and Paragon will be third-class? Quite ambitious." "What emperor is not ambitious, especially the ones who rose from the lower dimension?" Bai Han replied. "True that," Wang Wei agreed. "What's the difference between students and teachers?" "Teachers' purpose is, well, to teach. Students are trained to be elders or guardians of the academy. They are the protectors and main fighting force." "Does that mean students are the academy's future goon and the teachers are future deans?" Wang Wei asked in a strange tone. "Of course not," Bai Han immediately denied it. "According to my father's rules, students can become teachers, and teachers can revert their status to students. The resources available to them are the same. The main difference between them is their focus. Students focus on their cultivation without worrying about training others or giving lectures. However, they must also take missions to contribute to the academy. Meanwhile, teachers cultivate by training others. Wang Wei understood the system. The literary way can increase its strength by cultivating students. As long as their students have specific achievements, let's say proving the Tao and becoming emperor, they can receive feedback that can dramatically increase their strength and cultivation realm in proportion to how much they contributed to their students' success. It's not impossible for someone with low talent but is an excellent teacher to use the literary way to prove the Tao with a heaven will, but they must contribute immensely to their students' success or train multiple students and have a net positive influence in their accomplishment. Are there any requirements to become a teacher? Wang Wei. Yes, and there are a few, with the primary ones being that all teachers must condense their righteous qi or cultivate an auxiliary technique with the same effect. That's a wise move, Wang Wei praised. Righteous qi can give birth to literary talents, which vary based on the scholar's path. However, since the academy took the teaching path, all their condensed talents are biased toward that area. As such, it's normal for the academy's teacher to have skills that can help their students. A perfect example is Lin Fan's former teacher, who had the talent to create the ideal training plan for his students. There is also Bai Han's talent called preaching, which can drastically increase a person's understanding after listening to his sermon. Wang Wei chatted with Bai Han as he observed the environment. He saw numerous sights, teachers giving outdoor lessons, students hunting in the forest, and even finding fortunate encounters. He also noticed countless hidden dimensions in this world and guessed they were the Academy's training secret realms. I wonder if Emperor Kong has any decent secret realm to train the body. Should I ask him? Wang Wei thought. Forget about it. My future wife should have the best of the best. They soon reached their destination, a beautiful lake with a walking road directly connected to a small pavilion floating in the middle of the water. Please, Bai Han said, pointing to the path. His demeanor was that of a true scholar who follows etiquette. Thank you, Wang Wei nodded. Although he did not care for these kinds of customs, he would respect them since he was in someone else's place. Emperor Kong was standing with his hands behind his back, a small table and 2 chairs next to him. His black scholarly robe perfectly accentuated his sage-like face, overshadowing what modern people call middle-aged uncle charm. Fellow Taoist, I would like to once again apologize for missing our previous meeting. There is no need for that, Emperor Kong said with a gentle smile. Based on the previous situation, I might have cancelled the meeting. Emperor Kong was not just saying these words out of politeness. After the significant event that was the death of a paragon, he had much to do, so there was a high chance he would have cancelled on Wang Wei had the latter's people not sent words beforehand. Thank you for your understanding. Please, Emperor Kong said, and Wang Wei sat down. Do you want tea or wine? Wang Wei's body visibly paused, and Kong, who was observing his every move, noticed. Is something wrong? I've participated in many meetings and just realized people rarely offer wine. They usually directly give me tea. Now that I think about it, I also only offered tea. Don't fellow Taoists like tea? Kong asked. That couldn't be. He remembered the information stating that Wang Wei's favorite tea was called Longjua. People who don't like tea don't have a favorite. That's not it, Wang Wei replied. It just dawned on him, hence his reaction. I'll take the wine. Good. Emperor Kong waved his hand to materialize 2 wine cups with a purple liquid. This is called the Immortal Dreaming Wine, have a taste. Wang Wei raised his wine and took a whiff. His eyes lit up as even the smell was intoxicating. He sipped it before closing his eyes. His mind immediately entered a trance where he saw a beautiful woman dancing. Many transparent red silk sheets were around, preventing him from seeing her face or body, but even her silhouette was enchanting beyond words. Her dance was graceful and ethereal, like an immortal from the heavens not sullied by the rains and dust of the mortal world. He instinctively chased after the woman, but whatever he did, he could not catch her. Meanwhile, her dance became more elusive, less ethereal, and more teasing. Wang Wei soon reached the final silk sheet, and the dance finished. He hesitated briefly as he looked at the silhouette opposite him until he heard her voice. Come. He removed the obstacle and finally saw the beauty behind. She had his future wife's face. She smiled at him and blew him a kiss. Then Wang Wei opened his eyes from the dream. What an immortal dreaming wine, Wang Wei praised. Emperor Kong chuckled. Who did fellow Taoists see? It couldn't have been Miss Sun Junyao, right? I should ask you that question. You jest. I'm a happily married man, Emperor Kong swiftly said. His wife was not pleased with his friendship with Sun Junyao, even after explaining countless times it was more of a business relationship, so he immediately ended this topic after realizing he could not get more information from Wang Wei about what happened that day. What do you think of the academy? Emperor Kong asked, changing the topic. It's wonderful, Wang Wei replied sincerely. I'm sure it's nothing compared to your sect, Emperor Kong replied humbly. I wouldn't know, Wang Wei said as he sipped his wine. Unfortunately, he was conversing, so he had to cancel the dreaming effect. However, I mean what I said. It's beyond impressive that you can build such a foundation in such a short time span. In this era, every faction was being weakened or destroyed, but the Emperor Enlightening Academy rose and prospered. This is due to Emperor Kong's years of planning, calculations, and ability to adapt to the situation. Emperor Kong smiled. Although he never showed it, he was indeed proud of his accomplishments. However, they were far from enough, so he constantly reminded himself that this was the beginning. While you're here, I'll take this opportunity to thank you. For what? For Su Shi, Lin Fan, and everything you did in the lower dimension, Emperor Kong explained. The rise of the lower dimension sect brought me tremendous luck blessing, and your presence even saved our academy. Oh. Wang Wei understood the first part, but he had no idea what Emperor Kong meant by the latter. These people were unhappy with the prosperity of the academy, so they were planning on suppressing me, Emperor Kong explained calmly. However, they soon were distracted by your presence to the point they'd forgotten. Then, before I had to do anything, the world changed drastically and they entered the frontier. That's just a manifestation of your great destiny. Wang Wei did not take credit for this as he did nothing to deserve it. Even if you don't accept this karma, I must still repay you for the others, Emperor Kong replied calmly. Su Shi and Lin Fan became the foundation of his academy, so the help Wang Wei provided to them formed a deep karmic debt. Kong understood the negative effect of not paying karmic debts, especially to a master of Karma Dao. He did not want anything to affect the academy's luck, so even if Wang Wei did not say anything or acknowledge it, he would find a way to repay the favor. That's fine by me, Wang Wei nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13:12. Do you plan to do it? Many people owe Wang Wei's karma, and he often goes out of his way to help people with the mindset of them owing a debt, which he plans to ask for repayment for one day. His mindset around this kind of thing is he'll do it to prepare for the future, but it doesn't matter if he never uses them. He sipped his wine, savoring the taste. He calmly looked at the beautiful lake, including the rainbow in the distance. By the way, why not change the academy's name to Empyrean Enlightening Academy? Do you want to keep the name forever? Or do you want to wait until you are qualified to call it Paragon Enlightening Academy? Paragon Enlightening? Emperor Kong muttered. That's a wonderful name, isn't it? Wang Wei glanced at him. Why do you sound like you're not satisfied enough? Wang Wei squinted. Could it be you're ambitious enough to want to take the name, Dao Enlightening Academy? Emperor Kong waved his hand. I'm not that brave or stupid. He knew if he used the word Dao without being worthy, his sect's luck would instantly be ruined, leading to its eventual destruction. According to what Emperor Kong knows, only two factions have ever bore the title of Dao throughout the Eternal Ascension world's history. The first is from an era so long ago that it has been lost to history, and the other is the Dao Opening Sect. However, the Dao Opening Sect did not dare take this name before doing great meritorious service to heaven and earth during the Devil Catastrophe. Before that, it was only called the Myriad Origin Sect. Despite the Dao Opening Sect being acknowledged by Heavenly Dao, many people felt they did not deserve such a grand title. It was not a problem in the lower dimension, but their virtue could not support that name even after what they did during the war. It wasn't until after the ultimate taboo that people truly acknowledged that title. Qiyuan opened the Dao to the entire chaos universe by making the way of transcendence more accessible so the whole universe can accept the Dao Opening Sect having such a title in their name. So what is it then? Wang Wei asked. Paragon is not the limit of cultivation, is it? Emperor Kong responded. An academy that trains Transcendent? Wang Wei chuckled. Ambitious indeed. Oh, fellow Taoist, do you think I'm over my head? Emperor Kong asked. I'll be frank, Wang Wei said after taking another sip. I believe without a doubt, you can build an academy on par with the 13 overlords. However, I have not seen any signs that you have the potential to reach that realm. Is that so? Emperor Kong said calmly, showing no signs of being affected by Wang Wei's words. He sipped his own wine. I was under the impression you thought highly of that girl Su Shi. I do, Wang Wei admitted. However, I have divided transcendent potential into 3 levels. He did not continue talking but instead waved his hand to isolate the surrounding sights from prying eyes and put the surrounding cause and effect in disarray to prevent divination or calculations. The first class consists of people who have established a transcendent foundation. These are the people with the highest possibilities of achieving transcendence. Some can even be called transcendent seed, Wang Wei boldly declared. The transcendent foundation that Wang Wei is talking about is not just his perfect foundation and its effect. He's talking about people who have at least achieved the 9-extremity foundation and entered the taboo realm in at least one of the 3 immortal realms or have some of the essence of transcendence like Sun Junyao. These people have a much higher chance of achieving half-step transcendence than everyone else. In that category, Wang Wei considered himself the best because of all his achievements like Mortal Emperor, 10 Supremacy Foundation, becoming a Heavenly Emperor, and linking an entire era to his existence. All these things have contributed to his transcendent foundation. Transcendent foundation? Emperor Kong asked with a serious look. However, Wang Wei only smiled but did not answer. The second category is the people talented and intelligent enough to create a method of transcendence, Wang Wei continued. There is a vast difference in this level as well. Some people only have a vague idea, some are already working on turning this idea into a reality, and ultimately only a few will succeed. Emperor Kong swallowed the wine. The third level? He did not ask Wang Wei to elaborate further since he knew he wouldn't get much of an answer. The final level is where I placed you, Su Shi and Lin Fan, Wang Wei explained. This level belongs to people who have the talent to achieve transcendence only if they receive an already made and completed technique. Wang Wei can already predict how brutal the path of transcendence will be. Countless geniuses who used to be the shining stars of the chaos universe will realize their incompetence and insignificance before that barrier called transcendence. To be fair, you 3 masters and disciples have the potential to establish a transcendent foundation, if you know the requirements, Wang Wei continued. Additionally, I don't know enough about you to determine whether you can be classified in the second category. Emperor Kong calmly refilled his cup. Although he looked calm on the surface, his mind was experiencing great turmoil. Was Wang Wei lying? This was Emperor Kong's thought after hearing these words. He had his reasons for thinking such a thing. Firstly, this is something that Wang Wei would do, lie to further his goal. And what would those goals be? It's evident to Emperor Kong based on how he dangled information about transcendence over him like a hunter using a carrot to lure a rabbit from their hiding hole. However, certain things made him doubt his judgment. As soon as Wang Wei uttered the words, Transcendent Foundation, the first thing he thought of was Sun Junyao. Perfection has always been a taboo in the world, and most people who pursue this path usually end up miserable. But what was it a taboo? Emperor Kong was wise enough to link Grand Dao's ban on perfection to its connection to the transcendent path. So, he immediately thought that Sun Junyao might belong to a unique individual in Wang Wei's first category. Numerous thoughts flashed in Emperor Kong's mind. He analyzed all the information he knew about transcendence and re-evaluated them based on Wang Wei's words. Sadly, he realized he knew too little. Emperor Kong sighed deeply. Our foundation is too shallow. He suddenly realized how much weaker his academy's foundation was compared to these top lineages who have cultivated countless peak paragons who have already started their journey toward the next realm. He instantly removed all his pride in building the academy to such a level. Although he always reminded himself that he had a long way to go, today's events showed how true these words were. Emperor Kong decided to take Wang Wei's bait. He knew he might have to pay a steep price, but getting his hands on such a valuable piece of information would be worth it. Fellow Taoist? He stopped as he realized Wang Wei was looking into the sky, and he finally sensed a mysterious aura, so he also raised his head. It seems I've said too much and you're too weak to get involved in matters of this level, Wang Wei said calmly. Even with his preventive measures he could only say so much. It's also possible that he could say so much because he took the previous measures. It seems so, Emperor Kong said, again feeling his insignificance. He sipped his wine and closed his eyes for a few minutes. Once he opened them, he had already adjusted his mindset. Wang Wei secretly nodded in acknowledgement. Although he purposely suppressed Emperor Kong's arrogance to control the rhythm of their conversation and ensure things favored him during later negotiations, he still appreciated how fast the latter readjusted and controlled his emotions. Fellow Taoist, is this the main reason you visited? Of course not, Wang Wei replied. My main goal is to ask you whether you're interested or plan on killing one of those parasites. If so, we can work together or at the very least, come to an agreement so we don't target the same person. Killing a paragon? Emperor Kong uttered with squinted eyes. This is not something that anyone can do. Wang Wei looked at him and shook his head internally. He had many praises for Emperor Kong, but he also had one criticism. He talked like a scholar. He was never direct, his words were always ambiguous with any interpretations, and he stated his thoughts in a roundabout manner. Wang Wei did not know whether he talked like this with everyone or a tactic he used to deal with him. Regardless, it did not matter. He was now bored with it. Be direct and tell me what you're thinking, he said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13-1381 Tribulations. Despite Wang Wei's words, Emperor Kong remained quiet. The situation was more complex than it appeared. His academy was too entrenched in the lives of the parasites, so he had to make his following decisions carefully. Additionally, he was extremely wary of the person next to him. If he were not careful, Wang Wei would sell him and have him count the money. I have to think about this carefully, Emperor Kong replied, once again giving an ambiguous answer. What an annoyance, Wang Wei thought. He realized another characteristic of Emperor Kong, extreme caution. He understood why. After all, the latter had to play a dangerous game of maintaining a balance with the parasites while secretly helping the rebellion. If one wrong move were made, everything Emperor Kong built would be instantly destroyed. Wang Wei looked at the sky and his eyes became extremely profound. Have you heard of the endless tribulation era? Yes, it's the era before the golden era, Emperor Kong replied. Time Eater almost erased this world's history. He even used his chrono spirit to block the river of time to prevent certain capable people from peeking at the past. Of course, such a method does not affect these top lineages, but it did disrupt everything and everyone else. I heard that era is our world's version of the Null Era with civilization restarting, Emperor Kong added. He spent a lot of time and effort, and with Sun Junyo's help he acquired much knowledge of the world's history. However, Emperor Kong's effort went as far back as the Golden Era, and he knew little about what came before. All sentient beings with intelligence have one thing in common, the desire for improvement or evolution, Wang Wei stated calmly. No one can escape this fact, including Grand Dao. He sipped his wine and emptied the cup. Emperor Kong waved his hand to refill it, breaking etiquette since he should have used a teapot. However, he did not care about that since he had a feeling Wang Wei was about to reveal some outlandish information again. Heavenly Dao also wishes to improve, and it happened in that era, Wang Wei continued. In the lower generation during my generation, Heavenly Dao skipped your son's time to bring all the luck and destiny of that generation to mine, creating a prosperous era. Meanwhile, true Heavenly Dao did something even more extreme. 81 Tribulations, Wang Wei stated with shining eyes. During each tribulation, the eternal ascension world was ravaged by war, famine, and countless catastrophes, but each time they survived, civilization rebuilt itself, and the world's luck reached a new peak. Emperor Kong listened attentively while drinking. He compared what Wang Wei said with the information that he had, deducing what he said was the truth, what his motive was, and so on. Do you know what the final tribulation was? Wang Wei asked. Emperor Kong pondered briefly. The innate acquire war. You would think so, but no, Wang Wei shook his head. That war was the 80th tribulation and ended that era. Afterward, the human race became the protagonist of heaven and earth, and the eternal ascension world became one of the many worlds where acquired life is in the dominant position. It can also be said the world determines its position in the eternal battle between fiend gods, paragons, and heavenly primarchs. Wang Wei moisturized his throat. After the war, the world's luck reached an unprecedented height and entered the golden era. In some previous eras, it was common for the total number of paragon to be less than 3 digits. But at the peak of the golden era, all the overlords had at least hundreds of paragons and some were in the thousands. Wang Wei sighed. He had to give credit to Heavenly Dao. It took the risk of using this tribulation method to drastically improve the eternal ascension world's overall strength and power. However, how risky were those 81 tribulations? If any of them went wrong, the world's cultivation civilization would be destroyed and have to restart. The eternal ascension world might have spent countless eras trying to recuperate from the devastation. During the golden era, many extraordinary talents rose up, Wang Wei continued. For example, my ancestor Qi Yuan. He started the First Origin War, turning the myriad emperor world into the destiny center of the lower dimension. However, was this the only effect of that war? Of course not. The world's destiny also shifted from the aboriginals born in the upper dimension to the people from the lower dimension. How could the people from the other world communities allow Qi Yuan to bless his home world at the detriment of their own? The First Origin War should have ended with these people banding together to defeat the Tao Opening Sect and the others from the Myriad Emperor world. Yet that's not what happened. The explanation for this is Qiyuan convinced many people from other world communities to side with him, and the reward was what Wang Wei said, destiny shifting to them. After the war, more and more people from the lower dimension grew until they became the dominant force in the upper dimension. I suspect the first war was in preparation for the Second Origin War, Wang Wei analyzed. He had no definite proof of this matter, but he derived this conclusion after researching the historical text. Another extraordinary talent of that era is, of course, Empress Wu, and her situation is related to you, Wang Wei said, looking at him. What do you mean, fellow Taoist? Emperor Kong was genuinely confused. Many major events happened during the Golden Era, but the most significant is the Devil Catastrophe, the 81st and last Tribulation. Emperor Kong squinted. Heavenly Tao went all out for this catastrophe. It even acted a little bit reckless by pushing the limit of that tribulation beyond the level of Paragon. Emperor Kong immediately remembered some of the rumors he had heard about the Devil Primogenitor, and his squinted eyes became even smaller. Heavenly Tao's risks paid off. The Golden Era survived the last tribulation, and the world's luck reached another unprecedented height. Qiyuan took this opportunity to launch the Second Origin War. He successfully opened the Transcendent path to the Chaos Universe and made the Eternal Ascension world the semi-destiny center of the universe. Emperor Kong frowned. What does this have to do with Empress Wu and me? Yes, I'm getting ahead of myself, Wang Wei said. By the end of the Devil Catastrophe, the status of the 13 Overlord was already established. The Grand Sect Alliance, the Tao Opening Sect, the Myriad Clan Union, the Limitless Exchange Hall, the Tao Beginning Palace, the 10,000 Buddha Haven, the Great Qing Kut, the Premarch Origin Temple, the Tribal Sacred Mountain, the Sword Path League, the Skill Tao Association, and the Divine Faith Heaven. What am I missing? The Origin Seal Continent, Emperor Kong replied calmly. As the saying goes, 9 is the extreme, 12 is completion, and 13 is transcendent, Wang Wei continued. Everyone knew there was one last spot for the top lineage, and as I'm sure you've already guessed, such destiny fell on Empress Wu. With unparalleled talent, she built the Origin Seal Continent and became the last overlord. Wang Wei sighed. She's a wonderful woman, isn't she? She's probably the strongest of all the primals in that era in terms of direct combat. However, her lineage is slightly better than that of Limitless Exchange Hall in terms of the number of primal strength. In terms of foundation, such as the number of paragons, empyreans, and middle-level cultivators, she's undoubtedly the weakest. You can guess the reason, right? She's too young and her foundation is the weakest, Emperor Kong replied with a sigh. That's right, Wang Wei nodded. Her rise was only during the middle to late stage of the Golden Era. No matter how wonderful she is, it could not change this fact. Wang Wei looked at the sky, especially the sun. There used to be 7 moons and 2 suns in the sky, but they were now gone. Heavenly Tao has already planned everything, Wang Wei said with a deep voice. It knew Qiyuan's methods could only summon these inferior, banned and flawed methods of becoming half-step transcendence. Ban? Who can ban these methods? Emperor Kong thought, his heart shaking. Why am I so stupid? Of course it's Grand Tao. So, that's why that event became the ultimate taboo. Heavenly Tao knew how prideful these people from the Golden Generation were, so how could they accept such flawed methods? Wang Wei continued. So, it selected a few people. Emperor Kong's expression became serious and looked at the bright sun. These people were supposed to be guardians and pathfinders. They were supposed to protect the world while the others recuperated from the damage of the ultimate taboo. When the time was right, everybody would work together to perfect the method and open a new era. Wang Wei was not spouting nonsense. Maitreya was one of the most brilliant talents of the Golden Era, ascending to the position of Prime Buddha and controlling the 10,000 Buddha Haven, which became the origin and head of all Buddhist factions in the world. How could such a person not be arrogant? How could such a person accept becoming the weakest type of half-step transcendence? Wang Wei doesn't know much about Supreme Unity, but his situation was probably similar. Can you guess where this story is going? He asked. The Guardians turned into usurpers, Emperor Kong sighed. They changed the trajectory of their and the world's fate, destroying the advent of the new era. Destroy? More like delay, Wang Wei chuckled. Heavenly Tao has great ambitions and it's been planning for so long. Wang Wei had his suspicions about Heavenly Tao after hearing what happened with Wu Hong and the Curse Master. If my theory is correct, it's been planning for a few transcendent factions, he continued. Maybe not 13 but definitely more than 3. He looked at Emperor Kong. and am willing to bet the last spot went to you. Although Emperor Kong had some guesses about where this conversation was going, his body still trembled after hearing these words. He tried his best to control his emotions, but it was not so easy this time, so he had to sip his drink and use the alcohol's effect to calm down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13-14 Do I Have a Choice? Unedited chapter. The destiny of a transcendent faction? Who does not want such a thing? Destiny and luck are two of the supreme Tao, meaning that as long as Emperor Kong played his cards correctly and made no severe mistakes, he was destined for success. However, the latter could not care about any of that. On the contrary, an overwhelming fear rushed from his mind into his toes. Emperor Kong knew the severity of this kind of news. As long as another word of this conversation gets out, his academy will be annihilated the next day. There is no basis for Wang Wei's words besides his analysis. Of course, with enough effort, these top lineages can deduce whether he's telling the truth or spewing nonsense. However, it did not matter whether he was telling the truth. Some people would instead eliminate a potential threat to take the risk of being wrong. That's why Emperor Kong was sure his academy would not survive if anyone learned of this conversation. A deep killing intent flashed deep in his mind, but it dissipated with the same speed. Emperor Kong already knew he was not Wang Wei's match because his intuition immediately warned him of danger after thinking of silencing the latter. Additionally, he has already investigated and knew that Wang Wei had a method to battle a Paragon's projection. The academy currently had no Paragon array since he did not dare install one. That also meant he could not use any assistance to kill Wang Wei. Emperor Kong had a few hidden Paragon artifacts and Supreme Chaos artifacts, but those probably won't do much, and they will also reveal his foundation to the parasites, thus accelerating the dissolution of their already thin partnership. And even if I could kill him, would I dare? Emperor Kong thought, lowering his shoulders as he slumped on his chair. Wang Wei was the darling of the Tao opening sect, so he knew the latter would not hesitate to eradicate him for killing a disciple with so much potential. Emperor Kong sipped his wine, feeling a little more defeated. This conversation has been a constant blow to his pride and arrogance. Fellow Taoist, it's not wise to say these things without any evidence to back them up, Emperor Kong said calmly, already regaining control of his emotions and mind. Are you saying I'm speaking nonsense? Wang Wei chuckled. Well, maybe you're correct. But there are signs to follow. Wang Wei groaned softly as he enjoyed the wine's taste. Even with the effect, this wine was top-notch due to its taste. If not for my appearance, the destiny to end this era should have been yours. Emperor Kong wanted to swear as this man had said another outrageous thing. Heavenly Tao's original plan was to use this destiny for you to destroy these parasites and plunder their resources to increase your academy's foundation. By the time you fulfilled your destiny, you would have been a paragon, and the academy would have had a foundation closed and maybe even on par with overlords. Then came the next step of this plan, the Grand Sect Alliance. Emperor Kong's heart again trembled as he remembered a conversation with his two favorite disciples 3 million years ago. The plan was already set in motion in the lower dimension during Lin Fan's Supreme Outlaw trial. Wang Wei continued, his eyes brighter than the stars and containing the truth of the universe. There were two outcomes from this trial. Lin Fan passes, kills Suya, and forges enmity with the upper dimension Yin Moon Palace for preventing them from completing their book. Or he fails, passes his power to Su Shi, and she inherits his vendetta and eventually kills Suya. No matter what, your academy will forge enmity with the Yin Moon Palace, leading to an all-war with the Grand Sect Alliance. Under normal circumstances, you would have no chance of winning against them, but the current era would have provided the perfect opportunity. All the paragons from the Grand Sect Alliance require time to heal from the ultimate taboo and cannot immediately return to their peak. With your Paragon realm strength and the Academy's deep foundation from the parasites, you can eliminate them and finally have the foundation of a true overlord. What's next isn't hard to guess, is it? You only need to work hard and prepare to use your destiny to become a transcendent faction. Wang Wei looked at him with a smile. Heavenly Tao has laid out everything for you. Aren't you lucky? Emperor Kong was speechless. If he previously only believed 40% that Wang Wei was telling the truth, his faith had now increased to more than 70%. He had long determined his academy had inherited an extraordinary destiny. After the conversation with Su Shi and Lin Fan about Suya and their hatred, Emperor Kong thought his destiny was about taking luck from one of the 13 overlords. However, he never considered eliminating the Grand Sect Alliance. He did not think he would have such power, at least not for a long time. His previous thought was that he would eliminate the Yin Moon Palace, which would weaken the Alliance's luck and destiny. As such, he's been planning how they could quietly eliminate Suya and even blame another member of the Alliance for creating internal strife. While the Alliance was distracted, he would target one of the weaker overlords and take their spots once his academy reached a certain level. But now, Wang Wei told him he might have to fight the most powerful of the 13 directly. In fact, if you consider Lin Fan's subtle connection to the Chaos Demon Gods, your academy has, well, quite the exciting road ahead, Wang Wei chuckled, not hiding the schadenfreude in his voice. Honestly speaking, even if you don't take any of the things I said to heart, your academy situation is in a terrible spot, Wang Wei continued. In the eyes of many people, you're considered a traitor, one of the oppressors. Your secret work with the rebellion and the resentment purification will buy you many points. Still, if you don't do something else, your academy's reputation will be tarnished by the time the new era arrives. Additionally, some people will still consider you a traitor. They'll use this as an excuse to further tarnish your name and reputation before rallying more people to eliminate you. Emperor Kong knew what people he was talking about, the former academies. All these people were forced to close their doors while he was the only one left open. Such an act already created countless resentment towards him. All the top academies are part of the Grand Sect Alliance or they have a deep connection with it, Emperor Kong, realizing how deep this conspiracy went. The best move for you to make to survive the next era is to openly oppose these people and, better yet, kill at least one of them, Wang Wei continued. So, what do you think, fellow Taoist? Want to work together? Do I even have a choice? Emperor Kong thought, almost rolling his eyes. He knew the Academy's current predicament better than anyone else, and he's been thinking, planning, and waiting for many years to decide their next move. He knew he would have to draw a line between the parasites one day, but Emperor Kong wanted to delay for as long as possible. After all, the moons were still the world's rulers, meaning the world's resources and luck still tilted toward them. He can receive more benefits the longer he preserves their relationship. Unfortunately, Sun Junyo's actions further muddied the water. Emperor Kong knew that these moons would no longer trust him after what happened, but he still wanted to find a way to prolong their relationship for a while longer. However, with Wang Wei's arrival, he may not have a choice but to act early. Fellow Taoist, you've spent so much time trying to convince me, Emperor Kong said as he glanced at Wang Wei. Aren't you worried that I still will refuse? Am not, Wang Wei replied calmly. His action was what strategists called an open conspiracy, meaning even if you know it's a plot, you must still do it. A king must be able to bear the weight of the crown. This saying applies to the Academy's current situation. Without sufficient foundation, the destiny of a transcendent foundation is a burden to Emperor Kong instead of a blessing. The latter no longer has the destiny to end this era, so he won't walk the path of killing these parasites and plundering their resources. Wang Wei's words forced Emperor Kong to work together with him or compete against him to see who could kill the most moons as fast as possible. If you refuse, then I won't have any guilt in treating you as a pawn. I can use you to distract these moons to increase the success of my plans, Wang Wei said calmly. Emperor Kong glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Su Shi warned him of how scary this man was, and he took her words seriously. But nothing prepared him for when he indeed faced that monster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13-15 Partnership. Emperor Kong sighed. Fellow Taoist, what do you have in mind? Emperor Kong relented. Although he did not want to be entangled with this man, he knew he did not have much choice. Wang Wei smiled. I don't know much about these people yet to formulate a plan, and a head-on battle is the worst plan possible. After analyzing Blood Dragon's death, Wang Wei realized how difficult it was to kill a paragon in a direct confrontation. The arrogant dragon would have survived if Sun Junyao had not been strategic and calculated for many variables, including longevity resources and Blood Dragon's Dao imprint location. His strength would have been drastically weakened, and he might have lost his position as one of the moons, but he would have survived. Wang Wei knew that it would be useless even if he could kill one of these people after entering the Taboo realm. Instead, he needed to follow a similar path as Sun Junyao and slowly plan their death. So, what's the plan of this alliance? Emperor Kong asked, almost rolling his eyes. You're a scholar. Why are you so impatient? Wang Wei replied. I have predicted a few things on how these people will react to Blood Dragon's death and came up with a plan that is guaranteed to give us an advantage no matter what. However, this plan can only work once and I need your help. He summoned a blueprint and showed it to Emperor Kong. So, that's why you wanted to work with me? Emperor Kong uttered after seeing the 4 pillars in the blueprint. That's right, so what do you think? The formation can be improved, Emperor Kong commented before modifying the blueprint. It seems one of your sub-Dao is Dao of Array, and your achievement is superb, Wang Wei commented. At a glance, he could tell that Emperor Kong used his Dao, transformation, as the philosophical core of his array path. He probably strives to achieve all transformation with his array Dao. He did not fuse array Dao into his transformation Dao but used it as a supplement. They worked together, forming the perfect synergy. That's a unique path, but what's the purpose of doing this? It would be better for Emperor Kong to fuse array Dao with his transformation Dao, making it more unique and flexible, yet he separated them. Is he trying to use the harmony between the two to turn the array Dao from sub-Dao to primary Dao? If that's true and he succeeds, he'll have to raise my evaluation of him. No one can have 2 primary Daos. Even Chaos Dao cultivators who comprehended many Daos will have 1 primary Dao, Chaos. However, if Emperor Kong's approach worked, he'd benefit immensely, including acquiring 2 Dao positions after becoming a peak paragon. Although Wang Wei doesn't know the actual value of these positions, he knew they would probably be crucial in the Transcendent realm. Emperor Kong did not answer his words and continued with the blueprint. Once he finished, the success of their plan rose by 20%. I'm glad I chose you as a partner, Wang Wei praised. Although he was going to ask his brilliant wife to help with this formation now, he might not need to. Could Wu Hong further improve this formation? Of course. However, Emperor Kong's method has already reached the limit of their realm. Wu Hong's improvement would mean they would need a paragon to set up, and it cannot be just any paragon, but someone with sufficient understanding of array Dao. Wang Wei and probably no one in the current era met this standard. Luckily, strength was not the primary source of power in this array. Emperor Kong might have cared or accepted this compliment if this had happened before, but he was not in the mood for such a thing. You know this is not enough for your plan to succeed? I know, that's why I need your help to find another sage of merit, Wang Wei said. I know someone, but he's only an emperor and has condensed a first-level golden body of merit. In fact, it would be better if we could find 2 more Empyreans with a second-level body. This is your plan, why are you asking me? Emperor Kong asked in annoyance. I know you must have a way, Wang Wei rebutted. He had calculated that Emperor Kong had this kind of connection. I know 2 people, Emperor Kong admitted. Both Empyreans, but one with a first and the other with a second-level golden body of merit. That's even better, Wang Wei said. Although he knew Feng Heng would give him face and participate in this plan, his cultivation was too weak and might increase the plan's variable. I can convince them to help, but you must bear the karma for their help, Emperor Kong said. These people were sages, and Wang Wei's plan was actively putting them in danger. If something went wrong and someone had to bear responsibility, Emperor Kong did not want to be the one. After all, such karma is the kind that can ruin a person's luck. The death of any sage is not a joke. It's fine, Wang Wei replied. He did not care. His karma-unbound physique was not a joke. Although the death of a sage was enough even to affect him, there was still some protection. Additionally, he was also a sage, granting him another level of security. So, he'd be fine if he did not directly kill or scheme against these sages. In fact, he'd prefer that something went wrong so these parasites could take the blame. Of course, he was not stupid enough to scheme in the back to ensure that happens. He knew when to mess around and when not to. Sages are a protection class, meaning Heavenly Dao does not mess around. Since Wang Wei was not sure to hide his actions under the latter's noise, he wouldn't do something so stupid. Emperor Kong looked at him. Is there anything else? Is this a hint that I'm no longer welcome? Wang Wei thought, his lips almost twitching. No, that's it for now. That's good, Emperor Kong nodded before handing him a talisman. Contact me if there is more. The sign that you're no longer welcome was written on this man's face, so Wang Wei could only sigh. Well, it's time to take my leave, Wang Wei said as he stood up. One last thing, can fellow Taoist give me some more wine? Emperor Kong summoned a space ring that contained 10,000 large jars of the Immortal Dream wine. This wine did not affect cultivation and was classified as entertainment, making it not as valuable as one would think. Of course, not as valuable as comparing it to whom. Some poor Empyreans probably cannot buy more than 100 jars. Wang Wei took the space ring. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for entertaining me. Say hi to Su Shi and Lin Fan for me. Emperor Kong watched him and disappeared, and he used his divine sense to ensure he had left before returning to his palace. He sat alone in a dark room, a somber atmosphere enveloping his body. When was the last time I felt so powerless and ignorant? It was probably that time. Emperor Kong suddenly found himself lost in his memories. Who are you? Asked a young boy about 12 years old, looking at the elderly man before him, dressed in a black robe with a sage-like atmosphere and holding a ruler. The boy was using all the strength in his weak and thin body to prevent himself from falling on the floor or running away screaming. I will be your teacher from now on, said the elderly man. You can call me Master Shang. Are you a ghost? The young Kong Meng said, his face pale. Do you want to use my yang energy? I'm not a ghost, I'm the spirit of a saint artifact, Master Shang explained. Kong Meng finally calmed down after realizing he was not going to die. Saint artifact? Are you talking about the saints I've read about? Are they so magical? No, I'm talking about cultivators. Oh. Master Shang looked at this body. Anyone who heard about cultivation would be excited, but what's with this boy's response? What do you say? Boy Kong Li, do you want to be my apprentice? Kong Li became silent. Sir, the books say that a master chooses a student just as much as a student chooses a teacher. Master Shang smiled. He appreciated the young boy's demeanor. Those words are true, so if you have any concerns you can ask me. Why me? Kong Li did not think there was anything special about him. I've watched you in the past few years, Master Shang said. You have no money to learn how to read, so you secretly listen to Scholar Wang's lessons by climbing through the back walls. Your mind is sharp and you quickly learn the characters, but had no money to buy paper and ink to practice calligraphy, so you use tree branches and practice in the dirt and sand. Due to your poor background, no one wants to take you as a disciple, but that did not dissuade you. You help scholars with their baggage, clean their houses, and repair their clothes and shoes just for an opportunity to learn. You save every penny you make, even forsaken meals, just to buy books. Those people looked at you with disdain, beat you up, cursed at you, and even spit at you, thinking your efforts were in vain and you would amount to nothing. But you never give up. Your desire to pursue knowledge and improve yourself is something many of the sages you've read about do not have. Those qualities are why I chose you. Kong Li had tears in his eyes. He was an orphan, and before dying he promised his adopted mother that he would become a scholar to bring glory to their family. However, no one believed him. No one was willing to help or give him a chance. Even worse, no one acknowledges his efforts. Disciple Kong Li has seen the master. He knelt on the ground, bowing deeply. Good boy. Master Shang waved his hand to lift him up. From now on, you're my disciple, and I'll give you the courtesy name Meng. I'll choose an auspicious day to properly worship heaven and earth so you can officially enter my school. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13:16 Wake Up. The young Kong Meng bowed to an altar representing heaven and earth before bowing to his teacher, Master Shang. He did serve the latter tea, concluding the master-disciple relationship. Master Xing nodded in satisfaction, while Kong Meng had a wide grin. So, Master, what are you going to teach me? Master Shang did not mean the latter's slightly impetuous actions. On the contrary, he had always admired the boy's desire to pursue knowledge. I must ensure he's not led astray by the cultivation world and starts to pursue power instead of knowledge, Master Shang reminded himself. Let's start with a brief history of our school, Master Shang uttered. My master was a young scholar named Xianxia. He was an upright and righteous man, loved by the people and the king. Unfortunately, officialdom is cruel. No one could not tolerate my master's rigid views and conduct. So, countless ministers worked together to frame him. Kong Meng had a look of indignation. How could these people do such a thing to a righteous scholar? Is the world so cruel? No, Kong Meng had seen the world's cruelty, but he thought this resulted from poverty in this small town. He thought a place like the dynasty's capital would be a bright place full of sages and men worthy of respect. Master Shang noticed his apprentice's emotional fluctuations. Truthfully, he told him their school's origin to eliminate this young boy's naivety. He even plans to take him around the world to truly experience the darkness of the world. Of course, hell also show him the light. As I said, the king loved my master, Master Shang continued. So, he secretly let him escape. The master was blessed by fate and soon had a fortunate encounter and started his cultivation journey. He retreated for decades, hoping to return to the dynasty with newfound strength and rectify his name. As he should, Kong Meng nodded with a clenched fist. Unfortunately, by the time he returned, the king had fallen, and the dynasty had already collapsed with countless warlords fighting for powers. The master wanted to support the remains of the royal family to re-establish the dynasty, but another competing group had already massacred them. Master Xiang sipped his tea, taking this moment to allow his young apprentice to digest his words. The master felt lost, so he returned to the cultivation world. However, that side was also not peaceful. The human race and the myriad emperor world as a whole had suffered tremendously at the hands of the devil race, leaving the cultivation world full of hatred, resentment, and cruelty. The master grew ambitious, wishing to use the literary way's ideas of rule, etiquette, righteousness, and respect to establish peace throughout the world. Master Xiang secretly shook his head. His master's ambitions were too grand. In fact, he was extremely conservative with his words. His master directly wanted the literary way to dominate the world, even overwhelming Taoism, the sword path, and many other schools of thought. Sadly, his talent could not bear his ambitions. He died during his supreme realm tribulation. Master, don't worry. I promise to fulfill the Grand Teacher's ambitions, Kong Meng promised. No need for that, Master Xiang said. He knew that even if his apprentice could become an eternal emperor, he could not make the literary way the dominant school of thought in the world. Such a goal requires countless generations of success. Even then, the chances of success were not high. You can form your own path, goal, and ambition, Master Xiang said. As for how far you can go, that'll depend on you and fate. I understand, Kong Meng nodded. Master Xiang waved his hand to summon 3 things: 2 books and a bamboo book bag. These 2 techniques will be the foundation of your cultivation journey, Master Xiang said. The first is called measuring the world with your feet. It's a body-refining technique that can draw earth energy from the ground and temper your body. You only need to walk. The more you walk, the more energy you can gather, and the more powerful your body will become. Sadly, it's incomplete, but maybe you can finish it. I'll try my best, Kong Meng nodded. The second one is related to this bamboo bag, Master Xiang continued. This technique is called the weight of knowledge. It's a unique technique of our literary school that combines cultivation with weapon refining. Master Xiang pointed at the book bag. The technique will allow you to fuse condensed righteous qi and fuse it with your origin qi. Additionally, it will also convert the power of knowledge into a tangible force to nourish the book bag. The more you know, the more powerful of a weapon the bag will become, and one day you may use it as a proving Tao artifact or a luck-condensing artifact. Master Xiang saw the confusion in his young disciple's eyes, realizing the latter knew nothing about the cultivation world. First, remember these techniques and we'll start training tomorrow. The next day, Master Xiang and Kong Meng started their journey. Kong Meng had the book bag on his back, reading a book while walking. He was also breathing in a strange manner as he walked, and if someone of decent cultivation observed him, they would have discovered his breathing was following a certain rhythm of the earth, allowing him to draw energy from it. Master, is there something you don't understand? It's hard for me to be walking, reading, breathing, and visualizing, Kong Meng said with a wry smile. He did not want to complain since this was a rare opportunity, but such a daunting task was too much for him. Master Xiang was slightly embarrassed. This was his first disciple, so he was not good at this kind of thing. Let's do this. While we're on the road, you focus on tempering your body. At night, when we rest, you can read, and before going to bed, you can visualize the sages. It would be best for you to condense your righteous qi as soon as possible. I can then teach you a method of dividing your mind. I'll try my best. Emperor Kong woke up from his memories and sighed. In his life he has felt powerless 4 times. The first time was when he first met his wife and accidentally injured her. He tried to apologize, but she was not having it, making him feel powerless. The second time was after entering the Saint Realm. He became arrogant and tried to use righteous qi to purify the blood earth. His action resulted in an accident that almost eradicated Master Xiang. He took action and nourished the latter's spirit with his law, even cracking his Tao tree in the process. Many historians say that Emperor Kong was not talented enough, so he needed Heavenly Tao's help to give him the final push to become an eternal. But that was not the complete truth. The truth is that Emperor Kong's foundation was injured after he cracked his Tao tree to prevent Master Xiang from dying. Although he later did everything he could to fix it, his foundation was always imperfect and thus needed the extra boost. He only completely fixed the problem after experiencing Tao re-establishment. The third time I felt this powerless was when Bai Han started hating me due to miscommunication, and the fourth time was today, Emperor Kong thought. He suddenly felt outraged. Boom. His right hand crushed the table next to him, creating a small black hole in the process. His aura was grand and agitating, making the room tremble under his pressure. Master. Emperor Kong finally noticed his 2 new favorite disciples were in the room. He sighed, I'm sorry you had to see me like this. What exactly happened with your conversation with Wang Wei to have you so riled up? Lin Fan asked. Nothing to be concerned about. Don't worry about it, Emperor Kong replied. Lin Fan could tell something was wrong but also detected that it may not be wise to talk about this now. Meanwhile, Su Shi frowned. She had seen this kind of look countless times before. The anger and frustration of having your pride and arrogance trampled on, the subtle fear mixed with respect and reverence, followed by envy and jealousy, she had seen countless times in the heavenly court. She sighed, Master, the last thing you can do right now is to let Wang Wei's rhythm affect you. Emperor Kong looked at her. I've seen him doing it countless times. He'll use his words to beat you down, suppress your arrogance, and corner you until you agree with him or he destroys you. The trick to his methods is the mindset and rhythm. He has conditioned your mind to work in a certain way, making you overlook things and, more importantly, make you predictable. What you need to do now is break the mold he placed you in. Replay your conversation from a bystander standpoint. Analyze every word, action, micro-expression, intonation, and even the way he breathes. Analyze everything to see if you miss something and break away from the shackles he placed in your mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13-17 Compensation. Emperor Kong felt a jolt in his mind after hearing these words. He felt embarrassed that his apprentice had to remind him, but he was glad she did. He exhaled deeply and nodded in approval to her before closing his eyes. Su Shi sighed in relief after seeing this. She knows how capable her master is. With his intelligence, he was more than capable of competing with Wang Wei. He might even win some battles. Since the lower dimension, she's been studying Tao overlords, trying to understand who they were and what made them so terrifying. The conclusion she deduced was their outlaw trial. On the surface, this trial was to test whether these people were worthy to wield these innately potent Daos, but that was far from the truth. However, Su Shi did not believe these words. The idea of wielding laws is only a bait Grand Tao used to attract these overlords. Most of them are arrogant and prideful, thus usually choosing these super Daos. The core of the outlaw trial is to mold these people into the monster they are. Under the pressure of death and having no choice but to rely on their intelligence to survive, the Tao lords and overlords are slowly and methodically transformed into the ultimate schemers, strategizers, and manipulators as they fight for their lives in a chess game against heavenly Tao. To have the slightest chance at survival, they must be flawless. They must learn to think countless steps ahead, break the shackles in their minds, become capable of thinking outside the box, attain mastery over controlling their emotions, know their weaknesses, physically and mentally, and learn how to prevent others from taking advantage of their flaws. According to Su Shi, many Tao lords or Tao overlord seeds exist in the world. These people have the potential to pass the trial and might even have been on the list of people that Grand Tao planned to lure and train. However, these people made different choices, choosing non-outlaw Daos. His master was one of them. These seeds can become as terrifying as the Tao overlords without the trial. However, this usually requires an extremely long period of training. Without the trial, they must mold themselves into that monster. Of course, the process was not easy, especially the one about removing the cognitive blockade of the mind. Most of these seeds might spend the rest of their lives without succeeding or barely succeeding. Compared to the direct advantage of passing the trial, the slow and steady approach was less effective. Lin Fan looked at his wife. He knew she was studying Wang Wei's behavior, but he did not expect her to know him so intimately. He gave her a look that said, "Why do you know so much about another man?" Su Shi rolled his eyes, so Lin Fan changed tactics. He used his facial expression to indicate to her that he was emotionally hurt and that she should heal his bruising heart. Unfortunately, he only received a pinch and a warning not to play around. However, Lin Fan could not be defeated so easily. He must make a big deal out of this. Was he jealous? Absolutely not. He knew what kind of person his wife was, so he trusted her. However, this was a rare opportunity for him to get some action, so he would not waste it. However, he also understood this was indeed not the best time and place, so he gave his wife one of those looks that only couples understood. He did not hide his intention. Su Shi replied with a look that said they would talk later, and Lin Fan chuckled internally. Since she did not give him a direct no, he had already won half of the battle. His future looked bright. Emperor Kong remained still for 3 days, and when he opened his eyes, they released an intense light brighter than a sunstorm. He had figured out what he had missed, what Wang Wei was planning. It all comes down to his greedy nature, Emperor Kong thought. According to him, Heavenly Tao should have chosen him as the son of Era, to eliminate these parasites, which would also serve as a way to enhance the foundation and background of the academy. However, since Wang Wei was now the destined one, Emperor Kong's path was cut off. Without the resources from these parasites, it would be suicide for him to fight against the Grand Sect Alliance. So, this cannot be allowed unless Heavenly Dao plans to abandon him and not choose him as one of the Transcendent factions. Would Heavenly Dao abandon him? The answer is no, Emperor Kong thought. Assuming what Wang Wei said is true, I was chosen because Heavenly Dao wants one academy to be one of the factions with a Transcendent foundation. So why choose me, the upstart, over the others? Just because I haven't been corrupted. There are many academies throughout the world, but the most powerful ones have already joined the Grand Sect Alliance. Meanwhile, the rest have formed different levels of alliances to support themselves. However, such behaviors are not why Heavenly Dao has a problem with them. The key to the issue is these people have lost their essence. Their academies now have countless restrictions on whom to teach, primarily racial limitations. And when it comes to regular and loose cultivators, these academies will invite them but will not teach them wholeheartedly. Instead, they'll focus most of their resources on nobles, people with high backgrounds, exceptional bloodlines, etc. The purpose of the academy was to increase access to high-level training and resources for cultivators, thus lowering the influence of these sects and clans. So, there is no way for Heavenly Dao to choose these people after they've lost their essence. If Heavenly Dao wants to continue its plan, it must compensate me for losing the resources from killing the parasites, Emperor Kong analyzed. And that's what Wang Wei is after. He wants a share of that compensation. Emperor Kong frowned. Maybe this is not a bad thing. Heavenly Dao is not a charity. If it will compensate me without having to do anything, it'll owe it an immense karmic debt. It would be different if Emperor Kong was the chosen one and had to work for the resources by eliminating these parasites, which would also be considered an act of service for Heavenly Dao. Maybe I can draw Wang Wei in to share the karmic debt, Emperor Kong thought before immediately canceling this idea. Based on how easily he accepted the karmic debt involving the two sages, he must have an excellent way to block karma. If I try to use him, I might lose resources while still owing a major debt. An intense light flashed in Emperor Kong's eyes. In that case, let's just owe the debt. Anyway, this is my home, and paying the debt is also a way to strengthen the world. People do not want to owe Heavenly Dao karma because the latter might dangle it over their heads, never asking for repayment. However, Emperor Kong was not worried about being able to repay it. After analyzing Wang Wei's words, he realized the Eternal Ascension world's Heavenly Dao was highly ambitious. It probably wishes to acquire the title of Strongest Chaos World. With such ambitions, there will be plenty of opportunities to repay the debt. Additionally, other worlds will not stand by and watch as this world becomes increasingly more powerful, especially after seeing how capable it was during the Second Origin War. Emperor Kong looked in the distance and uttered, "A bright mirror can reflect anything, even the secrecy and hiddenness of fate." An intense righteous qi gathered above the academy to form an invisible mirror that shone its light on every corner of this enormous city. The mirror's light had a direct target, people's fate line. It observed and kept a watch on everything. A few people noticed this change, were shocked and ready to defend themselves. However, after noticing the Dean's breath, they stopped themselves. After taking over Blood Dragon's territory, Wang Wei's Fate Shadow Guard should have expanded. This method should make it harder for them to infiltrate the academy, Emperor Kong thought. He then finally focused on his disciples. "Shire, thank you very much." Her words not only changed his mindset on how to deal with Wang Wei but also how to deal with other powerful opponents with high-level intellects. "Master, I'm only doing my job as a disciple." Emperor Kong smiled. "That's why you're my favorite." "Master," Lin Fang complained. "You used to be the favorite." "It's not like you didn't know this." Emperor Kong waved his hand before glancing at his son. "Why are you jittery?" Bai Han, complaining in his mind that he was the son and should be the favorite, woke up after hearing his father's words. Madame Shun came again. This time she said she won't leave until you decide. Emperor Kong groaned softly. He had just dealt with one headache, but another arrived at his door. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1318 Always a step ahead. Madame Shun is from the Sunshine Pavilion. She's the mistress, controlling all its power. However, despite its poetic name, the pavilion is, in fact, a chain of brothels that target cultivators, including emperors and empyreans. All the pavilion's women, and men, cultivate Yin Yang Dao or a source technique about dual cultivation. Cultivators can visit when they need some help with their cultivation. If they pay for the lowest Tier 1 service, they can dual cultivate with a partner of their choice, but only through holding hands. Such service is crucial to cultivators below rank 10 as they can use it to break through bottlenecks, but it can only provide some cultivation bonus to great emperors and other paths. Tier 2 services involve physical intercourse, and the effects are even better. It's possible to increase a person's cultivation by a few percent if they have just become great emperors. Tier 3 services involved women with their primordial yin and yang intact, making the process even more potent. That's not to mention other benefits like tempering the body and soul. Tier 4 and 5 services involve people with special physiques, with the difference being that Tier 5 girls also have their primordial yin and yang preserved. In the cultivation world, there is something called a cauldron physique. A unique physique with excellent dual cultivation properties. Devil cultivators love this type of physique as it is the best way to strengthen their foundation, and other cultivators love it because it's the best way to break through bottlenecks. Of course, women despise it because this physique primarily exists in women, and the fate of the cauldron is always terrible. The Sunshine Pavilion provided cauldrons but at an exuberant price. All their prices are beyond expensive, but Tier 4 reaches another stratosphere, and that's because the price also involves numeration to ensure the owner of the cauldron physique can recuperate. Well, at least that's their explanation of why the price is so expensive, but people know better. Cauldrons have terrible fates because others forcefully plunder their primordial yin, injuring their bodies and souls and even destroying their cultivation foundation. However, the Sunshine Pavilion used a harmonious yin-yang dual cultivation technique, meaning the cauldron physiques benefit the owner instead of harming them. So, everyone with some knowledge knows their so-called price is bullshit. Unfortunately, many people rush to utilize their services despite knowing this. Most people's talent cannot take them far after becoming immortal, so after being stuck in one place for millions of yuan epochs, many people will pay the price of an increase of 1% in their cultivation. Even people with talent and resources will suffer from bottlenecks, and sometimes, using the Sunshine Pavilion services might be cheaper than the alternative methods of their factions. Emperor Kong has dealt with the Sunshine Pavilion, not because he used their services but because they are also one of the largest spy networks in the world. When men are in their most relaxed state, they can easily open their mouths and spill information. Meanwhile, the women who use the pavilion services are often secretive about it due to societal pressure, making it easier to get information about them. Lastly, the pavilion has a system in which they can offer discounts if someone provides them with valuable information. With all their branches scattered worldwide, the Sunshine Pavilion is among the best in the information business, so Emperor Kong has dealt with them. However, his problem with Madame Shun is not her business or some kind of contradiction that happened between them. She wanted to open a yin-yang school in the academy. Her request immediately sent the academy into chaos. Some elders agreed as they know that yin-yang Dao is one of the supreme paths of cultivation no matter which form it is practiced. Meanwhile, others vehemently denied this request, believing such a method of practicing yin-yang Dao contradicts many of the core ideologies about the literary way. They've been arguing for more than 50 million years since Madame Shun made that request, and the only way to end this debate is for the dean to decide. Emperor Kong has no problem opening the yin-yang school. Since his path is to enlighten all sentient beings, he would not exclude anyone. His hesitation is because of the true owner of the Sunshine Pavilion. I don't want to deal with that crazy woman, Emperor Kong sighed, feeling a headache coming. Wang Wei was a problem, but he was still a reasonable person, but that woman was not. She could attack the academy without any reason. It would be a nightmare if she had an actual reason. If I don't make a choice soon, that will be reason enough for her to act against me or the academy. Emperor Kong once again felt frustrated. He could not beat her, and he might even suffer terribly if he angered her. All right, I'll deal with her. Master, what are you going to do? Lin Fan asked. He knew how complicated the issue of Madame Shun was. I'll tell her we can start the yin-yang school in the academy's branches as a test trial, Emperor Kong said. That should satisfy her for now while also preventing that crazy woman from having any direct connection to the main branch. Emperor Kong sighed as he flew away. He decided to spend a few days with Master Shang to isolate himself from the world. This should soothe his mind. Then he'll go on a vacation with his wife. Wang Wei was walking around Origin Seal City with a candy stick in his hand, enjoying himself. He enjoyed the overall feel of this city as the atmosphere perfectly blended a mortal city with a cultivation city. That's how he was about to buy this candy from a stall on the street. Moreover, he didn't know if it was because of his future wife's terrific standards. The food in this place was beyond excellent. Every restaurant he visited in the past few days had its own unique cuisine, techniques, and recipes. Wang Wei stopped as he suddenly sensed something. He looked in the distance, and his vision penetrated endless distance as he saw a bright mirror above the academy's city. Have you figured it out? He shook his head. I'm starting to regret making friends with that little girl, Su Shi. Wang Wei did not mind despite his words, since that's how most friendships in the cultivation world, especially relationships with people of different factions or lineages. The lineage's benefit must come above everything, including friendship. Not a bad move, old man, Wang Wei commented. However, this is not enough to stop me. He raised his hand to condense a few karmic threats, mainly Emperor Kong, Lin Fan, Su Shi, and the Lower Dimension Academy. Emperor Kong owed him much more karma than the latter admitted due to everything he did for the academy in the lower dimension. So, what Wang Wei plans to do is to force him to repay that karma, or he will suffer a potent and immediate backlash that not only damages his soul but also affects his luck. And what's the best way to repay that karmic debt? Of course, it's from that compensation from Heavenly Tao. Wang Wei manipulated the threads to do his bidding, ensuring Emperor Kong would not notice anything until he received the compensation. By then, he'll have no opportunity to delay and must pay immediately. Heavenly Tao is planning for Transcendent factions, but there must be a difference between them, Wang Wei sneered. He had no personal grudge against Emperor Kong or the Academy but must ensure his faction's supremacy in the upcoming era. After all, in this world, more power means more resources, so Wang Wei, who always knew this, never stopped striving for more power and resources for the sect. Wang Wei bit his candy, enjoying the unique sweetness with the ability to improve his mood. If not for his cultivation level, this thing might affect his state of mind, which is truly impressive. The city was truly remarkable. Even the candy maker had some achievements in the Tao of cooking. I'm starting to wonder whether I bragged too much that day, Wang Wei thought. With such an impressive palate, could he create a dish that makes her swallow those words back? He sighed, feeling his future was bleak. Wang Wei headed toward the next restaurant. However, he did not take a few steps when something landed from the sky before him. He saw a beautiful woman in golden metallic armor from shoulder to toe, looking like a Valkyrie from Earth's myth. What can I do for you, young lady? Wang Wei asked, already having a prediction. I've been ordered to hand you this token and a message. You've wasted enough time. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He knew the suffering that awaited him, so he's been delaying for the past few days, trying to enjoy himself as much as possible. However, it seems this future wife cannot wait to beat him up. Wang Wei waved his hand and the token flew into his palm. The Valkyrie woman did not say anything else and flew away. Meanwhile, Wang Wei sighed before activating the token, disappearing from the middle of the street. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1319 Arranged Marriage. Wang Wei floated above the air, looking at this new environment. Is this the Origin Seal continent? This place is odd. As soon as he stepped into this world, he found his mind clear, and inspiration about different Daos flashed in his mind. He scanned this place with his divine sense. In terms of size, this continent was approximately 100 times larger than the lower dimension, which is considered small by the upper dimension standard. It's extremely beneficial to cultivate in this place, but the reason for that is not an abundance of Dao Qi, Wang Wei muttered. The concentration of Dao Qi in this place was extraordinary, but it was not the main reason why it was so special. Wang Wei teleported to a forest nearby and started to play with the grass. No way, he muttered as he examined the trees, rivers, mountains, and animals. He then scanned the continent a second time, observing everything on a more profound level. What a brilliant method, he praised. Everything on this continent was made of runes. From the grass to the trees, the clouds, the rain, the air, volcanoes, the ocean. Everything was made from different runes, making this place the holy place for professionals. Just by observing a single tree in the Origin Seal continent, these people can gain a deep understanding of wood runes, vitality runes, life runes, and many more. Even the animals are composed of runes. Wang Wei studied. She used essence rune to create the body, Qi rune to give the body the life energy and other energies for the body to function, and finally that spirit rune created things like the mind, spirit, and soul. Such a method can be described as true creation, especially compared to the cheap Grand Mist Wheel method. Wu Hong used her Dao to control other Daos, which in this case is Creation Dao. With such a method, it's no wonder she could compete for status with the Skill Dao Association. Is this a microcosm of the Eternal Ascension world? No, maybe the Chaos Universe? Wang Wei immediately checked after having this idea. His eyes saw a gray river that ran through every fabric of this continent. This river was something he was familiar with, yet it was also different. A river of fate created with runes, Wang Wei thought. It is common knowledge that runes is the language of Grand Tao. But it was after today that he realized what these words truly meant. Wang Wei checked, and as expected, he saw the river of time, a source chi space, heavenly Tao, and even primordial chaos, which surrounded this continent and served as a barrier or protection, and they were all created with runes. Wait, where is Samsara? Wang Wei muttered. He searched and he found it. Did she steal power from the Yama kings? He could tell the samsara of this continent was operating like any others. In other words, anyone who enters this continent will be under the jurisdiction of Wu Hong's samsara instead of the ones controlled by Grand Tao and the samsara cardinal. I knew she was capable, but this is something else, Wang Wei sighed. More importantly, she's so ballsy. Damn it, why did I find myself a rose? Has it really been that long, or have I developed a new kink for capable women? I guess it isn't new. Wang Wei shook his head to remove these complicated thoughts from his mind. He focused on the Origin Seal continent. This was the perfect place for him to retreat. By studying this place's runes, he can significantly improve his fate domination Tao. As he was thinking about how best to utilize this new resource, the token he received from the Valkyrie vibrated, sending him a message of where to go next. Wang Wei sighed before flying up, breaking through the barrier around this continent and entering the artificially created primordial chaos. Through the token, he soon found a magnificent palace that shocked Wang Wei to his core. The White Palace was so beautiful and grand that he only thought of one thing. How rich is this woman? He had recognized many of the materials used to build this thing, but many of them were things he did not recognize, probably from other chaos worlds. The palace itself is probably a paragon artifact, and the formation engraved on them gives me the goosebump, Wang Wei thought. He felt a deep sense of danger as he glanced at that palace. He also realized why these parasites never messed with this place. That artifact alone is probably enough to send all of them into limbo. The token served as an entrance pass, so Wang Wei soon found himself before a door. He rearranged his clothes, checked his hair, and straightened his posture before walking. Future wife, have you missed me? The room immediately entered a state of awkwardness. Wu Hong, who was somberly looking through the window, glanced at him for a few seconds before continuing her stargazing. Wang Wei's lips twitched. I didn't do anything, right? I even boldly but subtly showed her the state of my karmic line to prove my loyalty. He secretly sighed. Even dating back on Earth was not this hard. He walked next to her and also stargaze. The sight before him was indeed beautiful as it showed the birth of a universe with all its stars, planets, galaxies, and many cosmic wonders. Then the universe dies before restarting. The entire process takes place in just a few minutes. In other words, these two used the creation and destruction of a universe as something to stargaze, something to appreciate. After watching this scene for the third time, Wang Wei said, "Come on, use your words. We are all adults, so if you have an issue, let's discuss it." A common dating advice on the internet from Wang Wei's previous life was, communication is vital in any relationship. That is indeed sound advice, but how many people can effectively use it? Not to mention that this advice rarely mentions that knowing how to communicate is as important, if not more important, than communicating itself. Something has been on my mind, Wu Hong said calmly. Why did you accept the relationship so easily? It's apparent to anyone that you, of all people, would reject any form of fated love. Yet, from her memories, besides some insignificant reservations, you quickly accepted that marriage. Wu Hong looked at him. It can't be because of love at first sight. Rational people like us don't buy into such a thing. So why did you do it? Since you've accepted it once, why not accept it a second time? That's an interesting question and one I've thought about a lot before, Wang Wei replied. And the answer is much simpler than you think. Before the Supreme Outlaw trial, my relationship was pretty good. She was like a doting mother, and I was like a rebellious child who did not want to follow in their parents' footsteps or arrangement for the future. What a strange analogy, Wu Hong said with a frown. I know, but it's the best way to explain it, Wang Wei continued. Continue. After the trial, well, my mind was more open and I was even more rebellious. Then things went sour after learning about my status as a fate seed. Before those events, I saw our situation as an arranged marriage. My loving and doting mother, Fate, chose a wonderful woman for me, and after meeting her and seeing how beautiful, compassionate, capable, and compatible we were, I accepted it. Of course, I'm still the rebellious son. Just because I accepted it once doesn't mean I'll accept it a second time. Then, our relationship worsened and there was no longer room for reconciliation. Wu Hong took a moment to process these words. Such a strange way to explain the situation, yet it still makes sense, she nodded. So, did you feel any instant connection after meeting her? Not all, Wang Wei shook his head. On the contrary, I feel our relationship is an ill-fated one. That girl will suffer immensely in her life if she gets with me. Oh. Wu Hong felt he was not saying these words without any basis. Tell me more. She motioned for him to sit down before serving tea. Wang Wei felt relaxed, and it was not only because the tea was refreshing but also because the tension in the room had dissipated. So, he told his future wife everything that happened during his meeting with Sun Junyao, including his conjectures about his transcendent ability to influence the chessboard. He also told her about his conversation with Emperor Kong, mainly his conjecture about transcendent factions, and that the academy was chosen for one of the spots. What do you think? About what specifically? Wu Hong asked. He had said many things and some she needed time to digest. Let's start with recruiting Sun Junyao, Wang Wei answered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1320 Chess Player and Chess Pieces, unedited chapter. I had similar thoughts before, Wu Hong admitted. However, she had trouble trusting people and because those two had their eyes on her, I never brought it up before. But as you said, I'm considered half her master, so it should not be an issue for her to join me, if she wants to. Although Sun Junyao had the potential to enter the next realm, Wu Hong would not force her or use emotional manipulation to trick her into her faction. She disdains doing such a thing. However, she will indeed extend an invitation. A promise of the perfect foundation method should increase your chances, Wang Wei nodded. However, do you think the path of perfection is truly the best for her? What's with the sudden change? The last time they talked they agreed that the path of perfection was, well, perfect for Sun Junyao. I've been thinking about this since our conversation, Wang Wei said. People often believe that perfection is a taboo because it is the quickest and easiest way to transcend, and it's also a way to tap into Grand Dao's power. But what if things were not so simple? It's one thing to achieve a perfect body, or perfect Dao, but you should understand what it means to have a perfect mind? Cold, indifferent, calculating and more importantly, no emotions, Wu Hong replied. Yes, in the path of perfection human emotions are a liability, so people on this path will either eliminate it or suppress it to the lowest level possible, Wang Wei nodded. However, these people are also the most ruthless. They will do anything to achieve their goals and have no bottom line. Wang Wei considered himself a ruthless person, and his path of absolute freedom required him to have no moral restrictions. However, there are certain things he would never do, for example, forcing himself on someone else. He just needs to know he has the power to do it without any mortal guilt without doing it. These people don't care about friends, families, and loved ones. Everything can be abandoned for their pursuit of the Tao. It's fine if something like Grand Tao or Heavenly Tao, who is the consciousness that controls the rules of reality, but if cultivators had a similar mindset, they will turn heaven and earth upside down, maybe even destroy it to achieve their goals, Wu Hong finished and her eyes lit up. That's why it's a taboo. Grand Tao wants people to achieve transcendence, but he doesn't want them to do it in an extreme manner that may endanger the chaos universe. Exactly. Wu Hong sighed. I understand Grand Tao's point of view, but the path of transcendence is already difficult to traverse. On top of everything else, rules limit how we operate. That's why, in the end, cultivators will revolt against heaven and earth. Wang Wei did not say Grand Tao but implied it. The two of them became quiet for a few seconds. This short conversation revealed the trend of the entire chaos universe. Peak paragons will not accept there are certain things they cannot do to reach the pinnacle of the world, and this is even more so for half-step transcendence. Considering that their strength means the rules no longer limit them, it's foreseeable how much chaos the world will be plunged into as Grand Tao tries to suppress and restrict these people, and they try to fight back. Let's not talk about that for now, Wu Hong said. She sensed that their conversation might soon be sensed and be warned. However, without the path of perfection, Sun Junyo's future will not be as bright. Then, a look of realization dawned on her as she glanced at Wang Wei. Yin Yang, your Tao also included freedom so she can follow your example and walk the path of imperfect perfection. That's a path with more potential. No, better yet, the path, emotional perfection. Emotional perfection? In that case, she would need to change her Tao to 6 emotion 7 desires or focus on spiritual practice. That's not a problem, Wu Hong answered. Once she perfects her state of mind, she'll realize her copy Tao is not the best fit for her. He'll then suggest she switches her primary Tao. Wang Wei nodded. Switching primary Tao is a dangerous thing since the cultivator will need to reforge their Tao imprints, change their Tao body and, awakening, transform their soul, and lastly their cultivation realm might drop, unless they cultivate a sub-Tao to the same level of their primary Tao before switching. Well, we've laid a path for her, but it's up to her whether she chooses to walk on it, Wang Wei said. No matter how much they plan or how extraordinary their ideas are, it's up to Sun Junyao to decide. That's true. Let's not talk about her anymore. What do you think about Emperor Kong? Wang Wei asked. He's indeed a lucky individual, Wu Hong admitted, not hiding her jealousy like Wang Wei. Oh, you never found a wonder of heaven and earth? Wang Wei figured if someone were lucky enough to get such a thing, it would have been his future wife. Only 2 appeared during the previous era, and they were all before I ascended, Wu Hong explained. And I've never found anything during my travels. Well, I did find a few who have already been used, but as you know, those are no longer wonders. What happened to those 2? Wang Wei asked. Although he had read the historical records, he still asked since she might have known more than the sect had given him. A few people used the first one to give birth to Tao children while the other disappeared. No one knows who took it and even what it did. Do you think the Dusk Emperor took it? Wang Wei asked with bright eyes. You think that's how they became a boundless without following the eternal path? That's one of the most feasible explanations. You may be right that they used a wonder, but it was definitely not that one, Wu Hong explained. They didn't tell you? I thought you guys were friends. Do you tell your friends all your deepest secrets? Wu Hong rebutted. True, Wang Wei nodded. However, he suddenly felt that the Dusk Emperor did not use a wonder. After all, these things become useless after a certain amount of use, so there is no point in keeping it a secret. And if, by chance, there were still a few uses of that wonder, the Dusk Emperor should have used them for her family or close friend or sold them for a high price. Do you have any theory on who took that wonder? Wang Wei returned the topic to the Golden Era's wonders. Most people now believe the primogenitor devil is the one who took it, Wu Hong calmly explained. Is this how he acquired that artifact? No, that can't be right. He told me it was a secret trial he discovered in primordial chaos. That wonder was probably related to the soul, Wu Hong explained. From what Yen Hai told me, the devil primogenitor was besieged by more than a dozen primals and hundreds of peak paragons, but he survived and even won countless victories. Damn, is the difference between the 2 realms so vast? With just a broken treasure, the devil primogenitor remained undefeated in the face of all these unparalleled genesis. Wait, his soul? Oh, I understand. Yes, his soul should have collapsed after using that artifact more than 5 times, but he fought in over a dozen battles. That wonder must have broken the limits on his soul and probably allowed him to acquire some characteristic of half-step transcendent. Wang Wei sipped his tea. When I talked with the devil primogenitor, he revealed he was a pawn in Grand Dao's plan to lure Qiyuan into starting the Second Origin War and push the Chaos Universe into the Age of Transcendence. Although Qiyuan went rogue and created the ultimate taboo instead, the overall goal was achieved. Now, I'm even more confident that Emperor Kong has the destiny of a transcendent faction. I'm also convinced that wonders might be one of Grand Dao's greatest tools on the chessboard. Whenever one appears, there must be a grand plan at play. According to your theory, Heavenly Tao wanted the world to prosper, so it's understandable why it would release the Yin-Yang land to give birth to more talented cultivators, ensuring the prosperity of the Golden Era, Wu Hong nodded. Everything is connected and everyone is either a chess piece or a chess player, Wang Wei sighed. Such simple yet profound words, Wu Hong sighed. Paragons are at the top of the world, so they should be chess players, right? No, they are only more valuable chess pieces. Only by taking a small step into the realm of transcendence can one be considered a chess player, but even they are chess pieces for people of higher levels like the Cardinals or the final boss, Grand Dao. Let's not think about such a depressing thing, Wang Wei continued. Assuming my theory is correct, how many transcendent factions do you think this world can give birth to? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1321 Transcendent Faction Analysis, Unedited Chapter 7, and if you add those 2, a total of 9, Wu Hong replied without hesitation. So much. You underestimate what it means to be half the universe's destiny center, Wu Hong calmly explained. Had we truly become the center, it would probably be enough to cultivate 33 factions, and I'm talking about factions, not individuals. A faction can have multiple half-step transcendents. For example, if Sun Junyao joins the Origin Seal continent, they'll have at least 2. Meanwhile, the Tao opening sect is full of talents capable of reaching that realm, and with all of Wang Wei's ideas, they have a bright future ahead. 9 factions, Wang Wei uttered. Buddhism and Taoism already have a spot. Emperor Kong represents the literary way and the academy. Taoism, Buddhism, and the literary way are the 3 most prominent and widespread religions/philosophy/schools of thought in the chaos universe, usually known as the trifecta. Although my ancestor went rogue, he is the main contributor to the eternal ascension world's destiny and prosperity. Heavenly Tao must pay that karma, so a place will go to us. Wang Wei looked at Wu Hong. It must give you a spot, Wang Wei continued. You can reach that level without the help of destiny, and knowing you probably hold a grudge for what happened with the Curse Master, this might be the best way to appease you. That may be one of the considering factors, but not the greatest one. Wu Hong shook his head. They'll get a spot due to the destiny of Profession Tao. Without how the Origin Seal continent operates, it will be easier for us to train Transcendent tier professions. Indeed, Wang Wei nodded. Once Wu Hong reaches the next realm and creates Transcendent runes, the Origin Seal continent will reach a Transcendent level among all professions. Don't get cocky, Wang Wei warned. Once Yen Liling achieves half-step Transcendent, you'll lose your monopoly over Transcendent runes. That girl is indeed talented, but I've never been afraid of any challenges, Wu Hong replied calmly. Not to mention how much ill achieved by the time she reaches our realm. True, Wang Wei sighed. He regretted not bringing Yen Liling and Li Jun with him to the upper dimension. He did not truly understand how terrifying a late start was in the upper dimension. Sadly, the lower dimension was blocked, so he could not even contact them and warn them to find a way to escape their sentences and ascend as soon as possible. Wang Wei shook his head to remove these thoughts from his mind. That's 5 spots, leaving 4. Well, there is probably a spot for a dynasty, Wu Hong continued. The Way of Fortune dynasty protects ordinary mortals, so Heavenly Tao might give them a spot. Yes, with all these transcendent beings existing in one world, it's a good idea to have one whose interest is invested in protecting the mortals, Wang Wei agreed. So, do you think the Great Qin will have a spot? He'll probably be granted an opportunity to fight for it but not granted it directly, she replied. Oh. The human emperor is a great emperor, but he's not the ideal one, Wu Hong explained. The ideal emperor is Xianxia, the saint emperor of the Great One Divine Dynasty. He practices the way of Holy Emperor, also called the Compassion Emperor. Saint Emperor, a ruler that is a saint to his people but a tyrant to his enemy, Wang Wei muttered. He had read about the Saint Emperor and the Great One Dynasty. They were part of the dynasty alliance supported by other overlords to balance the power and influence of the Great Qin Saint Court. Such a man is indeed the ideal candidate, Wang Wei nodded. As a holy emperor, it is in his best interest to ensure the safety and prosperity of mortals, which should reassure Heavenly Tao to give him a spot. No matter how weak and insignificant mortals are, they are the sources of talent for all factions. However, once these transcendent factions rise, the mortals might become endangered. The higher the cultivators, the more indifferent they are to mortals, and this situation should worsen once half-step transcendence begins to show up. Not to mention how devastating the slightest confrontation between these beings will be to even paragons, let alone mortals. As such, it's in Heavenly Tao's best interest to choose a faction dedicated to protecting them. Sadly, he's too weak, Wang Wei sighed. The Saint Emperor was only a peak paragon, not a primal. Although he had an overwhelmingly positive image, deep connections, and excellent influence, this did not change the fact that he was weak. There is still hope for him, Wu Hong said. As long as he can use his experience from the Taboo to become primal, use his charisma and influence to control the alliance, he might be able to compete for the spot with secret support from the other overlords. You don't sound like you have a high enough faith in him, Wang Wei said. Although I don't like him, I must admit that Ing Zheng is a capable man with deep plans and many secrets, Wu Hong replied honestly. After so many years of interacting and competing with that man, she only finds out his origin goes back to the prehistoric world through her connection with Wang Wei. That's how deep he hides. How much of a chance do you think the Saint Emperor has? Probably 30%. So low. Wang Wei frowned. Yang Zhe has an unparalleled talent for governance that no other rulers can match, Wu Hong explained. Most dynasties rely on their vast and extended territories to gather luck, but he primarily relied on the people's welfare and happiness. However, if you compare his ability to scheme and plan to Yingzheng's, you will see that he truly does not measure. Wang Wei squinted. What if we focus on his advantage? After all, the ultimate decision is up to Heavenly Dao, and it may have different requirements. You want to work with him? Wu Hong asked before thinking of something. You want to cooperate with him to spread your mortal rune civilization? That's right, Wang Wei nodded. It's a great way to boost the prosperity of his citizens and show Heavenly Dao he was the best choice. I still don't think his chances of success will be high, Wu Hong replied. Ultimately, the cultivation is about strength and strong preying on the weak. Even if Heavenly Dao granted him that destiny, it's very likely for Yingzheng to conquer or slaughter him to take it. I still think it's worth a try, Wang Wei said. If I succeed, I can stop the Qin Emperor, but even if I fail, I can delay his rise, and that's good enough for me. Well, it's a good move. You won't have to pay much if it fails, and you can still get some benefits, Wu Hong nodded. Then it's decided, Wang Wei said as he sipped his teeth. What about the other faction? What do you think? Especially the Grand Sect Alliance. As I said before, the skill association is useless, and it's the same with the exchange hall. As long as Emperor Kong keeps his heart of sage and continues training cultivators no matter the background, there is no need for a loose cultivators alliance to be so powerful. The innate demons are the third useless group. The next era will truly be the era when they lose their status and are no longer viable to compete with paragons and fiend gods. Wu Hong moistened her throat. After years of manipulation, the demon race's destiny has become to balance and suppress the innate demons, so they also have no value in the upcoming eras. However, Heavenly Dao might receive a spot just to provide some balance to the human race, but that probability is not high, considering we're the protagonists of the world and we've done so much. The Divine Faith Heaven's leader is a highly talented person, but their purpose is also geared towards mortals. However, dynasties are healthier for cultivating mortals than faith, so they are also eliminated. No, they might be given a chance to compete with Yingzheng and the dynasties for that position. That only leaves the Sword Path League, the Myriad Clan Union, and the Grand Sect Alliance, Wang Wei commented. The sword cultivators have ruined their own destiny by suppressing the ultimate sword path to ensure the supremacy of the extreme sword path, Wu Hong commented. So, I'm not too sure about their fate. I guess it doesn't help that the most powerful one among them is not even from their league, Wang Wei chuckled. True, Wu Hong nodded before continuing. The Myriad Clan Union used to serve a grand purpose: steal the chi luck associated with bloodline supremacy from the innate demon gods and transfer it to the human race. Now that the innate demon gods are about to be washed out from history, they might not be of much significance. Wu Hong looked him in the eyes. It also doesn't help them that one of their core leaders is one of your Wang clan. If they become a transcendent faction, then the potential of your clan will be too much. Heavenly Dao is all about balance. It will take that into account. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1322 Dugu Tianbai. Wang Wei frowned before shaking his head. You don't agree? Wu Hong asked. If it were before, I would have agreed that the Myriad Clan Union served no purpose, Wang Wei replied. However, the first ancestor, Wang Gua, stole my idea of a human fiend god bloodline. If he plays his card right, he can steal more destiny from the fiend god race, and that should be enough for him to get a spot. That is possible, Wu Hong nodded. That leaves the Grand Sect Alliance, Wang Wei continued. They are the most powerful, but somehow Heavenly Dao abandoned them and even used them as a stepping stone for the academy. What? It's because they overestimate themselves, Wu Hong sneered. Wang Wei even detected a flash of anger. There seems to be a story between you and them. Dugu Tianbai, also known as the Supreme Might Paragon, is considered the Grand Chancellor of the Alliance. He's the one who first suggested the idea and the one who convinced countless sects and factions to join. Wu Hong did not hide the disdain in her eyes. He's charismatic, heroic, and was one of the most powerful primal of that era. Despite how she felt about him personally, she did not hesitate to mention his good characteristics. However, he's also extremely ambitious. Oh? How ambitious are we talking about? Wang Wei was curious since it's rare for Wu Hong to have such a high evaluation of a person's strength. He raised his cup to his mouth. He wants to conquer the world. Wang Wei coughed as the tea went inside the wrong pipe. Wait, are you saying, that's right? He wants to conquer the eternal ascension world. All other overlords will either bow to him or be destroyed. That is quite the ambition, Wang Wei sighed. This kind of goal seems almost impossible to achieve. After all, the Golden Era was called as such for a reason. With all these geniuses existing and competing against each other, it's a dream for Dugu Tianbai to conquer this place. However, it's not entirely impossible. As long as he can become the first proper half-step transcendence, he can quickly suppress the other two and conquer the world. Of course, such a method of achieving his goal has a major flaw, and that's the genius of that era. As long as one of them escapes, they will become unstable if they return later after achieving the same realm. It's fine for him to be ambitious, but he went about it in such a stupid way, Wu Hong sneered. Instead of focusing on being the first person to reach the next level and use absolute force to achieve his goal, he focused on political power. So, he started gathering sects to increase the alliance's strength? Wang Wei asked. That's right. At first he did an excellent job. He even convinced those sects to live close to each other, making their disciples entangled with each other as if they were one giant family. He wanted to slowly assimilate them and eventually fuse them into one large sect? Exactly, Wu Hong nodded. His plan failed, but it did reduce many of the hostility and contradictions between these factions, turning them into a true and coherent alliance. However, he soon became mad. He divided the alliance into inner and outer members, with the latter rapidly expanding forces without any regard. He blackmailed, intimidated, and forced countless factions to become outer members, not even caring whether they were truly loyal or not. It sounds like he just wanted to use these people to expand the alliance's luck, Wang Wei commented. Did he want to use a large quantity of luck to try to enter the next realm? Dugu Tianbai is not stupid. He should have understood that such a loose amalgamation of luck was feeble and useless. And even if he wanted to walk the path of luck to become half-step transcendent, he would have needed the luck of the entire world. Hence his previous ambition to conquer the world, Wang Wei muttered. Yes, but I still don't understand why he did such a stupid thing, and I was not the only one. At first, many people thought he wanted to start a war, but anyone could see that these outer members would never support him fully, and many would betray him at the slightest sign of trouble. There are two ways to explain his behavior: either he became prideful and made a stupid error, or there is some hidden reason he needed such a quantity of luck, even if they were not properly condensed. Wu Hong nodded. Many people deduced the same conclusion, and the other overlords tried many methods to find the source of Dugu Tianbai's change. However, no one had an answer to this day. I can now understand why Heavenly Tao is not a fan of the alliance, Wang Wei continued. If this man succeeds in his ambition, I reckon he would not hesitate to absorb all the world sources of this world to assist him in reaching the next level, and by controlling the world's chi luck, he can reduce, even eliminate Heavenly Tao's divine punishment for his action. Using one of the 3,800 source chaos worlds is one of the most direct ways to achieve half-step transcendence. Whether through Heavenly Tao or siphoning all the world's energy, world source, to forcefully elevate cultivation to the next realm, they are the best methods. Although these methods probably have some side effects and even higher consequences, most people capable of using them would not care. Many paragons have known this, but unfortunately for them, the Heavenly Tao of these worlds was also transcendent. As long as they try these people, they will be wiped out by divine punishment. Unfortunately, the ultimate taboo opened a can of worms. Many methods to bypass or even reduce the effect of divine punishment were distributed to cultivators across the chaos universe, endangering the source chaos worlds and making them more valuable. It would indeed be a disaster for the world if someone like Dugu Tianbai transcended, Wu Hong sneered. You don't seem to like him very much, Wang Wei asked. Wu Hong was briefly quiet. Although I don't like to admit it, I was the weakest of the 13 in terms of foundation. That bastard thought that meant I was a soft persimmon and tried to force me to surrender to him. So, you guys fought? Wu Hong nodded. Did you lose? Why would I lose? She stared at him. I thought you suffered at his hands, hence your resentment. Wu Hong shook his head. We fought for a few years and I had the advantage. However, once that bastard realized he was about to lose and his prestige might be affected, he became shameless. He called the other primals, claiming this was a large dispute between two factions, so everyone was allowed to participate. She sneered. I'm guessing his objective was not to besiege you? Of course not. He knew the others would not allow him to kill him and intervened in the conflict to de-escalate the situation. That way he gets to walk away without technically suffering defeat. That's why I despise him. Wang Wei nodded, but his body suddenly paused as he thought something. Did he try to court you? Isn't it obvious? That bastard wanted my strength, lineage, and my body. Wu Hong genuinely looked disgusted as she thought of Dugu Tianbai. One of the things she despised the most was this kind of man who did not want a partnership with her. Instead, they wanted to conquer her like she was a delicious piece of meat. It did not help that all these men were weaker than her, and once they realized this, their egos became hurt, so they either abandoned such notion or tried every means to eliminate her. Wife, don't worry. I'll avenge your grievance once I have the strength and Dugu Tianbai returns from limbo. Who needs you to avenge them? I've been thinking for a long time of publicly slapping him in the face and ruining his reputation. Once I'm healed and achieve a perfect foundation, my strength should be enough, so there is no need for your help. Wife, can't you give me a chance to act arrogant and mainly before you? Wang Wei complained. This is the downside of having a powerful wife. There is no opportunity to show his masculine and manly side as a protector. Who's your wife? Wu Hong asked. A slip of the tongue, Wang Wei said casually before immediately changing the topic. If you remove the one for the dynasties, 3 spots remain. Based on your analysis, it should go to the Sword Path League, the Myriad Clan Union, and probably the Demon Race. However, there is also a high chance that these spots will be distributed to non-overlord factions. Do you have someone in mind? Wu Hong asked. The Barbarian Race, Wang Wei replied. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1323. A more complex situation. Wu Hong nodded. Their origin makes them unique. Many cultivators are dedicated to studying history and culture throughout the Chaos universe, and they discovered something. Most cultures develop the same way. It's like there is a blueprint to ensure people's naming sense, language, philosophy, values, and many other factors develop the same culturally. There are a few outliers, but most are mutations of the outline. However, this fact has 2 true outliers: Buddhism and the Barbarian Race. Although these 2 have assimilated with the blueprint culture, it did not change the fact that the origin and essence of these 2 factions are entirely different. If I guess correctly, their origin should have something to do with the prehistoric world, Wu Hong continued. Heavenly Tao might give them a spot, just for the potential that the Barbarian Race might become the key to finally gaining access to that world. Now I feel conflicted, Wang Wei said. He knew one of his greatest advantages, especially to other Tao overlords, was access to his memories from Earth. It would make things more challenging for him if more people could get their hands on the information on Earth. Did you have some plan for the Barbarian Race? I noticed one of my followers, Monk, his destiny was slowly changing after meeting me, Wang Wei explained. By comparing himself to me, he's slowly transforming into a transcendent seed. Comparison and competition are some of the best ways to elicit growth and development, Wu Hong nodded. If he's as you said, then the Barbarian Race might have a spot. At the very least, they are one of the main competitors for one of the spots. Did you want to cultivate a new ally? That was the plan. Was? Wu Hong asked. Wang Wei said firmly. Anyway, I don't think it will be so simple for Grand Tao to regain control of the prehistoric world, and if everything else fails, there is still me. Yes, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. In conclusion, the Sword Path League, the Myriad Clan Union, the Demon Race, the Barbarian Race, and a few others will fight for 3 spots, Wang Wei analyzed. Sword Tao has taken over most of the destiny of all Weapon Tao, and this battle might be a chance to reverse the situation. Especially Saber Tao, who has been their greatest enemy, meaning the Sword Path League will have plenty of competitors. The Myriad Clan Union will have a future if they can contribute to the innate acquire war by weakening the Fiend God race by stealing their luck and destiny. The Demon Race is not entirely out of the competition. They'll increase their chances if they can eliminate the innate demon gods and take their destiny. The next era will probably be a time of great strife and competition, Wang Wei sighed. These 2 conversations might seem like a simple analysis, but they outline what will most likely occur in the upcoming era once the moons are eliminated and the issue of the 2 suns is dealt with. Things are even more complicated than you stated. Oh, did I overlook something? A few actually, Wu Hong said. First, there is samsara. With all these transcendents walking the world, how can the world of the dead preserve itself? In my mind, one of the factions or one of the transcendents would take over, Wang Wei replied. For example, Ingzhang. He needs the emperor title to become half-step transcendent, so I figured he would control the underworld. However, now that I said it out loud, I realized I was too naive. Although the other transcendents might not care about samsara for themselves, they wouldn't allow someone else to occupy it since it could influence their sects or people close to them. That's one part of the issue, but I don't think samsara will allow others to mess up the world of the dead. You think Heavenly Tao would grant one of the spots to the underworld? It doesn't have to, Wu Hong answered, and Wang Wei immediately understood. The Samsara Cardinal. That's right, Wu Hong nodded. Whoever they are very strict about controlling the underworld. Heavenly Tao doesn't have to do anything. The Cardinal should give the Yama Kings the power to balance the other factions in the world of the living. Wang Wei squinted. You seem rather confident in your analysis. Wang Wei agreed with her deduction, but he was not as confident as her. The Samsara Cardinal might interfere, but there is also a chance they might give up on the Eternal Ascension world. My confidence is because of you, Wu Hong said. I can deduce that whatever our future selves is doing, the Cardinals are involved in one way or another. So, it would be stupid of them not to take an opportunity to place a chess piece into your homeworld. A terrifying killing intent flashed into Wang Wei's eyes. Especially since that chess piece might be my grandmother. Although he had only one conversation with his grandmother, he had a favorable view of her, especially since she admitted her relationship with his grandfather. Wang Wei understood the mindset of the powerful, so it wouldn't surprise him in the slightest if his grandmother ignored the previous relationship and cut the karma between them. That's right, Wu Hong nodded. You should prepare beforehand. No matter what, your grandmother cannot achieve transcendence with whatever method the Cardinal provides. I know, Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. Now that he knew what was going to happen, he could plan ahead. If he plays his card right, he might peep into the secrets of the Cardinals to prepare for their future battle. Maybe even deal a blow to them if he takes a risk. Wang Wei looked in the sky, his eyes deeper than they had ever been. They better know better than to mess with my family. Otherwise, once I deal with them, they'll suffer a fate worse than death. Such deep and scary eyes, how manly, Wu Hong thought, biting her lower lips while her eyes contained some hidden emotions. Luckily, she quickly controlled herself and returned to normal before anyone saw anything. Wang Wei focused on her. What else did I overlook? Foreign influence, Wu Hong explained as she sipped the tea. Do you think other chaos worlds will just watch as the Eternal Ascension world becomes so powerful? These people know how much destiny this world has, so how could they not try to take a piece of the pie? You mean foreign factions will also compete for these positions? Exactly, Wu Hong said. Besides a few who will try their best to destroy this world's prosperity, most will try to take this opportunity for themselves. I was in the mindset that Heavenly Tao was xenophobic and would only leave this chance to its native, Wang Wei commented. However, as long as these factions are willing to change their identity to become members of the Eternal Ascension world, they won't receive much resistance from Heavenly Tao. Moreover, these people are not even the greatest variable/threat. Yes, the foreign Transcendent factions, Wu Hong squinted. These people are currently just watching and no one knows they are thinking or planning. But once they take action, we cannot deal with them given our current situation. Why do you think they haven't acted? Wang Wei asked. There are probably many reasons, but the one I can think of with the most certainty is that they fear a luck backlash, Wu Hong analyzed. They fear if they act prematurely, Heavenly Tao will also accelerate its plan and force this world into the Transcendent era in advance. As such, their plan should be to lay out things in advance and wait for the right time to take action. Wang Wei suddenly remembered Old Man Tianji and Emperor Blackheart. Both these people are chess pieces of the Star-Gazing Pavilion and the Desire Heart Palace, two transcendent factions. Wang Wei can imagine there are plenty of other chess pieces in the world waiting for the right time to act. The situation is more complicated than I originally thought, and it seems I must prepare in advance, Wang Wei grunted. Although the Tao opening sect is one of the guaranteed spots, that does not mean they would 100% become a transcendent lineage. On the contrary, these guaranteed spots are the juiciest and most succulent piece of meat to these foreign factions. There is also the fact that many people hold a grudge and will blame the Tao opening sect for what Qiyuan did, Wang Wei analyzed. Every cause has an effect. Qiyuan opened the era of transcendence through the ultimate taboo, but in the process he created probably the largest war in the chaos universe, resulting in the death and destruction of countless people and worlds. This level of karma is not something any lineage can bear along. The Tao opening sect has great fortune and destiny, and if it acts fast enough on it and becomes a transcendent faction, it can wash off that karma. If not, then they will be destroyed. Let's not talk about this anymore, Wang Wei said. They've talked enough for today. Any more and there might be consequences. How is your apprentice? She's fine, Wu Hong replied. She just passed the test to become an inner disciple. If she can pass a few more, he'll accept her as a direct disciple and, eventually, my legacy disciple. Really? You think so highly of her? A legacy disciple means that Hong Meiling would be the next ruler of the Origin Seal continent. She doesn't have that high of an aptitude for runes and such, but she has great managerial talents, Wu Hong explained. I've wanted to find someone to take over managing this place while I become a free elder/ancestor, and she might be the one. That's good to hear. As a founder of a top lineage, she must move from being the face of the faction to someone behind the scenes. Most overlords have experienced such a process, and the Origin Seal continent could be said to be behind. Of course, it's probably because Wu Hong has too high of standards for her successor. Well, enough wasting time, Wu Hong said. Let's start with your training. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1324. The frustrating woman. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He knew this day would come, and he also knew he could no longer delay it. He sighed deeply before saying, 1 minute. He condensed a talisman in the void to send to Red Mask. He had decided to stay here and even enter his cultivation retreat in the Origin Seal continent. As such, some of his work needed to be transferred to this place. All right. I'm ready. Wu Hong waved his hand, and they teleported to another area. Wang Wei looked around, and everything was either black or dark purple. Primordial chaos? A replication, Wu Hong explained. We're in the battle training area I've built. This place was not the same as the primordial chaos around the Origin Seal continent but more similar to the battle pagoda from the lower dimension. To prevent you from complaining that I bully you, my cultivation will be the same, she uttered, and her aura changed. Wu Hong's cultivation dropped to 80% Grand Dao Source, her fleshy body to the adult fiend god realm and the third heaven, and her soul was that of a paragon. Wang Wei noticed that even her willpower was the same quantity as him. Of course, despite how level the playing field looked, Wang Wei did not believe for a second he was on par with her. After all, Wu Hong's comprehension of the Tao had reached the end, and she still had all her fighting experience. So, the battle would never be fair unless she sealed these memories. However, that was unnecessary since such an act would defeat the purpose of this training. Are you ready? She asked, and Wang Wei nodded. Then let's start. They rushed toward each other, showing their aggressive nature. Wang Wei had no hesitation as he punched her in the face. However, his attack failed as the terrifying force behind him was immediately sealed once it reached close to Wu Hong, who proceeded to slap him. Wang Wei evaded. However, this attack was fake, bypassing his intuition and ability to see the future. Luckily, his reaction was excellent, so when the hand was about to touch his face, he exploded his head as a form of attack. Wang Wei's cruelness surprised Wu Hong slightly, but she immediately regained her focus. She was about to use this opportunity to continue her attack when she detected something. A time attack. To be precise, an attack from the past. Her years of experience allowed her to understand what had happened. Wang Wei did not just blow his head. He used his time Dao to send some of his blood to a few seconds in the past before growing a body/clone from that drop of blood. The clone then attacked Wu Hong across spacetime. Wu Hong did not move to look at the source of the attack. A rune appeared above her head, sealing the surrounding spacetime continuum. However, her previous momentum was gone, and Wang Wei had enough time to regrow his head. Or so he thought. As soon as his head regenerated, he discovered a terrifying curse inside his body. When did he get cursed? It did not take him long to figure it out, the blood clone. He did not know when, but Wu Hong had used that clone from the past as a medium to curse him. He reacted by using his Yin-Yang Dao to change the curse into a benediction. Of course, his primary problem is not the curse but the subtle true will inside. If not for that power, his natural immunity would have eliminated that curse on its own. While Wang Wei was dealing with internal troubles, he still had external problems as well. Wu Hong suddenly appeared before him, and her body moved like a graceful swan as she used a somersault kick. Wang Wei crossed his arms to block, but as soon as he came into contact with her, he found his terrifying strength and resilience drastically weakening. Crack. The bones in his arms, which were powerful enough to serve as pillars to hold together an entire world bigger than the lower dimension, cracked under the force of that kick. Her true will application is even better than mine, Wang Wei thought. He tried his best to prevent Wu Hong's true will from entering his body and permanently injuring him. Wu Hong's attack was a two-hit kicking combo, so she followed it with a second kick. However, Wang Wei knew he could not block that second attack, so he opened his mouth to blow. Fated Destruction. Wind of Annihilation. With this attack, Wang Wei not only used his Fate Dao to utilize Destruction Dao, he also included a bit of Destruction Dao from his Sub Dao. A terrifying black wind with the power to reduce everything to ash emanated from his mouth. Sadly, it was useless. The black wind extinguished itself once it reached Wu Hong's foot. Luckily, Wang Wei never planned for this attack to work. The black wind's primary purpose was to distract his opponent, and the other was to tear apart the surrounding void, allowing him to teleport away from that devastating kick. It also bought him more than enough time to regenerate his bones. What an annoying person to fight, Wang Wei complained as he teleported about 30 light-years away. She builds a perfect domain around her with her sealing Dao. Anything that comes close will be instantly sealed without her even having to act. As Wang Wei was analyzing how to deal with the situation, his face suddenly changed. His body was immobile. Damn it, I was played. The curse inside his body was a seal disguised as a curse. While he was distracted removing the curse, the seal had already taken root. The worst part is this seal target, essence, qi and spirit. Wang Wei's body was now useless. The energies inside his body had shut down, including his soul power, and even his mind had difficulty working. Wu Hong had a smirk on her face as she realized her plan had worked. She waved her hand to manifest a colossal hand composed of runes. Wang Wei knew he would immediately lose if that attack landed, but it seemed that there was nothing he could do. This is not fair, Wang Wei screamed in his mind. That hand contained a seal for all his Daos and all his techniques. If Wu Hong had not known him intimately, how could she have created such a seal? I know what you're thinking, but I did not create this seal based on previous knowledge about you, she explained. Instead, it's based on information I've gathered since this battle started. As for how I gather so much information in such a short period, well, I'll tell you after I beat you. Wang Wei was unwilling. The battle hadn't started for 5 minutes and he was about to lose. He couldn't accept that. Whether it was for his pride as a man or as a mighty warrior, he would not accept such a result. Defeat is fine. He expected to be defeated. However, he could not be beaten in such a disgraceful manner. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind, deducing a plan for the situation. Then, at the last moment before the palm hit him, Wang Wei's body released a terrifying aura, followed by bleeding in all orifices. He moved his hand and punched the big hand into oblivion. Fate mimicry, Jilanfeng, a picture of a slovenly dressed young swordsman with a wine gourd appeared above Wang Wei before fusing with him. His aura then changed from a supreme being who plays with fate on a whim to an almighty that embodies the concept of absolute speed. Wang Wei's tattered and bloody body appeared before Wu Hong and punched. An exploding sound echoed in the void, followed by her right hand exploding. Wang Wei was so fast that even her potent and passive domain could not react in time to seal his strength. However, her eyes were calm. Interesting. He knew he could not defeat me with his existing techniques, so he created one, she calmly analyzed. He created a method to use his essence, qi and spirit flower, as a boost. Previously, Wang Wei only used the abilities of these flowers, but now he was using them themselves to boost his essence, qi and spirit. Of course, the consequence of this technique is these flowers will enter a state of withering afterward and will need resources before they can return to normal and use their abilities. Wang Wei raised his hand for a second punch, but he immediately discovered, to his horror, his speed was dramatically slower than before. She sealed my speed? When? Oh. Divination revealed the answer. She used the karma of him destroying her arms to seal his speed. With a thought, Wang Wei removed that karmic connection. Sadly, this was more than enough time for Wu Hong. She teleported away from him while building a domain around her with countless methods to seal his speed. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he noticed more than 100 million different methods of sealing his speed, and those were the ones he could recognize. Has anyone ever told you that fighting you is frustrating? Wang Wei complained. I've built a reputation for that, Wu Hong calmly replied. All those battle maniacs don't want to fight me despite my well-known strength due to how frustrating it is to fight me, she proudly explained. Come on, she continued. This is just the warm-up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1325 Necessary Training, Undeaded Chapter. Wu Hong rushed to confront Wang Wei, but things were different this time. She did not use her sealing Dao, facing him in a pure fleshly body battle. Although Wang Wei did not know her exact intention, he also followed her. These two clashed, purely using their flesh. Each strike causes intense destructive waves to the surrounding primordial chaos. Wang Wei observed while fighting, and he realized Wu Hong's control over her body was higher than his. She had reached the true heavenly Dao control in his force control skill. No, it should be close to the true heavenly Tao control, he analyzed. The best way to describe her level is based on heavenly Taos, divided based on their world. Source Chaos World's true heavenly Tao is half-step transcendent, so their control of laws or Taos is on another level. However, it's different for normal Chaos Worlds. Wu Hong's level of control should be similar to the true heavenly Tao of a normal Chaos World. Moreover, she has reached a peak at that level. As long as she takes a step into the Transcendent realm, she'll get that level of control. Is it possible to achieve half-step Transcendent by attaining a higher level of control? For example, if a paragon's control of the law reaches the level of a Source Chaos World's true heavenly Tao. After mulling it over, Wang Wei realized this path was feasible and fell under the category of achieving transcendence through skills. This idea is good, but how exactly could someone reach that level? Unless they could have direct access to a Source World's heavenly Tao and its operation of the law. So, a technique that can obverse the operation of the rules of heaven and earth? Such a technique is easy and challenging to create. If heavenly Tao does not care, then this path is feasible. But if heavenly Tao does not want anyone to peep at their core secrets, then this path is a dead end. An alternate method would be to observe countless true heavenly Taos from non-source chaos worlds. Depending on the world, any paragon can overwhelm the heavenly Tao of a non-source chaos worlds, meaning this approach is more feasible. However, the chances of success are lower, and it also takes a lot of time to deduce how the source world's true heavenly Tao operates from observing the non-source world's true heavenly Tao. You're distracted, Wu Hong suddenly said before she punched Wang Wei into oblivion. Damn it, why is your body so strong? Wang Wei complained as he regenerated. What body refining technique did you cultivate? Heaven and Earth Body. The Body Ancestors technique? That's right. When I was in the Divine Body realm, I found one of the prototypes he left in the world as a fortunate encounter and completed it with my Seal Dao, Wu Hong explained. Doesn't that thing require using worlds to cultivate? I found a destroyed Greater Thousand world and used it for my cultivation. What about after you ascended? Did you cultivate another technique? There was no need, Wu Hong explained. This place has countless destroyed worlds and dimensions for me to use. I only need to seal them into my body and use them to temper my flesh. Later, after becoming a paragon and traveling through primordial chaos, I found a chaos world that had just been born and absorbed it. How come you seem luckier than me? Wang Wei complained. You may be the son of fate, but am the darling of luck, Wu Hong proudly sneered. Wang Wei wanted to complain. Although he has abundant luck, he rarely has any extraordinary fortunate encounters, and that's because his luck manifests in the form of his background, the Tao opening sect. Most of the rare things he needed for cultivation can be acquired by asking his sect. That's why he appeared less lucky than Wu Hong. Meanwhile, she had to start from scratch to build a lineage like the Origin Seal continent. She needed these fortunate encounters. Enough with the chit-chat, Wu Hong said with a severe expression. Do you know how many flaws you have as a fighter? It can't be that bad, Wang Wei defended himself. Let me list a few, Wu Hong said. Let's start with the environment. I'm sure you've learned to use the environment in battles. Do you think such logic no longer applies to you with your current strength? Wang Wei listened carefully. Primordial chaos is a potent power with many utilization, Wu Hong continued. It has an excellent effect on the essence, so most top inextinguishable paragons will create techniques that allow them to passively temper their bodies while fighting. In other words, the longer the fight lasts and the more they fight, the stronger they become. Even the ones who have reached the peak of their realm and can no longer improve will use these techniques to give them small boosts in stats. And that's just one of the many applications. At that level, our body has infinite stamina, unless outside forces interfered. So, if you meet someone who can weaken your body and reduce your stamina, primordial chaos is the best source to replenish yourself. High concentration of primordial chaos can affect the use of the Grand Tao source, similar to how immense chi from the source chi space can do the same. Fiend gods are masters of this technique, so you need to learn to use it and how to deal with such a method. Wang Wei nodded while also smiling wryly. I understand what you mean, but you should also understand. I know your cultivation is low, and you haven't even entered primordial chaos before, Wu Hong said. But you should understand that your destiny means a lot of trouble awaits you. There is no telling when you'll be forced into an unprepared situation. You're right. Next, it's a certain mindset regarding battle, Wu Hong continued. It's best if I demonstrate. She rushed forward and started a hand-to-hand fight with Wang Wei. Midway through their confrontation, 4 arms suddenly grew from Wu Hong and punched Wang Wei's ribs. He reacted by creating a field around his body as defense, barely blocking the 4 terrifying punches. However, a weird scorpion tail grew from Wu Hong's back and pieced his defense. As Wang Wei was about to defend again, her hair suddenly grew long and captured him. "We are inhumans, meaning battles are not limited by our human form," Wu Hong warned. "Every part of our body is a weapon. I once defeated a paragon with spit. Once she least expected it, I turned my spit into the most corrosive substance between heaven and earth, and it melted her body and soul." Wang Wei was speechless. It was one thing to lose to someone but another to lose to their spit. This kind of humiliation, he wondered how that paragon felt once she revived. "Don't think this is weird," Wu Hong continued. "When you fight fiend gods you'll realize what it means to fight weird and inhumane humanoid creatures. I was almost killed by a fiend god whose beard was cultivated by violent spatial energy. He took advantage of my ignorance to release a storm of extremely sharp spatial energy from his beard that almost sent me to limbo." "You'll keep that in mind," Wang Wei nodded. "How many paragon's artifacts do you have?" Wu Hong suddenly asked. "None," Wang Wei replied, giving her a strange look. "Well, that's the problem," she added. "In the paragon realm, your soul is powerful enough to control many weapons, meaning you cannot rely only on your proving Dao artifact. In fact, most paragons will refine powerful one-time use paragon artifacts as their trump card." "One-time use?" "Yes. They sacrifice the longevity of the artifact for extreme power," Wu Hong nodded. "In other words, wealth contributes to how powerful a paragon is?" Wang Wei sighed. "Yes, that's why most paragons are from a faction or build their own to help them amass wealth." Wu Hong nodded. "You need to learn or create your own artifact controlling technique. Although your Dao is not enough, your soul meets the requirement." "Can I see your collection?" "You can find them in the library," Wu Hong replied. "Good. Any other flaws?" "We're just starting," Wu Hong sneered. "I noticed you heavily favored using your fist over your legs when fighting. Such a mindset will limit your variety of attacks and make you predictable." "Speaking of predictability, you overthink too much," Wu Hong continued. "You like to analyze and plan 3 to 5 steps ahead of your opponent. Is there something wrong with that? In 99% of battles, such approach is the best. However, what happens when you meet an opponent who is better at predicting your move?" Wang Wei wanted to say something arrogant that no one would be better than him in that area when he remembered the person before him was indeed better. In this short confrontation, Wu Hong was indeed always one step ahead of his predictions. "Intuition," Wang Wei uttered. "That's right. You need to learn to switch between analysis fighting mode and pure instinct fighting mode." "I understand. Now for your greatest weakness, your soul." "Are you serious?" Wu Hong shook her head in disappointment. "Haven't you realized I've been reading your mind throughout this entire fight?" Wang Wei's face became ugly. "You're so used to not worrying about your soul in battle that when you meet an expert like me, you become useless." "But I've trained my soul," Wang Wei said, trying to save some face. "Yes, but only against people weaker than you," Wu Hong explained. "You've never faced someone on the same soul level as you, let alone someone more powerful. Tell me, how much did you improve after your defeat against Di Tian?" "The greatest improvement in strength in my life." "Exactly. Without an opponent of a similar level for soul battles, how did you expect yourself to have any form of achievement?" In Wu Hong's eyes, Wang Wei's soul accomplishments are good, but that's it. When it comes to an expert of her level, there are too many people who can see the flaw in his lack of soul battle experience. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1326 Continue training. Wang Wei opened his eyes and wiped the blood from his nose. Is this what it feels like to experience social death? He wanted nothing more than to crawl into a wall and hide, which says a lot, given his thick skin. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. He failed the illusion again. All his life he had never feared any mental or illusion attacks, no matter how intricate they were. However, today he had the biggest wake-up call of his life. Wu Hong played with his mind like a toddler facing an adult. His so-called paragon soul or terrifying willpower means nothing to someone so adept at wielding the mind and knew to consider his willpower when manipulating him. "Don't beat yourself," Wu Hong said. "Now that you know your weakness, you can compensate for it. Plus, you've been improving at an alarming rate." She was worried that Wang Wei had already formed certain habits so that it would be difficult for him to adapt and learn new ways to fight with the soul. However, it seems she worried for nothing. His mind was as flexible as young people's, allowing him to change and evolve to improve. "Let's continue," Wang Wei said. This training not only allowed him to train his soul battle technique, but it was also an excellent way of cultivating his soul subdao. Since you've made such rapid improvement, let's increase the difficulty, Wu Hong suggested. Think of a number between 10,000 to 1 million. Try to prevent me from getting into your thoughts while resisting the illusion. Good. The two started to fight physically while secretly battling mentally. Wang Wei applied everything he learned so far, pushing his spirit particles to the limit. Wu Hong showed him her soul, which was also unique as its main composition was 129,600 unique runes. Wang Wei learned from her and created a soul defense technique that combined his 269 trillion spirit particles into a group of 129,600, imitating her ability. As they were fighting, Wang Wei watched as Wu Hong slapped him with a seal of death in her palms and prepared to react. However, his spirit particles released a golden light, allowing him to break from the illusion. This attack was not a seal of death but a yin-yang seal. He countered it before continuing the fight. His concentration reached another level as he adapted to his situation. Then Wu Hong suddenly stopped. 22,345, she said, making Wang Wei sighed. And you still fail for the illusion. She waved her hand and the surroundings changed. The real Wu Hong was sitting cross-legged in the distance with a cup of tea in her hands while the one before Wang Wei slowly dissipated. Wang Wei sighed, "Why do I need heaven and earth to humble me when I have you around? Don't be discouraged since you're not as bad as you think. I just have high standards. No need to take my pride into consideration. I needed this wake-up call." Wang Wei knew his future wife's standards were the pinnacle of the chaos universe, and even without her, he would also put these standards as his own. After all, how can he stand at the pinnacle of the world without being the best in everything? "I'm curious though," Wang Wei continued. "Your understanding of the soul isn't just based on experience. It's as if you've understood the essence of the mind. Did you spend a lot of time studying mind rune or something?" "Something like that," Wu Hong responded. "One of my worst experiences after becoming a paragon was that the mind hunters hunted me." "Mind hunters? Do you know the status of the mind in the chaos universe?" "It's a protected area," Wang Wei nodded. "Fate is absolute, but the concept of choice and freedom still exists in the world, competing with it in many aspects." "How is that possible?" "It's because of the mind. Grand Tao binds all sentient beings and cages them under the power of fate, but it also leaves a door open for people to escape, and that door is the mind. A perfect example of this is Wang Wei's Supreme Outlaw trial. If Heavenly Tao had been allowed to read his mind during the trial, the difficulty would have gone beyond nightmare level. Yes. As long as someone opens their sea of consciousness, other people must invade it to read their mind. Based on the difference between cultivation level and techniques, the process can be undetected, but it's impossible to just glance at someone and read their mind. There are many ways to work around this restriction, and there is only one way to bypass it directly: mind techniques. They are rare and overly suppressed by Grand Tao. Of course, there are no absolutes, so a few gifted individuals were granted such a talent. The mind hunters are a group of people with such talent. However, these guys went on the extreme path. Their cultivation techniques turned them into an ugly invisible creature that feeds on the mind of powerhouses. A cold light flashed in Wu Hong's eyes. A nest of them targeted me and they hunted me down for more than 10 yuan epochs. In the process of eradicating them, I became an expert in the soul and mind. Mind hunters, huh? Such a group should either be turned into pawns or eradicated from existence, Wang Wei commented. Most worlds feel the same, so these guys do not dare publicly show their faces. As far as she knows, there are no chaos worlds openly ruled by the mind hunters, nor are there any places where they can exist peacefully without anyone trying to kill them. "Alright, let's continue," Wang Wei said. "Hold on, let's change things a little," Wu Hong said. They've been fighting for over 100,000 years inside this formation, so she wanted to focus on another aspect of the training. Anyway, this training arc will take a long time. She waved her hand and 20 more people appeared around her. Wang Wei looked at these people with curiosity. Their aura indicated they were all in the peak of the Empyrean realm, and Wang Wei had a feeling that each of them individually was a threat to him. "One of the greatest threats to people like me and you is jealousy," Wu Hong said. "People fear and envy our talent, and when you add interest into the occasion, it is a recipe for disaster. After you become a paragon and maybe travel through primordial chaos, your greatest concern will be being besieged. Today's training is about that." Wu Hong did not waste time. Under her orders, these people immediately started attacking Wang Wei. She did not interfere and only watched and commented. No, this way of fighting is not applicable to group battles. Spread your true will around your skin as protection, and don't care too much about the opponent's true will that has broken your defense and entered your body. You're a body refiner, meaning you can continue fighting no matter how injured you are. Leave those injuries for when you win the battle or after your escape. Wu Hong observed everything while she kept talking. Focus on one opponent. The others won't let you, but do everything you can to kill one person at a time, even if it means you have to exchange injuries. If you cannot kill them, make sure you severely injure them and thus limit their fighting prowess. Excellent work. Devour the enemy's flesh and blood to weaken them and help you heal. Be brutal. Bite and even chew on their bones. The sound of the bug is unnerving and has an excellent psychological effect. Such ferocity and brutality can have some deterrence effects and reduce their fighting abilities by a few %. Remember, you are fighting for your life, so everything goes to ensure your survival. Do you now see the benefits of having multiple Paragon artifacts? You wouldn't have suffered that terrible blow without a defensive weapon. No, the worst thing you can do is use clone techniques. Most powerhouses are arrogant, and their minds are conditioned to rely on themselves, so they will not use clone techniques. But if you do, you'll remind them. The enemies are 20 and you are alone. When everybody uses clone techniques, wouldn't you be overwhelmed? Didn't you just learn about soul and mind techniques? Play with their mind and emotions, make them crumble from within. You see that guy that just revived himself? None of that would have happened had you used the primordial restriction force. Oh, I forgot, you probably don't know what that is. It's the high-end version of no-life talisman. Using primordial chaos as a medium, your true will can access the primordial will and temporarily combine with it to form a special power. It allows you to bypass someone's longevity resources and send them directly to limbo. You should read about it in the library. I know what you're thinking, and the answer is no, you cannot use this method anywhere else but primordial chaos. Stop being distracted and focus. No, I did not read your mind, I can guess what you think. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1327 End of Training. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. His injuries had healed and he was back to his peak fighting state. Being surrounded was indeed a different type of battle and he learned a lot. Back in the lower dimension, he did not care if people surrounded him since he was so powerful that he could slaughter the entire dimension if everyone tried to kill him together. The only experience he had with this kind of battle was when he faced Old Man Nether and all his creation lifeforms, and he suffered due to the sheer amount of opponents. But that experience paled compared to this battle since he was now facing a team of elite cultivators. Wang Wei looked at Wu Hong. What's next? Well, do it again, she replied. But this time your opponent will work together and use formation. Wang Wei immediately became serious. The previous battle was already challenging, but if those people worked together and were perfectly in sync, the difficulty level would have more than tripled. All right. Wang Wei then experienced another challenging battle, and this time he truly felt like he was fighting multiple opponents, but simultaneously he was fighting only one. With these people perfectly working together, he could not use specific tactics like killing one person at all costs, and that's because every time he's about to succeed, these people will share vitality with that person and return them to their peak health. Luckily, Wang Wei had his methods without Wu Hong having to remind him. He used his spirit particle to act as an array virus to destroy the link between these people, thus eradicating their formation. Once they were no longer in sync, it became easier to deal with them. He also applied many of her teachings, such as using multiple artifacts. Although Wang Wei did not have them, he had access to Time Dao, so he summoned artifacts from an alternate timeline and started learning how to use multiple weapons in battle. By the end of the battle, Wang Wei's clothes were tattered, showing his muscular frame. He had blood all over his body, many bones were broken, and his left arm was useless. Any comments? Wang Wei asked as he sat in the void to heal. A few, but there is no need for me to say anything since you'll realize them by yourself, Wu Hong replied. However, you need to learn a healing source technique. Sometimes you will be besieged by groups, meaning you'll only have a short interval to heal and return to your peak state. Healing source technique? Wang Wei asked. It can accelerate the removal of Dao will/true will from your body. Technically speaking, you should have started learning these things after becoming an inextinguishable paragon. By then, your willpower would have been fused with your body, making this kind of technique easier to use and apply. I understand. I'll heal and we can continue. No, let's take a break, Wu Hong said. She had many training programs planned for him. For example, there were many types of fights in the group battle category alone. Wang Wei just faced the most basic formation, but in her life she has experienced a few different types of besieging with the group using weirs and inexplicable formations. Two of the strangest ones were the Mind Hunters, who almost turned her mad. Another group used a formation that forcibly corroded her body and slowly turned her into an octopus-like creature during the fight. Even after winning that battle, Wu Hong had difficulty reverting that transformation. Is something wrong? Wang Wei asked. I realize one of your greatest shortcomings is your lack of knowledge. So, spend time in my library to catch up and then, well, continue. Besides the obvious flaw of his soul, Wang Wei's weakness stems from the fact he's too young and advanced. He's only an Empyrean, but all his enemies are paragons that have lived for heaven knows how long. He must learn things he would have to learn after becoming a paragon to ensure he has a fighting chance against his opponents. He must also adapt to fighting in that realm in advance to prevent him from losing and dying. You may have a point, Wang Wei nodded. Here, Wu Hong gave him a token. This should give you unrestrained access to the library. She left afterward while Wang Wei focused on recuperating. After returning to his normal state, he condensed a new black robe. He did not immediately enter the library but returned to his room. Yes, he had his own room in this palace. After returning, Wang Wei looked around and smirked. Is this considering moving in together, or just a visit to each other's home? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. No matter the results, they represented progress in their relationship. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a talisman in the room flew into his palms. Red Mask came here and left the information he wanted, so Wang Wei checked to ensure there were no problems. He raised his finger to force out a single drop of blood that instantly condensed into a clone. You know what to do? I do, nodded the clone. Although training, Wang Wei did not forget what trouble awaited him in the outside world. He needed to start preparing to deal with the parasites, and the best method was to know as much as possible about them. Luckily for him, these people treated each other as competitors/enemies. The Blood Dragon had millions of people gathering news and analyzing these people. Wang Wei will use this information to scheme their death. The main body teleported away. He found himself inside a large white room with rows of bookshelves that go for miles long. Books? I thought she would use information jade slips. However, Wang Wei realized he might have spoken too soon. All these books were here for the aesthetic alone. No matter how they looked, these books contained one page with a rune. After using his divine sense, the book's content would enter the reader's mind. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. This massive library had 4 floors, each bigger than the others. The lowest floor contained information about the mortal realm, the second floor involved the emperor realm, and so on. The things Wang Wei needs to learn are primarily on the 4th floor, Paragon Realm, but he decided to stop on the 3rd floor first. After entering the 3rd floor, Wang Wei could not stop praising his future wife. The size of this floor alone was on par with the lower dimension, and what's more, the size did not exist simply for grandeur's sake. Every inch was filled with books, showing how vast knowledge she had accumulated in her life. He scanned the place before heading to the area about Grand Mist Wheel. One of the criticisms he received from his future wife was his wheel application. According to her, even by Empyrean standard, his utilization of the thing has not met her requirements, let alone reaching the level of competing in the Paragon realm. So Wang Wei decided to start with the basics. As soon as Wang Wei took a book and started reading, he sensed his surroundings had changed. Time formation? How thoughtful. A bright smile flashed on his face before regaining his composure. Her actions reminded him that time was of the essence, so he needed to do things with a sense of urgency. Without hesitation, Wang Wei scattered all his 269 trillion spirit particles, each reading a book. Time passed, and Wang Wei spent 10 yuan epochs reading books from the 3rd to the 4th floor. He even had to read a few books on the 2nd floor. He had to leave the library but felt reluctant. He had only scratched the surface level regarding the number of books he read during this time. It was fascinating to improve every moment while also learning the secrets of heaven and earth. It's time to leave, Wang Wei thought. He had acquired all the knowledge he needed to meet Wu Hong's standards, and it was now time to return to the nitty-gritty part of the training. I wonder how long has passed outside? Wang Wei left the library and checked. 1 yuan epoch had passed outside. A ratio of 1 to 10? That's better than my formation, he commented. Luckily, the world was still quiet. Nothing significant has happened on the outside, reassuring Wang Wei. However, he did not waste time and restarted his training with Wu Hong. Look at you with your scholarly aura, Wu Hong commented. After spending so much time reading, Wang Wei's aura changed, and he resembled a scholar with profound eyes and a sense of righteousness. You look quite handsome. You think so? After we get together we can role-play. I can be a scholar, a tyrant, a painter, or anything you want. Wang Wei did not waste this opportunity to flirt. In that case, I'll look forward to it, Wu Hong replied calmly. Let's get to business. The two started their training, and another 2 yuan epochs passed outside, which meant 20 yuan epochs of non-stop fighting and training. The world remained quiet, but everyone could feel a rising tension in the air. In the meantime, Wang Wei had completed his training. Was he able to beat Wu Hong? No, but he reached the point she could not beat him in the same realm with the same stats. Unfortunately, she would cheat every time he got cocky and secretly increase her cultivation to beat him up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1328 Goodbye and Retreat. Wang Wei and Wu Hong stood opposite each other, with only a few inches separating them. Why are you looking at me like a lost puppy who doesn't want to be separated from his owner? She asked. I'm going to miss you. Is that so wrong? Wang Wei asked. It's only a few yuan epochs. Can't you just say you'll miss me too? I'm going to miss you too. Happy? She asked. Of course. Wang Wei smiled as he looked at that beautiful woman before him. The love in his eyes has deepened immensely. During this training he made a ridiculous amount of improvement, but was it really due to his talent? He knew that was not it. Although it played a part, it was not the primary cause of his success. The woman before him is why he's currently so strong and considered perfect regarding battle IQ. Wu Hong did not hesitate to feed her all her knowledge and experience, like a mother bird feeding a baby bird through their beaks. Only because of her selfless teaching did he become so intense, allowing him to fight on par with her. Of course, Wang Wei was not cocky enough to think he had caught up with. In terms of experience, he was miles away from her. He knew that if they were in a battle of life and death, even in the same realm, he would not survive more than a day. She would mercilessly slaughter him, and everything he learned in this training would only prolong the inevitable. All right, there is no need to keep lingering, Wu Hong said, preparing to leave. Before you leave, I want to ask something. What exactly are we? Wang Wei wanted to know the answer. If you say they are friends, he would disagree given how close they'd become during this training. However, they were not lovers either. Although he's seen her body during their training when their clothes were destroyed, the most intimate gesture they've made was holding hands and a kiss on the cheek after he won a bet. Wu Hong did not immediately answer this question but instead started arranging his hair. There is no need to define our relationship. We have plenty of time to figure it out. Wang Wei glanced at her strangely. Back on Earth, he often used a VPN to browse through other countries' internet, social media, and so on, and he once read an article about something called a situationship. Unfortunately, that word might be the best way to describe their relationship. All right, I'm leaving, she said before kissing him on the cheeks. You can access this place as you wish. If you're in trouble, just come here and activate the formations. Even if all 7 of them work together, they can't break my array. So, take care of yourself and don't die. After saying those words, she did not wait for his response and flew away. Wang Wei suddenly yelled, If I did, I mean true death, will you do everything possible to revive me? Don't die, and you won't have to find out. Yeah, she'll definitely revive me, Wang Wei muttered with a smirk. Then he sighed, I hope she's all right. Although he was 99% sure there were no problems with her entering the dark truth, the remaining 1% of uncertainty still nagged him. He knew there was no point in worrying, so he focused on his own affairs. Although the world was peaceful, everyone could feel this was the calm before the storm. Wang Wei did not know how much time he had, but he knew it was not much, so he needed to hurry. He needed to accomplish a few things before the significant change in the world occurred. Otherwise, he'll be grossly unprepared for the upcoming chaos. Wang Wei's first destination was the clone in charge of planning the downfall of the remaining moons. How are things going? Wang Wei asked the clone. Good, the clone responded. I've created character models for all the remaining moons, and based on their personality, history, and mindset, I've devised a few plans to eliminate them. However, I'm not satisfied with the probability of success yet. What numbers are you working with? 10% chance for Time Eater, 40% chance of success for the others, and for the one I've specifically targeted, it's a 60% chance. Those are low numbers, Wang Wei frowned. Why are they so low? Do you need more time? More information? Time is not much of an issue, the clone explained. Information is a problem for Time Eater. Unlike the others, the information about him is superficial, almost fabricated. In fact, he's the outlier why the other's success rate was so low. Even with that plan, the clone nodded. That, and there is a high chance the Taoist son will no longer be hands-off. My calculations tell me he may want these people alive for a reason, and he won't let them die so easily. Let me see your plan. Wang Wei received the clone's memories and took a moment to digest everything. There was nothing wrong with it, and Wang Wei himself couldn't do it any better. So, he took a moment to ponder how he could increase his success. We need to change our mindset a little, he stated. If we want to do things from the shadows, we don't have to be the vanguard, and the more chaotic the situation is, the better things will be for us. The clone frowned. You want to force these ancient lineages that were forced to close their mountains to enter the game? That's right. They suffered tremendous humiliations at the hands of the Seven Moons, and without those two around, they'll have no fear or restraint to enact their vengeance. If you want to make such a move, it's not enough to use their hatred to get them to act, the clone added. We must also share some of the benefits with them. That's fine. Wang Wei never planned to eat everything for himself. People hated the moon because they divided everything amongst themselves and left no crumbs for everybody else. If Wang Wei had taken all their resources, he would just be another version of the moons in a different font. So, his idea was always to get the biggest piece and leave enough for everybody else. That's fine then, the clone nodded. By the way, have you received any news from that little girl, Qin Zilan? Wang Wei asked. The clone had discovered Qin Zilan's identity and connection to Sun Junyo's chef, so he fulfilled his promise to her that he would help find her master. She's still with her master, the clone responded. The latter said he owed us a great karmic debt. It's a shame to lose that little girl. She's a great talent with potential, Wang Wei sighed. Wang Wei planned to marry that little girl to Hui Mingwei so she could help him develop his cooking Tao. Well, maybe it's not too late. He'll accept his debt, Wang Wei said, and his eyes changed as he saw a web of karmic thread. As expected, his connection to Sun Junyao deepened slightly after returning Qin Zilan to her master. He waved his hand and a few more cracks manifested on their love-fate line. All right, I'm leaving, Wang Wei said as he stood up. Start laying down the chess pieces for the plan. The clone nodded. Although there was plenty of time before they officially enacted things, it's best to start laying out things now. Before leaving, Wang Wei created a second clone and handed him his Grand Mist Wheel before tasking him to oversee the tribulations of his creation lives. He was no longer limited by the stringent rules of the lower dimension and knew more about the topic, so it was time to get started. However, Wang Wei was about to focus on his cultivation, so he tasked his clone with this task. Wang Wei finally left his room as he teleported to an empty white space with one cushion in the middle. This was the cultivation room his future wife prepared for him. As he sat on the cushion, Wang Wei felt a mysterious power rushing into his mind that calmed him down and made his spirit in harmony with heaven and earth. Good stuff, Wang Wei commented before focusing. With his retreat he could not do as he pleases. His intuition warned him that time was of the essence, so he had to choose. I cannot cultivate my body and comprehend the Tao, so I must choose one or the other, Wang Wei. In the current situation, comprehending the Tao is meaningless for him. After the 80% mark, the time needed to cultivate is even greater than before, even for a genius like himself. My priority should be entering the taboo realm so that I have the strength to fight against these parasites. And if I want to increase the chances of that happening, my true power Tao realm should improve. Now that he had made a choice, Wang Wei no longer wasted any time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1329 Sixth Flesh Tribulation. Wang Wei had already reached the peak of the third heaven, so he only needed to focus on his body-will fusion. He had much knowledge of the subject, whether from the Desolate Emperor or Wu Hong, so he took time to ensure perfection in the beginning stage of body-will fusion. Once he met the standard, he did not hesitate to summon the Sixth Flesh Tribulation. This test could be said to be simple but also challenging. A spinning wheel manifested before Wang Wei, and it released an aura that made his heart palpitate. He did not hesitate and plunged his right hand into the wheel. A terrifying force broke his body arm apart. The frightening part is Wang Wei did not sense any power similar to true will, but he knew this will could erase his arm from existence without any ability to heal. In other words, if he fails this test, he'll permanently lose his limb. Unless he found some extremely rare and valuable Tier 12 herbs, he'll never be able to regrow it. Wang Wei controlled his emotions to proceed. The wheel's purpose is not to kill or remove his limbs. Its purpose is to test whether he met the standard of body-will fusion. So, after he put his hand through, His right arm was torn apart but regenerated immediately. This proved that he had acquired some characteristics of will immortality. Wang Wei removed his hand from the spinning wheel and checked it. He soon discovered a few spots in his skin, muscles, veins, bones, blood, and even cells that it did regenerate. The wheel trembled slightly before removing the power inside Wang Wei's body that hindered his regeneration. However, Wang Wei did not immediately regrow this flesh, but instead he spread his willpower to the areas he detected. Once that was done, he plunged his hand into the wheel again. He rechecked his hand and found 5 spots that did not regenerate. He fixed them before plunging his hand into the wheel for a third time. Once he finished, something different occurred. His right hand turned golden. Perfect fusion, and I only did it on 3 tries, Wang Wei praised himself. He knew he did the right thing by absorbing Jisong's physiques. His already terrifying body-refining talent reached another level after that. However, he still hoped to follow after his future wife and absorb someone with the primordial essence physique. After admiring his work, Wang Wei proceeded with his left hand. The first time is the most important. If it fails, it means he will lose all his limbs. Afterward, all cultivators will have a few tries to correct their errors and achieve a perfect fusion. The more talented a person is, the more tries they have. The irony is that most gifted individuals usually do not need many opportunities. Sadly, the wheel or its creator, Grand Tao, does not care. Someone like Wang Wei can have at least 100 tries to perfect his fusion as long as he meets the requirements after the first attempt. Meanwhile, ordinary geniuses will have 10 to 50 tries, and non-talented people will have less than 10 attempts. After perfecting his left hand, Wang Wei felt the barrier in his cultivation disappearing. Without much effort, he broke through the 4th heaven. He took the primordial essence blessing pill and swallowed it. A terrifying power burst into his body, rapidly increasing his physical bonus stats. Wang Wei was delighted. He should be able to absorb this pill in a little over 2 yuan epochs, which is not long. So, he decided to take this time to temper his willpower before proceeding with the fusion. He can summon the will of nothingness with his human fiend god bloodline to temper his willpower, making the effect extraordinary. However, it was still painful and dangerous since he could be assimilated at any time. Simultaneously, this approach is an excellent way for him to train for his upcoming achievement of the Taboo realm. Time passed, and Wang Wei's strength reached the peak of 6 heavens. This meant he could fight Empyreans with the cultivation of 82% Grand Tao with his flesh alone. There were still some effects remaining inside Wang Wei's body. But he needed to enter the intermediate stage of body-will fusion and pass another tribulation before reaching the 7th heaven. So, he had to stop tempering his willpower and focus on the fusion. The process took time and meticulous care, and as always, it was excruciatingly painful. There is a reason that all body refiners are masochists. Grand Tao wanted to place restrictions on this path, especially since it does not take as long to cultivate. A pure body refiner that absorbs the heaven can become an Empyrean in less than a yuan epoch. Afterward, as long as an everlasting Empyrean is talented enough, has enough resources, can bear the pain, and has an excellent technique for tempering their willpower and fusion, they can quickly reach the next realm in slightly over 30,000 yuan epochs. Of course, it's referring to people like Wang Wei who can get their hands on things like the primordial essence blessing pill. Meanwhile, the average emperor will take 20,000 to 50,000 yuan epochs to become Empyreans, and geniuses will take a little over 10,000. If they have blessings of merit and luck like the people from Wang Wei's era, it will take even less time than that. As for the average time to become a paragon? Well, things are different. The average time for people to cultivate from the lowest level of the Empyrean realm, 70%, to the peak, 89%, is 250,000 yuan epochs to 500,000. Geniuses can do it in over 150,000 yuan epochs, and people with extreme talents or blessed with destiny, merit, and so on can do it in over 70,000 yuan epochs. After reaching the peak of the Empyrean realm, every cultivator must take a break. First, they must start cultivating their souls, which takes time. Then they must find ways to increase their luck and temper their mind. Living a long life and experiencing many things is the most common method of tempering the Tao heart to prepare for the time-washing tribulation. Finally, there is the problem of the Paragon Tribulation. Most people will be stuck in the Empyrean realm, unable to progress because they fear that tribulation. Of course, in this current political era, these numbers mean nothing. Most people will take longer to cultivate because they fear being placed on a list for assassination by the parasites. For the intermediate stage tribulation, Wang Wei had to perfect his 2 legs. Once they turned golden, the remaining energy from the pill allowed him to enter the 7th heaven, and the pill effect ended. He knew his rapid progress ended, but that was relative to using the pill. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a meal appeared before him. He took one whiff and felt the strength inside his body surge. "Yeah, no matter what, I'll marry you," he muttered. He did not immediately consume this food, so he activated his essence flower ability to increase his strength. Instead, he consumed a few pills and herbs with the ability to accelerate his bloodline's growth. He took a too-long approach of bloodline growth and food cultivation to ensure he could reach the 9 heavens as soon as possible. Wang Wei took a bite of his food. "Is this what the hell-suppressing elephant tastes like?" His eyes were bright. Wu Hong left cards for him to describe all the dishes she left for him, and this one was from a rare innate demon god born from the underworld. The meat is soft, not chewy, and it releases softine power immensely beneficial to the soul. Wang Wei continued his training. With access to unparalleled food, the heaven-defying ability of his essence flower, and the rapid excavation of his bloodline power, his fleshly body cultivation increases at what could be described as record-breaking speed. As such, he soon reached the 9th heavens and immediately started the advanced level body will fusion. Wang Wei had to be careful about this test since it was fatally dangerous. The target of the wheel this time around was his torso, and failure meant he would die permanently. So Wang Wei took extra time to ensure the fusion was successful, and as a result he achieved the golden body after his second attempt. Wang Wei did not stop and continued his momentum. He swallowed a rare top-tier Empyrean pill called the Complete Vessel Pill, which had the function of helping people in the 9 heavens reach the 10th heavens at a faster rate. With this pill and his flower's ability to break the bottlenecks in body refining cultivation, he entered the last steps in the adult fiend god realm. Wang Wei then focused on the perfect body will fusion, whose target was his head. This part was also a death sentence during the tribulation, so Wang Wei took extra care before taking the test. He even took the fake wheel pill, which allowed him to preemptively test whether he met the requirement without the threat of dying. Although this pill is not 100% accurate, it's still an excellent way to measure whether someone is ready for the test. After Wang Wei perfected his head, his entire body turned golden. He now had a pseudo-will immortality. He checked his body and saw the gate of flesh. He knew as long as he opened it, he would become a paragon. However, Wang Wei resisted the urge. This was not something he could do on a whim. The gate opening process was dangerous and also required a terrifying tribulation. He would not open it until he was ready. So he focused on something else, his sea of consciousness. After his head reached perfection, his soul was nourished and increased by another 1%, becoming par with a paragon of 95%. More importantly, his sea of consciousness was reinforced and became more solid, capable of withstanding more potent attacks. Excellent, Wang Wei thought. Now, I don't have to worry about it being destroyed due to the nothingness wheel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13, 32nd Taboo Battle Realm, unedited chapter. Although Wang Wei's bloodline now included the power of nothingness, he still feared that something would go wrong in the process. That's why he opted to focus on improving his fleshly body cultivation before starting the procedure. Now that everything was ready, he had no more scruples. He waved his hand and the nothingness array from the Dragon Palace appeared in this empty white room. However, this new array was nothing compared to the previous one since Wu Hong updated it. Then the nothingness wheel inside Wang Wei's sea of consciousness started to rotate. It absorbed the power of nothingness from the array like it was a whale that was dehydrated. The wheel grew in size with each passing moment. Wang Wei observed the process, ensuring that he did not miss something or that something went wrong. Once he was sure everything was all right, he nodded. The first step is done, so let's move on to the second step. Wang Wei's bloodline activated, and his body started to absorb the power of nothingness. He once divided nothingness into 4 stages: intangibility, void, emptiness, and true nothingness. He was previously in the peak of the void stage, and now he was striding toward the emptiness stage. Wang Wei sensed the changes to his body and calculated. According to this development, the peak of emptiness corresponds to the peak of the inextinguishable, and I can only achieve true nothingness in the half-step transcendent realm? Achieving true nothingness will likely allow me to take a step in the transcendent realm. If Wang Wei's theory is true, nothingness is taboo not only because of its danger but also because it's also one of the few Taoists with a straight and direct path toward transcendence. The second stage will raise my affinity with this power to another level, Wang Wei analyzed. Once that's achieved, we can begin the third step. Time passed, and Wang Wei continued to increase the characteristic of his flesh body. He waited until he felt full, and his intuition warned him that any more absorption would doom him before stopping. Then he initiated the third step, existence modification. Just like he told Monk, Wang Wei used the power of nothingness to modify his existence and increase his vessel, thus allowing him to break the limit between Empyreans and Paragons. Wang Wei observed every aspect of this change. He sighed. If only I could enter that state during the perfect foundation. He's been drooling about that state ever since. He could see the foundational blueprint of his existence and modify it as he saw fit. Right now, Wang Wei could tell this blueprint was being changed, but the process was more of a passive change. Wang Wei has to rely on his intuition and feeling to guide the power of nothingness into his existence. The process would be fast, efficient, and safer if he could have direct control over the blueprint. Wang Wei removed the distracting thoughts and focused on his Bodish change. The process took much longer than expected since he was dealing with such a volatile power. Wang Wei had to take his time to ensure he was now swallowed and erased from existence. Of course, since this was not his first time, he was more confident this time around. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled. He stood up from the seat before clenching his fist and sensed the changes inside his body. I feel a heavy burden lifted over my shoulder. There is no better feeling than breaking over limits placed on you by heaven and earth. I've also taken one step closer to the Paragon realm, Wang Wei muttered. This experience has allowed him to understand a higher level of existence. The infinite permanence, which is required of everlasting Empyreans to understand to become boundless Paragons. Although Wang Wei did not understand enough to enter the next realm, he had a sufficient foundation that it would be easier for him to become a boundless. Let's try its power, Wang Wei thought with a smile. He suppressed his cultivation to 70% Grand Dao source before using his Dao imprint as a medium for his Grand Dao boost. He added everything: his soul, flesh, true will, artifact, force control skills, Dao body awakening, 11 fate palaces, Grand Mist wheel, and a few other source techniques. His aura rose dramatically when he achieved a 10-fold battle realm, meaning his strength was on par with peak Empyreans, 89%. However, his aura did not stop this time. It continued to increase until its power reached that threshold, 90%. The power of a paragon, Wang Wei muttered. Although this was not the first time he wielded such power, now it belonged to him. He did not rely on foreign objects. He achieved it alone, meaning no one could take it away from him. Luckily, I had already made up for my understanding and utilization of the Dao imprint. Wang Wei realized that if his utilization of the imprint did not reach a higher level, it would have been impossible for him to achieve the Taboo battle realm. After this experience, he once again reaffirmed his theory that the battle theory realm was a mode that Grand Dao installed in this world to allow geniuses to challenge higher realms after Tier 10. Otherwise, due to the vast difference between the three immortal realms, the hierarchy of power would have been stagnant and unchallenged for eternity. Let's test my limit, Wang Wei said. He started to stack Grand Dao boosts a second time, but the starting point was different this time. He did not seal his cultivation but used his peak indestructible Empyrean cultivation as primary and his 80% Grand Dao source Qi cultivation as one of the boosts. After he added his soul and the others, his strength reached another level. 94%, and in an emergency I can fight 95% for a limited period, Wang Wei analyzed with a frown. This kind of strength is enough for most of the parasites but not enough for Time Eater. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. He had plenty of room for further improvement, and he still has the opportunity to become a paragon soon. So, there was no need to stress himself out. His gaze penetrated this cultivation room and glanced outside. 82,000 yuan epoch has passed in the formation, meaning over 8,000 yuan epochs outside. Most of the time was spent during the transformation since he had to be extra careful. I have a feeling that the major change will occur at the 10,000 yuan epoch mark, meaning I still have about 20,000 epochs of cultivation, Wang Wei calculated. Normally, this time was not nearly enough to make a difference with my current 80% comprehension. However, I have this. He raised his hand to summon a gray orb that fluctuate with the power of fate. This was the thing he took from old man Tianji. With all the Dao rhymes Wang Qi sent me, I should make decent progress. Wang Wei returned to the cushion and summoned a few things to aid his cultivation, including the Bodhi tree, the peach enlightenment tree that the Sword Emperor gave him, and he absorbed all the Dao rhymes. However, this was not the end. A small orb that seemed to contain the origin seal continent inside floated before him. This orb was, of course, given to him by his future wife, and it allowed him to study all the runes or essences of the origin seal continent. After all this preparation, Wang Wei finally absorbed the fate power and started his cultivation. Another 20,000 yuan epochs passed, and he finally opened his eyes. What a terrifying power, Wang Wei sighed. His cultivation reached 86% in such a short period, and he can say for sure that the fate power was responsible for 95% of it. If not for it, the other boosts will not come close to allowing him to make such progress in such a short period. The worst part is that fate's power was heavily diluted when he took it from old man Tianji. Half-step transcendence, he muttered, not hiding the longing in his voice. He sighed before regrouping his focus. As he looked at his cultivation, he smiled wryly. I was so close. As long as his cultivation reached 87%, he could take a pill to instantly reach 89% without repercussions, thus entering the peak of the Empyrean realm. It's also bad timing, Wang Wei sighed. Wang Wei could feel two major events were about to happen. He knew nothing about the latter but was looking forward to the second, and that's because he sensed, through his bloodline, his father and mother were ascending soon. The world is about to enter a time of chaos, so it's really the worst time for you guys to ascend. So what should I do with them? Allow them to help me with my cause of sending them to the sect to ensure their safety? He knew his parents would prefer the former, but their strength did not allow it. So it would be best to send them to the sect. The issue is how to convince them. I'll just be blunt and tell them their current strength is a hindrance to me instead of helping. Although harsh, it's also a good way to motivate them to cultivate. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction with this plan before his face suddenly turned ugly. He immediately teleported away from the seclusion room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible.